This is Audible.
Soundbooth Theater presents The Other Guys Book 3, Heroes of Last Resort 3rd Edition. Written by C.T. Knospe and J.K. Galioto. Narrated by Zachary Johnson. Featuring Annie Ellicott and Jeff Hayes. Prologue. Nitrox bit back the angry retort on the tip of his tongue, instead using his free hand to smooth the strands of hair running across his crown. Raj was the last of his students still willing to work with him, and he couldn't afford to chase him away.
Please, my friend, the time for doubt has come and gone. Set aside your nervousness and focus your mind on the task at hand. This is the only way.
Raj gulped, but nodded, then began to draw a pentagram on the shop floor with white chalk that he pulled from a pouch on his hip. After placing candles at each point on the pentagram, he lit them one by one, before sitting in the middle of the circle and beginning to chant. At first, nothing seemed to happen, and Nitrox, any positivity long ago sucked away by the curse, began to despair. This had been his final hope, and of course, it would fail, just like the dozens of other rituals and ceremonies they had tried. Just as he was about to tell Raj to stop his chanting, the air in the small shop grew cold, while the shadows given off by the candles expanded, taking on unnatural shapes. Malevolent eyes appeared from one of the shadows moments before Nitrox heard a whispery voice in his head.
How far the mighty have fallen, guild leader. There was once a time when you would call me to do your bidding.
Mercaditos, I ask a boon of you. One I will repay tenfold when my powers are restored.
What can you give me that I don't already have, pathetic worm?
The voice growled.
In your desperation, you have opened the door of your mind to me. I could crush you as easily as you would crush a bug, or as easily as you destroyed the Thraxian village with the summoning from my realm.
You're wrong, mighty one,
Nitrox replied, licking his suddenly dry lips.
Once my powers are restored, I will be able to grant you anything you desire. Powerful magic items and spells that will help you in your battle against the umbral shadow dragon.
Your offer intrigues me,
came the voice at last.
However, I am unable to break the curse from the shadow plane. You will need to summon me into your realm. You know this to be true.
I was hoping my hypothesis was incorrect,
Nitrox muttered, unconsciously tugging at the collar of his tattered robe.
Still, I will do whatever it takes to get my power back.
Summoning me to your plane is no easy feat, wizard. Especially in your current state. The ritual will need to be performed at my place of power in the catacombs. And a blood sacrifice will be required.
Blood sacrifice?
Surely you did not think breaking your curse would be easy. If you want my help, you must prove your willingness to do whatever it takes. You can start by killing your friend, Raj.
As he said this, Nitrox turned to see Raj rising from the circle, a long knife in hand, staring at Nitrox in horror. I won't do it, demon, Raj stated emphatically, apparently having his own conversation with the Shadow Lord. We will find another way to end the curse. He threw his dagger to the ground and began to extinguish the candles. Quickly! Nitrox! Help me extinguish the candles and break the ritual circle. Nitrox shambled over to the pentagram, but instead of blowing out the nearest candle, he picked up the fallen dagger, looking at it briefly before thrusting it into the back of his closest associate. Raj turned to look at Nitrox in shock, life draining from his face as he tried to cast a spell, only to scream in pain as Nitrox twisted the knife into the dying body of his former student.
I'm sorry, my friend, but it is the only way,
he finished sadly, allowing the now lifeless body to drop to the ground.
You have proven your dedication. On my word, I will break the curse as soon as I am summoned into your realm. Your powers will be restored, mighty wizard.
And as suddenly as they came, the voice, along with the unnatural shadows and cold, were gone. Nitrox, breathing heavily, slumped down next to his former student and began to cry, wondering what he had become. Chapter 1. Jeez, Jack, can you give the fart tornado a break? I'm dying over here, I'm dying! Topher suddenly Bronx accent exclaimed, waving his hands before his face to try to dissipate the pungent odor. Yeah, either we're close to the Dark Tower of Mordor, or you are crapping pure sulfur. Check your pants, man! Joe screamed, unable to take it anymore. Jack desperately wished he could control his intestinal gas, but last night's dinner was giving him stomach cramps, expressed in the form of heated farts. He looked to Gooch and Dobby, waiting for them to join in the berating. However, a very pale Gooch remained silent and in deep concentration. The stoic man ground his teeth together and seemed to be willing himself to keep the contents of his stomach contained, as if it were the last meal of a condemned man. Dobby, his faithful goblin friend, stared lovingly at Jack and grinned, clearly unaffected. Sorry, guys, Jack stated for the 15th time, lifting his right cheek ever so slightly, eyes watering as he noiselessly broke wind yet again, as if the wind wasn't already broken beyond repair. At least we all gained the nasal fortitude title. 25% poison resistance from airborne gases can't be all bad, am I right? Despite his loyalty, not even Dobby returned the attempted high five that followed. Fortunately, their holding cell was designed for creatures much larger than halflings. The 10-by-10 room's ceiling was at least 8 feet in height, and adorned with small functional sconces holding magical lights. Unfortunately, instead of iron bars, which could have at least partially mitigated the foul odor, the walls of the cell were solid stone, with the only opening a metal door that was currently shut. While not airtight, it offered no escape from odors past or present. Jack, feeling just a bit of self-pity and despair, decided he would sing a song, to the tune of Behind Blue Eyes, but with a twist given the situation. No one knows what it's like to be the fat man, to be the sad man, behind chestnut hair, and no one knows what it's like to get started, to have farted, eating only meat. But my colon is not as empty as my stomach seems to be. I have moments, holy moly. My scent is vengeance that's been set free. Maybe he rolled a 1 on his performance check because the others just ignored him. It was Topher that broke the silence. If my choices are to get busy living or get busy dying, I might have to choose dying, Topher drawled in the methodical tones of Morgan Freeman. Does anyone have a spoon? I'll work on getting us out of here. Gooch, just how much do you know about this Maeve person? Joe grumbled, shivering slightly as he tugged on his too short and too tight robe, sized for the much smaller woman he had been recently. "We've been here for hours. From the way you talked, I was expecting some sort of hero's welcome with roaring fires, malt beer, and ripe meat off the bone, not to be treated like spies with immediate incarceration." "I'm sure she will get us out of here once she is made aware of our situation," Gooch responded through gritted teeth. Jack agreed with his assessment. The Maeve they had met carried herself with an air of authority, and he didn't think anyone could stop her once she set her mind to a task. He nearly remarked as much to the group when a small slit, about 3 feet off the ground, opened in the cell door, and Jack saw a pair of emerald green eyes.
"That be them all right,"
a female voice pronounced in the telltale accent of the halfling people.
"I would know that big hunk of man flesh anywhere,"
she cooed. Jack heard a muffled argument and noises of a small fight, culminating in a loud slap before the door began to open. A moment later, Maeve stood before them, hands on hips. She looked much like Jack remembered. Straight, dark crimson hair pulled into a tight braid, bright green eyes, and freckles dotting a tiny nose. The time away from the mine had given her a markedly healthier appearance, with her feminine features filling in due, no doubt, to proper nutrition. She smiled warmly, and it was like the sun after rain.
"Are you waiting for a formal invitation?"
She cut off abruptly, a gag reflex kicking in as the stench made its presence known. Her cheeks ballooned like a pufferfish, and she raised her pointer finger in a gesture of "give me a minute," before turning around and diving into the other room. Retching sounds could be heard for a solid 30 seconds before she reappeared, this time at a distance of no less than 20 feet, her arm raised in front of her nose like a shield.
"Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you had dead in there. If I had known, I would have pushed harder to get you out sooner. Maybe we could have saved them."
Jack and Gooch glanced at each other, and with a quick game of rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, Gooch was designated as the spokesman. Having cast comprehend languages earlier, he stood up and moved toward the entrance, careful not to bring his stench too close to Maeve.
"Maeve, you are a sight for sore eyes,"
he breathed, staring at her intently, clearly lost in the moment. Eventually, a harumph and kick from Topher snapped him out of it.
"Everyone in the cell yet lives, although between the sewage smell and Jack's odoriferous excretions, most of us wish it were otherwise,"
Gooch stammered, a broad grin on his face. That's when Jack, who really had been trying to hold it in, let out another long one with an audible sound, like air barely escaping from a rubber balloon. The smell caught the big man in a moment of weakness, and it was his turn to run for a garbage bin in the corner of the next room.
"Owen, fetch Freya. Ask her to come to the prison holding cells immediately,"
Maeve ordered an older, rotund halfling standing in a corner of the room farthest away from the group. Clearly relieved by an excuse to leave Ground Zero, he took off faster than Jack thought his 3-foot frame could carry him. A few minutes later, another female with black turning to gray hair marched into the room, forehead knitted together in fury. She wore leather armor over a gray tunic, with dark leather pants and matching boots that had seen use. She carried no weapon, but instead wore multiple wands sheathed around her person.
"Maeve, what are you about? You're taking me away from a strategy session with the council,"
the woman scolded in the same Irish accent.
"I thought you were in danger, girl. Your mother would be furious." "I need your help to dispel a foul scourge from a group of potential allies that we badly mistreated,"
Maeve responded, nonplussed at the elderly halfling's reaction.
"Ah, a dire curse. Mayhap a plague that needs to be cleansed. Yes, I can see why you would need me for this. We wouldn't want that to spread any further,"
she responded. The anger drained from her expression as she considered the group.
"Oh, it's much worse than that, Freya. They stink."
Freya's rage came upon her once again.
"A smell? You brought me down here for a smell?"
she shouted, patience at an end.
"Wait until the council hears about this,"
she declared, turning and making for the door. That's when the invisible fingers of the stench from the group first tickled her nose. She stopped in her tracks, sniffing carefully and visibly stiffening. She turned to face them, eyes wide, skin pale. She drew 2 wands from her belt and ordered the group in a tone that brooked no argument.
"Undress and stand against the far cell wall. Now."
Jack and company looked at each other, shrugged, and slipped out of their clothes. All of their gear was taken from them until they were left with only the tunics they received from the druidic tree dwarves. While they were of fine quality and make, their best days were behind them.
Owen, I want those clothes burned, the ashes consecrated, then spread to the 9 corners of our realm so they have ne'er the chance to attract the undead.
She then took 2 steps forward, holding the wands and her breath. You're not going to burn us too, are you? Topher asked, staring intently at the wands in her hands. She didn't respond, but instead pointed the wands at the group and uttered a single command word. Water gushed forth. Not like a sprinkler that Jack would set up as a kid to run through in the hot summer months. This was an old faithful-like geyser that slammed them against the wall, pinning them in place as gallons of ice-cold water blasted away the accumulated grime and muck from the past few days. She paused a minute to have them about-face, then resumed the fire hose again, without warning. Jack noticed his health drop slightly as the deluge continued to pound them. While it wasn't life-threatening, he did think maybe it was overkill. He glanced over at Dobby, who was crouching next to him, eyes wide with fear when they weren't full of water. While there were similarities between common and undercommon, it wasn't enough for Dobby to understand everything that was happening. The group had begun to teach him common, but the little guy was slow on the uptake. Jack's status indicator perk from his analyzed spell tree allowed him to see the current health of creatures in view. Poor Dobby was nearly dead from the monsoon-like torrent. Jack quickly cast a ranged minor heal on him, healing Dobby for 12 points and the entire group for 6 points, courtesy of his healing aura perk. Smell was one thing, but this halfling wizard had almost killed his friend. Holding up a hand, he called out, "Enough!" Whether because he asked it to stop or simply because the wands were out of juice, the cascade of water slowed to a rainstorm-like force, before ending in a trickle. "You almost killed Dobby!" he shouted, eyes darting toward the soaked goblin, who remained in the fetal position on the floor. After returning his gaze, as well as his ire to the halfling with the wands, he lowered his voice. There were other, more civilized ways to get us clean. We are not enemies, but friends of Maeve's. We've come at her request to help save the city.
We be seeing about that,
she grunted, looking over the group of shivering, now clean men and their goblin companion.
As for that thing,
she continued, pointing to Dobby.
You're lucky I don't end his life right now. The only thing holding me back is my assumption that he has valuable information. But after that...
She stopped talking and sliced her hand in front of her neck, in the apparently world-spanning sign of death. Topher, also annoyed, spoke up before Jack could. You're gonna give him a shave? Or a neck massage? Maybe a special medallion indicating he's an ally to your realm? Flustered, the mage was about to respond when Maeve cut in.
Freya, I appreciate your help, but Mother and the Council are waiting. That is all. I couldn't possibly leave you alone in the company of these.
She paused momentarily, clearly trying to think of the right word.
Miscreants. These miscreants, as you call them, saved me from a slaver's mining camp.
She scolded, turning her ire on Freya. She will be perfectly safe with us, ma'am. You have my word, Gooch asserted, standing tall and crossing his arms, which up to that point had been covering his privates. Freya looked over the big man carefully before finally muttering with a wry smile.
Apparently this one is cold. Owen, bring them to the baths and find fresh clothes for them. Peace will know where to find garments for people of this size. After they have exorcised the remaining foul humours, they are to report to the council immediately. You will remain with them at all times.
Owen nodded at this, nervously looking at the prisoners.
I can go with them, Freya,
Maeve began, taking a step forward.
I would never hear the end of it if something happened to you while you were in my charge. No, you will come with me. They will be brought to the council soon enough.
Freya answered. Maeve seemed to know how far she could push Freya, because she bit back a reply and instead looked at the party.
Sorry about this. Be seeing you soon, and I'll explain everything then.
With a final, appraising look at Gooch, she left with a wink and followed Freya up the stairs. Owen took charge from there, his prodigious gut leading the way as he took the prisoners toward the bathhouse. Leaving the holding cell, Jack got his first glimpse of the city of Edinburgh from inside the walls and above ground. It was different than he expected. Not at all like the Shire in The Lord of the Rings, denoted by the lack of heavenly flute music and no houses built into the sides of hills. Instead, they were squat, sturdy stone buildings on each side of a double-wide cobblestone road that seemed to bisect the city. Side streets branched off at orderly intervals, crisscrossing the thoroughfare like multiple games of tic-tac-toe. None of the buildings looked to be larger than 2 stories tall, but most had some sort of rooftop garden growing plants. From Jack's angle, he thought he could see melon-sized fruits, tomato plants, and even grapes growing on vines on the sides of buildings. Amazingly, he even saw an apple tree on top of one of the roofs. And the legend of Johnny Appleseed continues. The group walked on, receiving confused glances from disheveled and beleaguered halflings busy with their tasks, but not too busy to gape at the naked group. Jack thought about asking for a towel, but realized they were only partially clean, and knew that anything they used now still risked incineration. The citizens' looks of curiosity changed to expressions of hatred when they saw Dobby. The group noticed the change and circled tightly around the goblin, unwilling to let him come to harm. The path opened up to a large square with a beautiful fountain, containing a marble statue of a female halfling in the act of tending to a fruit-bearing bush. It reminded Jack of the fountains that decorated Rome, at least from what he could remember from watching Travel Channel. They continued past the water feature, and that's when Jack got a view of what could only be the castle. It was a gigantic stone structure at least 4 stories high, and over 300 feet wide. In the center of the structure peaked a massive tower, ascending above the building like a lighthouse over the ocean. The inner keep was separated from the rest of the city by a formidable 20-foot-high stone wall, littered with parapets. Huge and imposing iron doors stood open, letting in the city traffic. Before they could enter the main doors, Owen took the party down a side street and into a nondescript mottled fieldstone building. Jack immediately felt the humidity of warm water mixed with the smell of soap, and knew they had found the bathhouse. Moments later, they were soaking in a large tiled bath, except Jack, who had to make a prehistoric pit stop at the first toilet he had seen since coming to Rigara. While not porcelain, it functioned much like a toilet back home. Well, a toilet meant for a 2-year-old child trying to make his first doo-doo was a better description. He had to half squat over it, but enjoyed finally being able to relieve his stomach and think about the events that had brought him here. Like his grandpa always said, "There's a time for thinking and a time for doing. But the only time you can do both is when you're on the crapper." When he finished purging what he hoped was the last of the mountain lion jerky from his system, he stood up to see the toilet bowl was empty. Not flushed away, just empty. He had a flashback to the portal that poured garbage and refuse into the pit of Moandir, and wondered briefly what would happen now that they had slain the mighty beast. He shook off the thought, then used the bidet next to the toilet to wash himself clean before joining the others in the bath. They spent a glorious hour in the hot, scented water, feeling almost human again. The clothes provided for them were simple fare, gray cotton-like shirts with soft, tanned leather pants. While the fit wasn't perfect, it felt magnificent just to have clean clothes again. Soon after, Jack and the others were escorted through the castle gates and into the large keep proper. They passed through tall, stately hallways of light gray stone, adorned with thick, colorfully designed rugs and wall tapestries. Afterward, they ascended a lengthy set of stairs. "Hey, Owen, how about you giving us our stuff back?" "Seems like we can be trusted," Jack requested, putting on his most trustworthy face, hoping for a critical success on his persuasion check. He wasn't worried about needing weapons, not here, but he missed his great tree-given Heartwood loot. It was supposedly indestructible, but he worried over it like a parent over a baby.
Sorry, I would, but my orders were to take it directly to the council. They will have the authority to return your items.
Owen breathed heavily, stopping for a moment after walking up the stairs. You don't get prison guard duty during wartime if you're the cream of the crop, but Owen seemed like a nice enough fellow. "Fair enough," Jack responded, enjoying the break as well. "Much farther to the council chambers?" Owen shook his head before righting himself and proceeding once again.
"It's just up ahead at the end of this hallway."
Large ornate wooden doors, with detailed carvings, and 2 halfling guards posted on either side marked the end of the corridor. Standing at nearly 4 feet tall, the guards were slightly larger than most halflings Jack had seen, and wore steel breastplates with the insignia of a fox etched on the front. Both wielded halfling-sized halberds, and stared intently at Owen and the group as they approached. "You're late, chubby," the one on the right grumbled, wisps of brown hair poking out of his skull cap. "You have a tough time getting up the stairs again?" the other halfling asked with a chuckle, winking at the other guard. Owen sighed, visibly deflating. "Ha ha. Just let us through. The Duchess is expecting us." He moved to open the door, but they both shifted to intercept him. "Lift up your shirt and do the truffle shuffle and we'll let you in." "Come on, not now," Owen said, glancing back at Jack and his friends. Fortunately for Owen, Gooch had had enough. He strode up to the two halflings, his nearly 7-foot-tall frame towering over them. He grabbed one halfling in each hand, his 41 strength easily lifting them off the floor, halberds forgotten and clanging noisily as they struck the ground. "Enough!" he screamed at them, the typically patient, slow-to-anger man reaching his boiling point. He turned around, walking past the group before throwing the guards at least 10 feet down the hallway, where they landed with a loud crash. Not pausing to see their reaction, he turned to the massive doors and pushed them open Aragorn style, ready to be done with this charade. The doors didn't budge.
"Pull, you fool!"
Joe whispered harshly in Gandalf's voice, before stepping in front of Gooch and easily opening the doors before bowing with a flourish. "Milady?" Gooch paused at that, clearly contemplating whether or not he should see how far his boot would fit up Joe's backside. With a shake of his head, he marched through the double doors. Chapter 2. A long rectangular room carved in the same light gray stone as the rest of the castle stretched out before them, clearly the centerpiece of this massive keep. There were rows upon rows of benches on either side of a long walkway that led to a raised dais some 100 feet ahead, with stairs exiting on the far side. On the tiered steps up front was a large, circular, polished wood table, with seats for 12, 5 of which were currently occupied. While the room was gigantic, all the furniture was sized for halflings, making Jack feel like he was Buddy the Elf at the North Pole. He and Gooch led the way, Jack using the slow walk to the table to study its occupants. He decided not to cast Analyze. He wasn't sure how that would be interpreted in polite society, such as it was. Maeve was seated next to someone that had to be her mother. She was older, although strikingly beautiful, with fine, shoulder-length hair the color of liquid mercury, and a small, petite nose nestled between cherubic freckled cheeks. On Maeve's right side sat the halfling wizard Freya, leaning back in her chair and not bothering to hide her annoyance at seeing the group approach. Across the table from them sat an older male with thick, wavy white hair. "Wait, is that a gnome?" "It is a gnome! Those guys rule!" He had dark brown grandfatherly eyes that reminded Jack of his favorite Guatemalan blend coffee. He also had the most remarkable nose Jack had ever seen. He looked like Pinocchio after talking to Geppetto upon coming home from a night with his hippie friends.
"Honest, Dad, I was good. I don't hang around those kids anymore. I never tried any drugs. Okay, but I never inhaled. Fine, I inhaled, but just the once."
He wore a simple, russet-colored robe with an insignia of a scale on the lapel. The final member was an elderly halfling, his posture straight despite the years. He was balding, with a black goatee adorning a sallow face, unblinking blue eyes, and a pointed, narrow nose. He was thin to the point of being emaciated, with short, bony arms poking out of a meticulously kept black robe. Maeve's mother stood up, gesturing for the group to join them at the table.
"So, Maeve, this be the motley crew you told us about,"
she said, glancing at each of them in turn. Her warm smile turned cold upon seeing Dobby, her hand moving to a dagger tucked into the white belt of her crimson robe.
"I didn't realize they travelled in the company of our sworn enemies."
Maeve stood up quickly, attempting to defuse the situation, but before she could speak, the black-robed halfling raised his hand, cutting her off. "Elton and Johan! If you don't want to be busted down to latrine duty for the next 6 weeks, you will put that goblin in chains!" he barked, staring daggers at Dobby. The 2 guards that Gooch had tossed away like so much rubbish were back in the doorway. all ruffled uniforms and disgruntled looks. They immediately moved toward Dobby, but hesitated as Gooch stared at them and cracked his knuckles menacingly. "Lay one finger on him, and we leave," Gooch said. The mood in the room, already tense, jumped all the way up to 11.
Marshal Kasuki, please, these are our guests,
Maeve pleaded, interposing herself between the group and the guards.
They freed me from the mine, killing dozens of goblins and orcs in the process. They are the only reason I stand before you today.
Yes, but despite that, your guests consort with an enemy that is currently besieging our city, an enemy that has killed hundreds of our brethren. They be not welcome here. Guards, belay my order, put them all in chains, and return them to the holding cell while we decide their fate. Marshal Kasuki finished, his tone brooking no argument. Jack intuited that the marshal was accustomed to having his orders obeyed. Attempting to lighten the situation with humor, Jack responded in a slow southern drawl. What we've got here is a failure to communicate. This idiot proves my point, Kasuki continued, looking intently toward Maeve's mother.
Maybe now is the time to use your diplomacy skill, eh, Jackie?
Alexa suggested. She had a fair point. He had been cultivating that skill since arriving on Rigara, and utilizing a little decorum here might be the wiser option. Wait, since when did Alexa start offering me advice? You're right, as usual. I know I'm being a numbskull. I'm just cranky and tired from a night spent in the holding cell simmering in my own juices, so to speak. And a little annoyed that we're being treated as enemies when all we're trying to do is help. Maeve's mother looked from Maeve to the marshal to Jack before giving a silent nod to the guards. At this point, Jack could cut the tension in the room with a knife or halfling-sized short sword. The guards began inching their way toward Gooch, staring at the warrior's bunched-up fists with looks of fear. It was at this moment that a small whirlwind in the form of yet another halfling entered from one of the sets of stairs on the far side of the room. He had a shock of curly red hair, the color of the sun as it dipped below the horizon, bright green eyes, and the whitest teeth Jack had ever seen. He looked to be a couple of years older than Maeve and smiled at the council as he performed a running leap onto the table. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury and esteemed guests, the new arrival announced with no lack of theatrical flair. My clients here, he gestured to the party with a slight bow, could not have committed the alleged heinous acts against those defenseless sheep and donkeys, as they have an alibi. Looking around the room, he paused for dramatic effect before continuing. You see, they were with me. We were involved in a party of epic proportions over at Lady Caitlin's manor. Chest sticking out in pride, his hands went to his hips. And it was a doozy. Let's just say a few of the ladies were walking a wee bit crooked the next day. The entire room was stunned into silence by the over-the-top proclamation. And then the halfling seemed to finally actually look at the newcomers. Wait, you're not the Bobbin triplets. Today is the 4th day of the month, correct? The council let out a collective groan.
Paula Simone, get down from there this instant!
Maeve's mom shouted, tugging on his shirt collar to yank him off the table. He stuck out his tongue at the group and allowed himself to be pulled into an adjacent chair, where he crossed his arms and pouted. Honest mistake, Mum. You know how I am with days of the week.
Will you never grow up?
Freya harumphed, caressing a wicked-looking wand on her belt. Jack decided to use the distraction to his advantage and started over. Hello, esteemed leaders of Edinburgh, he started, putting his hands behind his back as he pulled himself to his full 5'9" height. I think we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. Allow me to introduce myself and my friends. With a flourish, Jack bent into a low, courtly bow, which he instinctively knew how to perform via his court etiquette perk. My name is Jack, bard extraordinaire, he of the glorious hair. You may have heard of my band, the Flaming Fists? No? Okay, moving on. The big man there is Gooch, a renowned warrior and defender of truth, justice, and the Rigaran way. The large man gave Jack a sidelong glance, but bowed stiffly. The fellow with the red-tinged skin and long tail is Topher, a monk of many disciplines. Topher took a step forward, bowing slightly as he looked at Freya. Excuse me, my lady. You look like you have some tiefling in you as well, he said with a smirk. When she gave him a confused shake of her head, he continued with an impish grin. Well then, would you like to? Groaning inwardly, Jack hurried to continue his introductions. The one with the translucent wings is Geoe, a purveyor of great magics. Geoe used his storytelling perk to create fireworks above them in the room, while he bat his wings to float gently above the ground. Finally, we have Dobby, a trusted friend and ally. I ask that you judge Dobby not by his race, but by the content of his character. His heart is true, and he's a pal and confidant. Jack knew Dobby was not understanding most of this, but he still managed an awkward bow at the mention of his name, eyes darting around the room in fear.
For the love of all that is holy, please resist the urge to continue the Golden Girls theme song,
Gooch pleaded through their bond. Giving him a small, almost imperceptible nod, he continued, deciding not to mention Rat Damon, Rat of Mystery, since he was currently off the clock resting on his home plane. We have come at the request of Maeve to help you battle the dark forces arrayed outside your walls, which we believe is related to our larger war against the Ravanan Empire. I officially pledge our support to your cause. We mean you only goodwill and will vouch for the conduct of our goblin friend. On this, I swear. A number of notifications appeared in the lower corner of Jack's vision, and he quickly reviewed them.
You have made a successful diplomacy check, increasing your reputation with the halflings of Edinburgh. Your Remove Racial Barriers perk allows for Dobby's reputation with the halflings to increase as well, improving his reputation from hostile to unfriendly. You have completed the quest, Help the Halflings. With the Edinburgh halflings, reputation improved from unfriendly to neutral. Your Defenders of the Weak title also grants improved reputation for you. You have vouched for Dobby's conduct in Edinburgh. You are liable for his actions while he is in your care.
Marshal Kazuki was the first to respond.
You speak well for an outlander. But what do we really know about you? Well, I am no longer inclined to lock you up. I don't see how a group of 5 can help us against thousands. We have enough mouths to feed without adding you giants to the mix. Elton, return their equipment and see them out of the city.
If Jack was honest with himself, he couldn't disagree. He and his friends knew they were on a suicide mission, where the best they could hope for was to delay the Ravanan long enough for the people on Earth to figure out a way to stop them.
No, my friend, we do not have the luxury of alienating potential allies,
Maeve's mom whispered firmly to the Marshal. Once more gesturing an invitation for Jack and his friends to take a seat at the large table, she said in a louder tone,
Elton, have the kitchen bring food and drink.
Looking Gooch and Jack over, she continued with a wry smile,
Enough to feed a small army.
Chapter 3. A few minutes later, piles of food consisting of cheese, various types of meat, and loaves of bread besieged the table. While not friendly to the group, the halflings no longer wanted them locked up, or worse. He and his friends were able to commandeer large pillows, and sat on them instead of the chairs, which put the table near chest height. They used the time waiting for the meal to give a brief update on their adventures over the past few weeks, Joe spicing up the story with depictions of various battles that had brought them to Edinburgh. The halflings seemed especially distressed when he depicted the battle against Lola and her brood of spiders, making Jack wonder if they'd had run-ins with arachnids in the past. When the food finally arrived, they all began eating, and he realized that, outside of some rancid jerky, it had been a few days since their last civilized meal.
You all have a healthy appetite, I see,
Freya sneered, nose wrinkled with a raised upper lip.
That amount of food could have fed all the soldiers on the eastern wall tonight. Enough, Freya. These are our guests, and will be treated as such. Clearly, they are half-starved.
We can make it up to you,
Topher said between mouthfuls.
I have a perk that allows me to multiply the food I cook, and give those eating it buffs.
Buffs?
Maeve asked, her left eyebrow raised in curiosity. Yeah, bonuses to strength and vitality and some other stuff. Point me to a kitchen later and I'll be happy to help. He barely paused as he devoured the thigh meat of something between a dove and a chicken in size.
You are all full of surprises. Maybe it's time we introduce ourselves properly. My name is Maya Montgomery, and I am the Duchess of Windmere, of which Edinburgh is the capital. You know Freya?
She gestured at the wand-wielding mage.
And Maeve?
Maeve smiled at this, giving them all a quick wave.
On my left is my son, Paulus Simon Montgomery, the Marquis of Windmere, and a source of constant...
She paused, face scrunched up in concentration.
Entertainment.
Paulus was leaning back in his chair, feet on the table. Everyone calls me Neil. If you guys get bored of the stiffs, he said, sending exaggerated glances toward the other members of the council like they couldn't see him. I can take you out for a night on the town. Even in wartime, I know where to find the action. Word of caution, though. You must practice PYO if you're going to venture out with me, he finished confidently, folding his hands across his chest, a smug look on his face. Afraid of the answer, Jack asked anyway. Okay, I'll bite. What does PYO mean? Protect your orifices, Neil answered quickly. Protect them from you, or the people will meet while with you? Joe asked, not completely following the conversation. Exactly, Neil responded with a final self-satisfied grin before leaning back and humming a wordless tune to himself.
Moving on,
Maya said before any further questions could be voiced.
Across from me in the brown robes is our gnomish ally Banter the Bold, leader of the Windmere Merchants Guild and our Minister of Coin.
More like Bantar the Old, am I right? Neil guffawed, holding up his hand for a high-five that never came. Jack remembered Glandor, the arch-druid for the Rutra druidic community, had also raised his hand for inexplicable high-fives, although it seemed to be more of a greeting for him. Add it to the list of weird crossover idiosyncrasies between our two worlds. You have a rapier wit, Master Paulus, Bantar answered dryly, eyes rolling as he tried to take a sip from a glass of red wine, though his impressive nose caused him to spill more on his robes than made it into his mouth. Dude needs a straw. Bend over, and I'll show you my rapier's tip, Neil howled, slapping his knee as he continued to chuckle.
Finally, we have Marshal Kasuki, commander of the Windmere armies, finest military this side of the Tyne River, and the only reason our city still stands.
The marshal gave a simple nod, tugging on his goatee as he eyed them with an appraising look. Even though Jack knew his overall reputation with the Edinburgh halflings was now at neutral, he couldn't help but think Marshal Kasuki wasn't quite there yet. I'll win you over, or my name isn't Jack Jebediah Jensen. Yes, it stands, but for how long? The marshal grimaced, lips stretched thin as he assessed the group. He pulled out a pipe from somewhere inside his black robe, and began to slowly fill it with an herb. Freya, would you be a dear? Sighing, Freya pointed at the pipe while uttering something under her breath, and the herbs lit on fire. Jack breathed deeply through his nose, relishing the floral and spicy aromas of jasmine, clove, and cinnamon, as the thin halfling sucked a few deep pulls on the pipe. It would be great to get a tactical briefing on the situation, Gooch said, shifting his hips awkwardly as he tried to get comfortable on the large pillow. His seated frame, which dwarfed the furniture, gave him the look of the sole adult at the kids' table. We counted maybe 500 or 600 campfires from our limited vantage point on the way in. You want to know the situation, so you can help? Kasuki asked condescendingly, the word help oozing forth slowly from his mouth, as if it were molasses, making it clear what he thought of the idea. I think we're entitled, Gooch responded. You really want answers? The marshal barked. I want the truth! Jack shouted, rising to his feet as he got carried away with the moment. Please say I can't handle the truth. Please say I can't handle the truth. Okay. Sit down, young man. No need to get all roiled up. I guess it can't hurt to bring you fellas up to speed, he said, his hands arrayed out in front of him, urging Jack to sit back down. The situation is that they have more troops, larger siege weapons, and more stable supply lines.
The orc commanders throw goblins at the walls on a nearly nightly basis, not caring how many fall. We've killed over 1,000 of those creatures, and lost less than 1/10 that number, but nothing changes.
He paused for a long moment to drink deeply of his wine. Topher responded, stroking his chin contemplatively. The plot, unlike your hair, continues to thicken. Ignoring the comment, Marshal Kasuki continued.
Our supplies are dwindling. We have less than 30 days of rations left, assuming we move to half rations.
Looking pointedly at the food that the party had summarily demolished, he revised his estimate.
Make that 29 days. Due to a height advantage, our trebuchets have been able to prevent their siege equipment from firing, but they continue to dig trenches closer and closer to our city, while working on improved siege weapons of some unknown design. While our walls have been reinforced by enchantments, once they bring those new siege engines to bear, they will be able to fire flaming balls of rock and magic over our heads. Needless to say, it will only be a matter of time after that.
Why do they always say needless to say, yet still feel compelled to say the thing that was supposed to have no need of mentioning? Neil asked no one in particular, chewing what Jack thought were dried mushrooms. Gooch processed the information for a moment before he spoke. It might be possible to send a sortie out under the cover of darkness and destroy these new siege weapons.
Aye, my dad had the same idea. He took a team of our best scouts and demolition experts and attempted just that. None of them came back.
Maeve lamented, tears glossing over her emerald green eyes.
We received this communication a few hours ago,
Maya added, lifting up a scroll that was sitting on the table in front of her.
It demands that we surrender the city if we want my Angus, the Duke, to return to us. They promise that we will still retain management of the city, although our people will be conscripted as soldiers or workers, and we will owe fealty to the orc chieftain. It outlines in graphic detail exactly what will happen to him if we fail to acquiesce. They've given us 3 days to comply before they will publicly torture and execute him in front of the main gates.
Okay, so we have 3 days to rescue the Duke, no problem, Jack said, voice bubbling with optimism. If I can beat Gomeranos, the final boss in Contra, in 3 days, rescuing your dad will be a piece of cake.
Let's hope there's cheat codes on Rigara, too,
Joe said dryly. Jack looked at the group, and he could tell they were all thinking the same thing. Up, down, left, right, BA start. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, but cheat codes from when I was 13? No problem. What else can you tell us about the enemy? Do you know who leads them? Do you know what ties the various tribes together? What is their average level of experience? Gooch inquired, still in fact-gathering mode. The Marshal gave a nod of approval at Gooch's down-to-business style before answering.
I've been fighting goblins, hobs, and orcs my whole life. Goblins in particular are everywhere on the Windmere Plains. It's like trying to fight rabbits. You can't wipe them out. You can only hope to contain them. But hunting them was always good sport. And we never really had to worry about more than the occasional skirmish. Their complex tribal system where each group is constantly vying for leadership keeps their numbers in check. Thus, they fought each other more than they fought us. Hobs and orcs rarely, if ever, left the mountain range northeast of Windmere. The rare raiding party that reached my country would maybe sack a village or two before we formed up a response to take care of them. That all changed 6 months ago. It started with us seeing fewer goblins around the plains, which we welcomed. We thought maybe they finally figured out how to practice safe sex.
Taking another pull on his pipe, he continued.
Regardless, there were less of them, and we enjoyed a few months of peace and prosperity. Then their methods and focus shifted. You have to understand, goblins aren't really the sharpest scimitar in the armory. No offense intended, he said quickly, looking at Dobby. For his part, Dobby nodded along, tongue lolling to one side, clearly not grasping most of what was being said. Anyway, when they started using military strategies and tactics, we knew something was up. They began to plan complex ambush scenarios while raiding our farmers and caravans, hitting them when they were weakest. Sometimes they would kill, and sometimes they would take our people to work the mines or forests. If that wasn't bad enough, we also saw the occasional hob or orc leading them.
Is that so unusual? Gooch asked.
Unusual? Son,
It's stranger than a merchant giving away coin to a beggar. Nothing personal, Bantar. Hobgoblins hate orcs and orcs hate hobgoblins, and the only thing they hate more than each other are goblins. In all my years, I have never seen them work together. Until recently, that is. He took another swig of his wine as he leaned back in his chair. The Duke and Duchess sent a call for help to their retainers, but they're all busy defending their own homes and villages. And of course, the other halfling clans are still debating on whether or not to send help. We have strained relationships. He said this with a look of constipation on his face, thin lips drawn tight. With some of them, which makes their votes of support more difficult to obtain. So in the end, we have just under 1,000 in the city garrison, but over half of those are made up of folks that have never seen battle. And the money it's costing us to pay and feed this rabble is astronomical, Bantar the Bold added angrily, his arms folded in front of his chest in a pouty gesture. The halflings around the table ignored him, and Jack got the sense this was a common complaint from the gnome. And their leaders? Gooch continued to probe. Hold on to your britches, I was getting to that. Our scouts confirmed that there is a tribunal of sorts that runs this army, made up of orc, goblin, and hobgoblin chieftains. But they think there is a ruler that sits above those leaders, calling the shots. We believe his signature, Zrul, was on the ransom scroll we received. Zrul? Finally a proper bad guy name. We don't know who or what this Zrul is, because any goblins our scouts are able to capture and interrogate have never seen him. But if he is leading this campaign and coordinating the various factions, then we can assume he is uniquely powerful. We've sent a few scouts to the orc stronghold in the mountains, where we believe the leader has taken up camp. Hopefully they will return soon with more information. The Duchess spoke up again.
I fear for my people and my Duke. This city won't last much longer without serious help. My daughter believes in you, and that's good enough for me. Will you help save our city? Will you save my Duke? Will you save our people?
Jack received a notification.
Quest offered. Deep Duchy. You must rescue the Duke before he is tortured and killed in 3 days' time. Reward, 2,500 experience. Reputation increase with the halflings of Edinburgh. Unique reward. Do you accept? Quest offered. The trouble with trebuchets. Destroy the trebuchets before they can be used to bombard the city. Reward, 4,000 experience. Reputation increase with the people of Edinburgh. Do you accept? Quest offered. Save the halflings, save the world. Save the halfling city of Edinburgh from the attacking goblin, hobgoblin, and orc army. Reward, 10,000 experience. Reputation increase with the halflings of Edinburgh. Do you accept?
Jack mentally clicked yes to accept the 3 quests. Failure wasn't an option. They needed the halflings as an ally against the Ravanan Empire. Besides, even if Jack didn't want to get entangled in this war, he knew Gooch was committed. He looked over at the big man, who once again was staring at Maeve. He answered the Duchess without looking away from the younger halfling. Of course, we will aid you in your defense against these invaders, he pronounced, finally switching his focus to the marshal. Jack's keen hearing picked up Freya mumbling,
For what good it'll do.
Under her breath, but he chose to ignore it. We believe that your enemies have banded together due to the influence of the Ravanan Empire, who plan on attacking this continent after they have finished on Coronado, Gooch continued. And what proof do you have of this? We deal in facts, not beliefs, Bantar scolded, looking down, or rather up, his long nose at Gooch. No proof. But what other explanation do you have? We have an expression where I'm from called Occam's razor. It states that the simplest explanation is usually the best one. Seems to fit the bill here, Gooch answered. Bantar folded his arms, not giving an inch. Wait a second. Who's to say these enemies weren't here first? Maybe we're the invaders, and the thousands of bloodthirsty orcs and goblins are just trying to take back their rightful homeland? Topher asked seriously, before breaking into a wide guffaw of laughter. Everyone around the table couldn't help but join in, the strain and stress from their meeting finally easing. Chapter 4.
We have actual council work to do. And since you ate us out of our house and home, maybe we could have Owen show you to your rooms.
Maya stated, a smile belying the harshness of her words. Owen, who had been waiting just outside the doors, peeked his head in.
Owen, show our new allies to the quarters in the West Wing and have Tobin see their items cleaned and returned to them. Also, ask him to procure additional clothing for them.
Owen bowed and moved toward the group.
Before you go, I would give you these,
she said, pulling out 5 silver fox head brooches from a pouch at her waist.
These will let our citizens know that you have my trust, including, against my better judgment, your pet goblin.
Handing them to the group, she continued.
You have 3 days to rescue my husband. Do this for me and earn my favor. Fail me and gain my wrath. Mother!
Maeve shouted, slamming her hand down on the table.
I will not have my new friends threatened. I want to see Da back home as much as you, but we must be realistic. The chances of anyone being able to infiltrate the opposing army and somehow find and rescue Da is nigh impossible. And yet, you yourself vouched for the capability of these warriors, my daughter.
The Duchess responded, but in a softer tone. She then turned to glare at the party.
I don't care how you do it. Just bring my husband back to me.
Sensing their conversation was at an end, the party withdrew, Owen guiding them toward a door in the west wall of the large room. As soon as they were out the door, Topher blurted, Jack, you must have a perk for getting us out of the fire and into the frying pan. Maybe it's called I hate my friends and want them all to die? Whatever it is, you are master ranked, buddy. Look, it's not all bad. Besides, think of the tremendous amount of experience and reputation gain we'll receive when we succeed. We have a few days to formulate a rescue plan and prepare ourselves to give us the best chance for success. Each of them looked to be lost in their own thoughts for a moment before Joe spoke up.
There are a few things I was hoping to do, if we ever made it to an actual city, too. I know it never works out well in D&D when we split up, but it feels pretty safe here.
Jack thought there could be more to it. After being together non-stop for a couple of weeks, longer for him and Gooch, they may just need some alone time. Sounds like a plan. We each need to focus on figuring a way to save the Duke. Once we get our items back, we can head out. It was a few hours before their items were returned to them, cleaned and repaired. Like any good adventurer, Gooch checked his adventurer's backpack first, making sure everything was still there. It mostly consisted of an arsenal's worth of found weapons and armor, along with a myriad of magic items. He meticulously donned his exceptional iron-darkened scale mail and fit various armaments about his person. He felt a little paranoid about strapping on all his weapons, but they were in the middle of a siege. He then put on 2 pieces of magical gear, his gauntlets of warrior might and his ancient heartwood shield, which for now took the shape of a simple wooden bracelet on his left wrist. His final pièce de résistance was his fine cloak of billowing, which constantly flowed behind him like he was the second coming of Captain Morgan. He'd scoffed at the item when he first found it, but it really did add a certain flair to his overall image, and he wanted to look his best today. He pinned the fox head brooch to the cape, hoping it would overcome any enmity he received from the townsfolk. He said his goodbyes to the others, and headed back toward the council room, no longer content to wait to see Maeve. He wanted to talk to her more about the situation, and see if he could learn anything to help the group in the fight against the invading army.
Sure, that's it. Just trying to get an edge.
Yeah, and it snowed before Edward Scissorhands came to town.
Emily tittered in his mind. His large strides had him back in the council room before he knew it, not giving him time to think of what he was going to say.
Damn it. Jack would know what to say.
What would Jack tell him? Probably some rambling story about his grandpa where the theme was to be yourself. And he would be right. He walked up to the table, eyes fixed on Maeve. She was wearing a tight white blouse, and her crimson hair was still in a tight braid, all freckles and smiles as she returned his look.
Sweet Lord above, she is breathtaking.
He wasn't sure how long he stared before he heard a soft cough.
Gooch, was it?
Maya asked, glancing up from the council table, holding up her hand to silence Bantar the Bold mid-sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Your... lady, your worshipfulness?
Smooth move, X-Lex.
The faint hint of a smile broke on her face, lighting up the room and making Gooch feel just a little less self-conscious.
What can we do for you?
I am here. That is, I came to ask your daughter to show me around town, purely for logistical reasons, you see. I must know more about the city's capabilities if I'm to devise strategies to overcome our shared foe, he rambled, eyes anywhere but on Maeve's mom.
See here, young man, we've work to do, Bantar interjected, clearly trying to get back to an earlier conversation. The princess cannot play nursemaid to every random dolt that walks in off the streets.
Come now, Bantar.
Maya coaxed softly, her hand resting gently on his arm.
We were young once. We can continue our work on the city's finances without Maeve.
Maeve was out of her chair, grabbing Gooch's hand and leading him from the chamber before the Minister of Coin could object.
I owe you one. If I had to listen to Banter go through one more ledger on the financial impact of our lack of trade, I was going to put a crossbow bolt through me skull and end it,
she whispered as she half ran to keep up with his strides. He noticed, and slowed his pace as they left the chamber, sparing only a glance at the two door guards, who wisely remained silent as he passed. He liked the feeling of Maeve's small hand inside his larger one, but he was unsure of their relationship. Besides, he was sweating like a pig, so he let go of her hand. Come to think of it, I was around pigs on Grandpa Jensen's farm plenty of times, and I don't think I ever saw them sweat.
Oh, no you don't. I waited weeks for this. You'll not be getting away from me that easily, you big lout,
Maeve pronounced as she re-established her grip in his hand. She was her mother's daughter. He smiled and kept walking.
So, Maeve,
what should we do today?
What do you mean? I thought you needed a tour of the city for purely logistical reasons,
she teased. Maybe not purely for logistical reasons, he countered, unable to contain the wide smile that grew on his face. We only have a few days before we need to rescue your father, and I have no idea how. So, maybe seeing what the city has to offer will give me ideas. Also, there are a few things I wouldn't mind doing, and a few things that absolutely need doing.
Such as?
Maeve solicited suggestively, eyelashes fluttering. He missed her innuendo, lost in his thoughts of preparation, and kind of still thinking about pigs sweating, or the lack thereof. I mean, where does that expression come from, anyway? Weapon and armor shops, somewhere I could train to improve my weapon skills, cartographer, and maybe some overall magical training? I wish I could montage train Rocky Balboa style. There has to be a perk like that somewhere in this convoluted system.
Is that all?
Maeve asked, thrusting her chest out in a clear invitation. Well, I guess I'll need to eat, too. Anything that isn't travel rations or dried cougar would be nice. He thought he heard Maeve curse under her breath as her eyebrows knit together.
Are all men from your world this thick-headed, or is it just you?
She sighed, pulling him out of the castle keep and onto the bustling city streets. It was early afternoon, and the sun cast long shadows off the square buildings onto the cobblestone street. It was a nice day for a stroll, and the cold, brisk wind reminded him of his many walks along the Mississippi River back home in St. Paul. As they walked through streets packed tight with halflings, he tried to ignore their stares and hushed whispers. He supposed he would stare too if someone nearly twice as tall as him was walking around town. At least here they won't ask me if I played basketball. Unfortunately, while he could ignore their stares, he couldn't ignore the absolute hopelessness plain to see on their faces. Not if the orcs, hobs, and goblins would conquer their fine city, but when. Is it really that bleak, then? He asked Maeve as they turned onto a side street, Gooch allowing himself to be pulled along by the petite halfling. He happened to catch a glimpse at her chest as he asked her, which mesmerized him for a moment and caused him to bump into an old lady carrying baskets. Eyes firmly back on the road, he mumbled a short apology and continued on. Maeve hesitated a moment before answering.
It'd not always be like this, but word has already spread about me captured Da. He was so confident his plan to destroy their siege equipment would work, too. The scout that returned the ransom demand said that the enemy army seemed to know they were going to be attacked, but that information was shared only with select folks. Beyond the council, Only the men that went on the mission knew about it. We need to identify them all, or your mission will be equally in jeopardy.
Quest offered. Beat on the rat. Ferret out the person leaking information to the enemy. Reward? 1,000 experience. Reputation gain with Edinburgh halflings. Do you accept?
The quest name was one of his favorite songs from the Ramones. Emily, you are up to no good again.
The system grants us some latitude, and I thought it fit.
Came a quick reply without a hint of remorse. Gooch accepted the quest, then began to ponder the list of suspects as Maeve directed them toward a squat stone building that had the black etching of an anvil on the wall next to the door. Maeve, what happened to the others we freed in the mines? Are they doing okay?
Most of them have integrated back into society, although they are still recovering from the months spent in the mines. They are the first citizens that come running when help is needed on the walls, though.
She answered. What about Peter Pickle? Gooch remembered the cheery halfling fondly. Maeve was quiet for a long moment, eyes focused on the stone street in front of her.
He died on the wall about a week back. I attended the memorial at his parents' house and saw to his urn personally.
Reaching the building, they waited a while longer in silence, Gooch eventually breaking it with another question. Are halflings known as great stoneworkers on Rigara? Your entire town is made of stone, he asked, running a hand along the smooth white stone.
While some of my people have a knack for it, much of Edinburgh was here when we migrated to this land over 600 years ago, including an only partially explored labyrinth beneath the city. We believe it was an ancient race of gnomes who built this place, since the height seems about right, but there's no way to know for sure. Part of my role here in the city, besides being eye candy for you,
she gave him a bawdy wink,
is to keep up with the repairs, think about new structures, manage morale, and make sure our wall be intact and functional.
So you're like a city administrator? Deputy mayor?
I guess you could call me that. But I use the city's control room to allocate repair points, build points, and issue commands to the craftsmen in the city. It's also where I manage the city's non-military defences and use magic to strengthen our walls. While the ley lines under Edinburgh are not strong, they are enough to let me maintain the integrity of our physical defences.
Gooch was glued to his spot, open-mouthed, jerking her to a halt as she tried to move forward to open the shop door. Wait. You're telling me you use a magic command center to manage the city? Rigara has a separate system for managing all of this? He asked, voice rising in volume an octave.
Ah, I forget how little you know, you big teddy owlbear.
She smiled, pinching his butt.
Aye, there is a separate system, complete with city level-ups, point systems for craftsmen, research, builders, magic and more. And no,
she cut him off as she continued.
I am not going to get into it now. If you ever take a stronghold of your own, I will go through it in more detail.
What about the underground labyrinth? You mentioned it was only partially explored? Gooch couldn't help himself. If he was going to figure out a way to save the Duke and protect this city, he needed data. Right now, it felt like he was solving the Callan-Samanzik equation with only one known variable. She turned to face him as she answered his question.
You'll have to remember that most of our citizens are merchants, craftsmen, farmers and the like. Many of the folk manning that wall are conscripted from that lot. The few hundred real soldiers that chose a martial class are mostly low-level, gaining experience slowly through training and infrequent goblin skirmishes. The labyrinth limits party sizes to 6 or fewer, so sending in full squads is not an option. Over the years, we have sent explorers, scouts, and soldiers into the catacombs and managed to map out only the first few levels. It gets dangerous fast, and people that go beyond the 3rd floor never come back. Years ago, my family decided to make exploration of the labyrinth volunteer only, and each year we get fewer and fewer volunteers. With the war, scouting has stopped completely. It's a matter of resource allocation and priorities.
Gooch sat down with his back to the shop, and Maeve sat on one of his crossed legs. That begs a few questions I've been pondering for a while. What level is typical for most people to achieve in their lifetime? Does anything change as you level up into the higher levels or skill ranks? And what level is the most powerful person in Edinburgh?
In God we trust. All others must bring data. Eh, Gooch?
Emily stated. Maeve giggled a bit at the rapid-fire questions.
I thought you were stewing on some bad gas, but clearly it'd be these questions. Okay, I suppose I can give you some of the basics. The first thing to know is that talking openly about your level isn't done in polite society. In fact, it's considered very personal and usually not shared outside of your family and close friends. Skill ranks, on the other hand, are boasted of proudly, especially by folks with professions. For example, a master-ranked weaponsmith is worth his weight in gold, and he makes sure his customers understand the quality of weapons he can produce.
She paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts before continuing.
I say all of that to preface what I'm going to tell you next. It is not fact, but what I believe to be true. Since generally my people choose professions which level slowly, most of them are no more than 5th or 6th level. They live content lives, not willing to work themselves into an early grave by grinding levels through practice or training. Nor are they willing to risk their lives to attain more experience, except those that join the military. Some of the soldiers in the military can reach the 8th or 9th level. One of the scouts even attained level 10. I only know this because the person was bragging to me about his new class, Sniper, in an attempt to bed me.
She batted her eyelashes suggestively at Gooch as she said this. Too engrossed in analyzing the answer, he missed her flirtation yet again. But what about your dad and mom? Or Freya? Or Marshal Kasuki? They must be higher level.
Their levels are not mine to share, but yes, they are higher. However, my parents received their titles through birth and never had to earn them. While they train daily, their levels are not those of a pure adventurer. Shocked were we when my dad decreed that he would lead the soldiers in destroying the enemy artillery himself.
She lamented, her voice trailing off as her thoughts drifted to the Duke. Gooch rubbed her shoulder gently, then wiped away a small tear that had appeared in the corner of her eye. We will get him back, Maeve. You have my word.
I know you will, big guy. You have to,
she whispered, grabbing his pointer finger with her hand and closing her eyes.
As for what happens at higher levels, I can only share something Freya told me years ago. She mentioned that after level 10, leveling becomes more and more difficult due to the increased experience requirements. However, if you reach level 15, your body undergoes a transformation, cleansing itself of impurities to make it stronger and healthier, perhaps even extending your life. All of this varies by class and other variables, of course. What level be you, Gooch, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm level 10, he whispered, glancing around to ensure their conversation was private.
Level 10?
She exclaimed before lowering her voice.
Sorry, it's just that you've been on this world for, what, 1 moon cycle? It shouldn't be possible,
she said, giving him an intense stare.
Maybe there is something different with how Outworlders gain experience, but I've never seen the like.
Exactly. That's why he started to say, before she put her hand to his lips and leaned against his chest.
Can we just enjoy this moment in silence?
She murmured, nuzzling herself farther into his lap and closing her eyes. Like a dog with a bone, he thought about trying to ask another question, but finally let himself forget about his worries as he rested his head against the stone building behind him and closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. Chapter 5. A few minutes later they stood up, Maeve dusting the dirt off her pants as she opened the shop door. Gooch followed behind her, hearing the heavy clanking sound of metal being worked, and felt a wave of heat assault him.
This be Garthland's shop, one of me father's closest friends and the finest armorsmith in the city,
she said, walking with him into the shop, pointing at a dwarf at the anvil in front of them. He seemed to be hammering out the beginnings of a shield, using a large hammer and a dark-colored anvil to pound the metal into shape. He had a light brown beard that was neatly tucked into his pants, bushy eyebrows, black hair that was losing the war against his receding hairline, and a large bulbous nose. There was a younger dwarf behind him running the bellows, and a halfling putting the finishing touches on some breastplate armor. The halfling, seeing Gooch and Maeve walk in, shook Garthland out of his trance-like state. His expression of annoyance turned to one of pleasure when he saw Maeve, and he quickly gave his hammer to the younger dwarf, who continued the work as Garflin approached the duo.
Maeve, it's been too long, girl,
he said in a slight French-sounding accent, although less pronounced than the tree dwarves.
And who's your giant friend? I didn't know they made them this big.
For an answer, she ran to the dwarf and threw herself in his arms.
It's good to see you, Uncle Garfy.
Gooch could just make out the hint of red overtaking the dwarf's cheeks as he broke off the hug a few seconds later.
We've all heard about your dad. I'm sorry, lass. He will be missed,
he consoled.
I hate to rush this along, but what brings you into my shop? I have more work than I can handle, and all of it's needed if we're going to keep the city safe.
My dad's not dead. Not yet, anyway.
She stressed, pulling back from Garflin.
I could really use a drink. Do you mind if we continue this conversation upstairs?
Garflin nodded, gesturing for them both to follow him through a door in the back, which opened up to a small workbench and a set of wooden stairs. The upper level of the shop was clearly Garflin's home, with a small kitchen, dining room, and 2 doors branching off a small living room. He pulled a bottle of light golden-red liquid from behind him and gestured for them to sit on the sofa in his living room. Gooch opted to stand, not liking the look of the small furniture. He gave it 2-to-1 odds that his weight would destroy the couch.
Okay, so what's this about then? My loose unkempt beard. You got that look. The one you get when you are in trouble, he stated as he poured the liquid in the bottle into small metal cups. Gooch sipped it tentatively, immediately recognizing the drink as some type of peaty whiskey. He slowly nursed it as Maeve answered the question.
My dad's still alive, but won't be in 3 days, unless we do something. Gooch.
She nodded at him.
And his friends have vowed to do just that. Please help him with anything he needs. The hope of our nation rides on his beefy, perfectly sculpted shoulders.
She finished, front teeth digging slightly into her lower lip as she stared at him.
Doctor, doctor, give me the news. She's got a bad case of loving you.
Emily sang in his mind.
Do you believe in love at first sight, Emily?
Oh, so we're switching to share songs? Who can say? The entire concept of love is strange for me, but I believe 2 people can make a strong connection. I feel that way with you, if in a more platonic, teacher-to-student kind of way.
He turned his attention back to the conversation. Garflin looked a little uncomfortable before finally saying,
Yes, my princess. Of course I will help. While I don't have any armor better than his darkened scale here in my shop, if you find me better material, I will make you the finest set of armor you've ever seen.
After a few drinks and one quest to find better material later, they were walking out of the shop. Apparently Nitrox, the leader of the Edinburgh Mage Guild, had told the smith about a source of Arendur, a light and strong ore, in the labyrinth below the city. Although Gooch wasn't sure it was worth the risk, he thanked Garflin profusely for his help should he find the metal ore, even offering to pay the dwarf for his time. The smith would have none of it. However, he did ask for a small favor in the form of a minor quest, which Gooch quickly accepted. It seemed rude not to after Garflin was doing so much for him. But still, it was a bit of an odd request.
Quest offered. Rat Swarm 1. You must go to Widow Byrne's house and clear out the rats in her cellar. Reward 25 experience. New set of armor at no cost if you provide the materials. Reputation gain with Garflin and the Widow Byrne. Do you accept?
Having received 2 quests, he felt the visit was quite successful. They moved on from the smithy, meandering a bit, lost in each other's company. Gooch had girlfriends in college, but he had never really pursued romantic relationships, partially due to his natural shyness, and partially due to how caught up he became in his work. He loved teaching mathematics at the University of Minnesota, seeing kids' eyes light up when they finally understood a new concept. He also cherished the research aspect of his job, developing new mathematical equations to get to the bottom of problems and solving difficult proofs. But when he first saw Maeve in the fight against the slavers, something beautiful woke up inside of him. something in no way connected to his ever-logical waking mind. He hadn't believed in love at first sight, much less life after love. But he also hadn't believed in magic, dwarves, and goblins. Looking over again at her, his heart swelled. He was ready to believe. The pair made the rounds to the local fighters' guild, where a surly halfling named Ahab, complete with an eye patch, accepted him into the guild after a membership fee of 20 gold pieces. Gooch's share of the monies from their adventure amounted to about 250 gold pieces of various denominations, and he would have more when he sold the unwanted loot in his wonderful backpack. He hadn't studied the Rigaran economy enough to know the exact value of 20 gold pieces, but since he was getting the armor essentially free of charge, he decided to just pay the 20 gold. Ahab informed him the Fighters Guild was country and nation agnostic, answering only to its own form of government, the Guildmasters. It was established hundreds of years ago as a way for warriors of any affiliation to train, study, and find work. Member benefits included access to quests, bounties, healing, and other support services. As one achieved higher ranks, they obtained access to better trainers and items. Gooch currently qualified as an associate, so his access was limited to basic services and quests. He didn't have time for aimless adventuring at the moment. He mainly wanted to train with someone to improve his sword and board fighting technique. Well, I guess it should be called shillelagh and shield style. However, he couldn't escape without at least a few essentially mandatory quests if he wanted to remain in good standing with the guild.
Quest offered. Money from Mickey. Mickey owes the Fighters Guild 5 gold pieces as a reward for a quest, but has not paid. Collect the money from him and return it to the Fighters Guild. Reward, 50 experience and 2 gold pieces. Progress towards Fighters Guild rank advancement. Do you accept? Quest offered. Mind the ore. You must go to the Edinburgh Mining Company and pick up 50 pounds of ore to bring back to Ahab. Reward, 50 experience and 2 gold pieces. Progress toward Fighters Guild rank advancement. Do you accept?
He knew he was just an associate, but between the Rat Swarm quest and these others, it was starting to give him an inferiority complex. But lemons into lemonade and all that, he rationalized. He was assured by Ahab that if he completed these tasks, he would move to the rank of apprentice, and would have access to martial trainers. They spent the next few hours touring the walls and getting him a better view of the army camped outside the city. Eventually it turned to dusk, and the last rays of the sun a perfect conclusion to a perfect day. Maeve directed them to a small eatery that was one of the few still open during the siege. It was bustling with activity, and nearly every table was packed with those that were either too young or too old to participate directly in the city defense. Gooch was ready to turn back, knowing there would be food at the castle. But before he could move, an older woman with long grey hair and skin the color of chocolate strode over to Maeve.
My lady,
she declared as she moved into a wide, deep curtsy.
You look famished, and this monster next to you looks like he's going to start eating my table if you don't get him some nourishment soon.
She barked orders to her staff, and in a few seconds, there was a table set up near the fireplace at the end of the large room. A sturdy sofa was brought out from somewhere, which Gooch estimated just might work as a chair for him.
Apologies for the mess, but we are busy, my lady.
Turning toward Gooch, she introduced herself.
My name is Sheila Bowstratham, proprietor of the Wild Mage's Repose. If you would please follow me,
she directed, leading them to the table near the fireplace.
We have a carrot and celery stew paired with roasted duck on the menu. Afraid, with the war, that is all we have. But you won't taste a better duck, on my word, my lady.
She seemed flustered and started to walk back toward the kitchen before Maeve caught her arm.
You have a lovely place here, Sheila Bow. Thank you for finding us a table so close to the fireplace,
she stated, lips upturned in a smile. Gooch could tell she was trying to bolster the spirits of the proprietor, so he tried to help. Yes, there is a chill wind from the north and this fire hits the spot. He rubbed his hands together and held them toward the open flames in confirmation. If there is anything I can do for you, you only have to ask. He grinned widely, feeling supremely proud of himself as he played the part of Maeve's consort.
Well, I didn't want to bring it up, with you a companion to the Lady Maeve and all. but you look so big and strong. I've a few cords of wood out back that really need to be split if I'm going to continue to keep the hearth warm for my guests. The same fire you both named so graciously. It wouldn't take a man your size nothing but a short minute to chop it up.
Quest offered. Cutting the cord. Sheila Bow has asked you to split wood for her fire. Reward, 25 experience and a free meal at Wild Mage's Repose. Reputation increase with Sheila Bow. Do you accept?
We make fun of Jack for this type of thing all the time, and now I'm falling into the same traps. Nice guys do finish last, or, he thought, looking longingly at Maeve, sometimes not at all. He accepted the request, and replied, I would be happy to split your wood, ma'am. I'll be by in the morning to take care of it. Sheila Bow was so excited that she leapt up and pinched his cheek before turning and walking back toward her kitchen. Does this sort of thing always happen? Gooch asked Maeve, taking a sip of the brownish, yeasty-smelling brew that a young waiter had brought over to them. I mean, I'm as happy as the next person to help someone out, but I've picked up 4 quests in the span of a single afternoon.
With most of our able-bodied citizens on the walls, there is a surplus of work to do around the city. And, for all you're big and scary, you've a kind face, which makes you approachable. It's one of the first things I noticed about you. Well, that and your giant calves.
She purred slightly, moving her chair closer to Gooch.
You know, we walked around all afternoon, and you didn't try a single move on me. Treated me like a real lady, you did.
Thank you? Gooch said hesitantly, knowing this was a trap. Damn it, Jack would know what to say. Well, maybe not Jack, but Topher would.
I'm not made of porcelain, you big oaf. I have needs,
she growled.
I've wanted to kiss you since the moment we met, and I'm not waiting an instant longer.
She moved from the chair to his lap in one smooth motion, before reaching up and grabbing his head in her tiny hands. Finally! Just then, he heard a deafening gong sound, the dark timbre of the vibration seeming to shake the floor of the tavern. Gooch tried to ignore the commotion it caused around him, leaning in further to kiss Maeve, who abruptly slapped him.
What are you thinking? Can you tell little Gooch to cool it already, you randy bastard? That signal means the eastern gate needs reinforcements. We can be there in 2 minutes. Faster if you carry me. Let's go!
I'm going to need an entire lifetime to solve the proof that is women. Chapter 6. Joe left the castle ready to spend the afternoon getting to know the city better, planning to aimlessly walk down numerous streets that crisscrossed the capital. He purposely made no attempt to optimize his travel pattern, keenly interested in the mechanics of the Luckstat. Before long, he stumbled upon a barber shop and paid 5 silver pieces to Surge, a butterball of a halfling, for the deluxe package, which included a haircut, eyebrow trim, shave, and gentle scalp massage. It made him feel almost human again. Well, human with wings. However, he was annoyed that he received a quest from the barber, a trivial matter related to finding out if his wife was cheating on him. Of course he declined it. He was much too important and much too busy to take on pointless jobs. He wasn't Jack, after all. And that was how he found himself outside the shop, his reputation with the owner reduced to unfriendly. Like his pop star role model, he shook it off and continued his walkabout, wandering over to a street vendor serving hot chocolate for an exorbitant sum of 1 gold. Milk, melted chocolate, and whipped cream reminded him of being up at Gooch's cabin, sipping hot chocolate as they sang along to Jack's guitar. Although he had known Jack, Topher, and Gooch for over 20 years, the last week had really brought them together, in a way that make-believe battles, even LARPing, could never do. They'd grown closer to each other as their mettle was tested in combat, their bonds to each other strengthening as they individually strengthened. However, as much as he liked his friends, he was happy to have some time to himself. Those guys could be so needy. He still couldn't believe the events of the past week. Entering a new world through a Stargate-like doorframe, becoming a woman with Fey heritage, learning spells, gaining a character sheet, participating in multiple battles, and becoming a man again. Not to mention being responsible for the fate of 2 entire worlds. And don't get me started on my guide, he cried loudly, to no one in particular. For a small-town boy from Wisconsin, it was a lot to take in. But as much as they had accomplished, he knew their work was just beginning.
Do you need something, Master Joe?
C-3PO, his personal system guide, asked.
No, I was just talking to myself, Golden Lord,
Joe mentally answered.
I'm hoping the walkabout town will help me think of a way to defeat the enemy army.
So the possibility of successfully defeating the forces arrayed against this city is 720 to 1, C-3PO added in his robotic tone. He wasn't sure if C-3PO was trying to be helpful or joking around. Never tell me the odds, he roared out loud, making a nearby halfling scamper down a side alley.
Sometimes I just don't understand human behavior,
C-3PO sent through their mental link. Joe could feel disappointment radiating through their connection.
That is new. You and me both, C-3PO. Look, I'm a little on edge. As usual, my friends are counting on me to navigate them out of this mess, and I need to deliver. Although my epic-level intelligence is great for learning languages and maximizing spell damage, it doesn't exactly translate to determining how to defeat an army of thousands of orcs, goblins, and hobgoblins. Every scenario I run in my head always ends the same way. The city burning, my friends and I dead.
Alexa once told me one of Jack's grandpa's favorite sayings. You can't boil the ocean, but you can boil me enough water for a cup of tea. Now make me some tea. I didn't really understand it, but maybe it applies to this situation?
C-3PO asked.
Jack's grandpa. Now there is a man as dumb as a box of rocks, but wiser than the Pope. He was probably trying to tell Jack that you solve a puzzle one piece at a time. Or maybe he just wanted Jack to make him some tea.
Joe pondered this before a realization hit him.
Wait, you can talk with Alexa? Do all of you guides talk to each other?
The talkative guide went strangely silent, not responding to his question. This was unusual, as Joe typically couldn't get him to shut up. He decided to move on, having bigger fish to fry. Finishing up his hot chocolate, he continued the walk around town before finally reluctantly asking for directions to the Mages Guild. In return for said directions, he was asked to go to a widow's house and help with some cleaning and other minor tasks. Declining the quest with a laugh, he let the young female halfling know in no uncertain terms that he needed to save the city from the invaders, not help random old women. Regardless of his reason, he received a message stating that his reputation with the halfling had dropped to unfriendly. The kick to his shin reinforced that in a very real way.
What the crap is going on here with these damn quests?
He walked for a few more minutes before finding himself nearing the southern wall. As he began walking up the stairs to get a better view of the enemy, he noticed a figure in the air jumping from rooftop to rooftop.
Topher?
Nah. Reaching the top of the stairs, he stepped onto the walkway, dismayed at what he found. Hundreds of campfires dotted the landscape, and he could make out a throng of tiny forms moving around the camp. He saw 5 giant siege engines near the rear of the army, and it looked like another was under construction.
We will need some serious help if we're going to win this war.
While Joe was confident in his friend's abilities matched against orcs and goblins, they were no match against this horde. He was brought out of his contemplations by a group of female halflings that began talking near him, and he couldn't help but eavesdrop.
That daft man! Why did he have to run?
One of the ladies cried.
Yeah? Now none of us can have him, Priscilla. Are you happy? You scared another man out of our lives. It's not every day a pint of spiced brandy like that comes walking into our shop.
A halfling dressed in all green chided.
Right, Glinda, like you were not at fault at all here. Let us recap, shall we?
Another halfling replied, presumably Priscilla.
First, let's talk about your manners. It was all downhill when you referred to him as that high-grade piece of man-meat that you weren't going to stop cooking until he was done, wouldn't you say? Then, it was the sexual gestures, which I will not elaborate on, but hats off to you for your creativity. Lastly, and most egregiously, when he nervously reached out to shake your hand in farewell, and you proceeded to miss his hand and shake another part of him.
Eyes lowered in defeat, Glinda responded,
You have to admit that boy's a fine piece of tail, if you forgive the pun.
They all gave various nods of agreement before walking down the stairs.
I feel sorry for anyone that's the target of desire for those ladies.
He left the wall and walked for a few more minutes before turning a corner and spotting a 2-story narrow stone building, indistinguishable from the others surrounding it with the exception of a wooden sign hanging above the door. The sign had a pair of glowing crossed wands painted on it. Figuring he had either found the Edinburgh Mages Guild or a medieval sex shop, and not caring which, he opened the door and confidently swaggered inside. He wasn't sure what he was expecting, but certainly not this. He stood inside a small rectangular room filled with various knickknacks, eyeballs floating in multicolored gel, large glass marbles, candles of all sizes, the skeleton of what looked to be a small cat, and various herbs. It reminded him of a Wiccan house he had toured in Salem. For under $20 you could buy authentic Wiccan items that a hot Wiccan cashier told him were sure to spice up his lovemaking. After taking a long look at him, she'd also mentioned that it could be used to add some authenticity to his next D&D session, stating,
Your dungeon master is going to love it.
He had been a little hurt at that, especially since she didn't immediately suss out that he was the dungeon master, but not too hurt to purchase a skull-shaped black candle that was the centerpiece of their next D&D session.
Where are the tomes of great magic? Staves with glowing crystal balls at their head. Magical rings, belts, and necklaces. Not even village idiots would buy this junk. You rang, sir?
He heard his guide ask yet again.
Not now, Golden Lord,
Joe mentally shouted back, venting his frustration. As if the junky items weren't enough, the entire shop was covered in grime and dust, causing him to sneeze loudly.
Can I help you?
An Indian-accented voice asked from the other side of the room. Joe looked up from his perusal of the items in the shop to see a pale elf with thinning, combed-over brown hair and elongated pointy ears sitting on a small wooden stool behind a 4-foot-high wooden counter. The sickly-looking elf had bags under his eyes that looked like they were ready for a long trip. It was uncanny how much this elf reminded him of the elves in The Lord of the Rings, except for the Indian accent and the obvious sickness. He was reminded of Jack's crazy theory that certain people from Earth had found their way into this world and shared their discoveries through literature. It really made no sense, but even a broken clock is right twice a day.
I doubt it,
Joe responded, moving closer to the elf, not looking forward to whatever shitty fetch quest this balding NPC-looking fool was about to offer him.
I am looking for the Mage Guild, but I clearly stumbled into the wrong building.
This place looks more like a tornado ate a slaughterhouse and then decided to use this building as a toilet, he muttered. Sighing, he started over.
I don't suppose you could direct me to the Edinburgh Mage Guild?
Look no further. You have found it. My name is Nitrox, a mage of some renown in these parts, and leader of the Edinburgh Mage Guild,
he said with a flourish, skinny arms swinging wide, like Vanna White highlighting a letter.
Perhaps you've heard of a spell of mine. Nitrox's Ball of Fire, or Nitrox's, it's almost a ball of fire? No? That's a shame. They are doozies. Now, back to you. It's rare that one of the Fae Blessed walks into my guild,
he continued, circling Joe to get a better look at his wings, his breath coming in short gasps, clearly taxed at the physical exertion of walking. Why would an elf come to a city of predominantly halflings to become the leader of a... He searched for the right words as he looked around the decrepit shop. A dilapidated and run-down dump like this. I wouldn't shop here if you were selling water and my robe was on fire. No offense. The elf stiffened at Joe's words.
How could I take offense at that?
He deadpanned, arms crossed as he seemed to reconsider Joe.
Look, maybe this place isn't for one of your obvious high-minded intellect,
he declared, oozing sarcasm from every pore as he motioned Joe toward the door.
Peasant folk like us are clearly beneath you,
he finished, curtly ushering Joe out of the guild. An icon flashed into his view, and he mentally selected it.
Your reputation with Nitrox, leader of the Edinburgh Mage Guild, has decreased to unfriendly.
Joe sat on the road next to the door for a long minute, pondering his situation. Screw that angry elf and a shelf full of crap. He has nothing to offer me but parlor tricks. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he had just failed a test. Besides, he was 3 for 3 today, upsetting residents of this city. I have been more arrogant ever since reaching epic in my intelligence stat. I need to figure out what's going on before I end up with a laundry list of people that want to kill me. Maybe I can still make this one right. Standing up, he went to open the door and found it locked. Frowning, he almost turned around to leave, except for that nagging feeling that he had screwed up. So instead, he knocked on the door.
Who's there?
Came Nitrox's accented voice from behind the door. It's me, sir. It's Joe, the, Fey-blessed mage, he answered. I want to apologize and hope we can talk, he yelled through the door, biting his tongue to not say anything derogatory.
You made it pretty clear that you didn't want to frequent my guild or talk to someone like me. Be on your way,
came the harsh reply. Yes, and I am sorry for my callousness. I've been told I can be quite the ass at times. Knowing he was going to regret this, he continued, Is there anything I can do to redeem myself? He shuddered as he felt the proverbial trap snap shut on him. No getting out of this unless I want to chew my ankle off. There was a long pause before the door cracked open, and Joe could just make out a sliver of his face.
Well, now that you mention it, I do have a small task that needs undertaking. It is hardly worth mentioning, really. But since you are desperate to make amends, I suppose you can help me with it.
Sighing, Joe spun his right hand around in the universal gesture of "Let's go, old man." Opening the door fully and taking a step back, Nitrox beckoned him inside. He grabbed a dirty stool from behind the counter and offered it to him. Looking at the grimy, filth-covered stool, Joe waved it off. I prefer to stand if it's all the same. Looking at the stool, Nitrox nodded.
I suppose you would. It wasn't always like this, you know,
he said, sitting down on his own dirty stool.
There was a time, not that long ago by my long-lived race, when people would come from across Rigara to learn, train, and socialize with like-minded students of the art. The magical items and tomes in my collection were the envy of many greater cities and civilizations, he continued, eyes glazing over, lost in those earlier memories. Back then I was like you, proud and haughty. And why shouldn't I have been? I was one of the 8 masters of the Mage Guild. I had reached level 13, and my Warcaster perk made me dominant in both wizardry duels and in large-scale conflicts. I was both feared and revered by my students and colleagues. That all changed the day she came into my life. He snapped out of his contemplation to pull a dingy wooden pipe from the pocket of his tattered grey robe. He tugged something that looked like tobacco out of another pocket and stuffed it into his pipe before holding it out to Joe. Thank you, but I don't smoke, Joe said. I'm not offering to share my pipe, you dolt. I'm asking you to light it. I don't know how to light a pipe, unless you want me to cast a fiery acorn at it and hope for the best. Wait, why can't you light it, oh great and powerful Oz? He asked, a little bit of his insolence creeping back into his voice after being called a dolt. You're unable to cast simple cantrips. But you can cast the advanced tier Fiery Acorn spell?
Nitrox challenged, one eyebrow raised in surprise as he fished for and found flint and steel. In a moment, his pipe was lit.
As to why I can't cast it myself, that is part of the story that is...
He paused, gesturing at the ruined shop.
This.
Taking a deep draw on his pipe, he seemed to do what came naturally to all mages, and blew a large ship of smoke into the air before speaking again.
A few years ago, a young Thraxian couple came to the guild on behalf of their tiny village. They told me a creature of earth and shadow was attacking anyone that left the town walls, having already killed over a dozen of the villagers. They offered us a small sum of coins to come to their village and put the beast down, but I was busy and brushed them away, telling them to try their luck at the Fighters Guild. Apparently, they had already met with the Fighters Guild, who had sent warriors to fight the creature, but came back empty-handed and lost half of their force in the process. Apparently, their weapons had little effect on the monstrous creature, and their recommendation was to try my guild. Having more important things to do, I let them know that someone would see to it, took their money, and then promptly forgot about them. Not my finest hour.
Joe, who was sitting patiently through this, once again spun his right hand around in circular motions, trying to get the elf to pick up the pace. Nitrox must have understood the gesture, as he continued.
Yes. Short-lived races are always so impatient. Very well then. Yada yada yada, my shop was cursed, my magic was taken away from me, and members of my guild moved to other cities.
I was going for something in between the two extremes, Joe muttered with an eye roll at the elf. Let me try. So, you did nothing, and you and your guild were cursed. You sent members of the guild to help, but too late. The village was destroyed, and you surmised that the Thraxian laid a death curse on you, because of course that is real in this world. Your guild spent months searching for a way to end the curse, but to no avail. And since you don't seem like the most popular fella, eventually the guild members left for greener pastures. How'd I do? Nitrox stretched his lips into a thin frown of frustration, but eventually gave him a minute nod. How then, Joe asked, can I help you? What can I do that your guild hasn't already tried? And more importantly, why should I help you? You reap what you sow, and you sowed grade A horse manure.
You and I are creatures of logic, Sir Joe. We know that you can't make an omelette without breaking a few eggs, eh? You'll help me, because if you do, I'll make it worth your while. Beyond that door, he said, nodding toward a door on the opposite wall of the shop entrance, used to be a trans-dimensional space where members of the guild would eat, sleep, and train. It was the home of our most powerful magical items. Breaking the curse will return the shop to its former glory, and also restore that trans-dimensional space. I will let you peruse the shop and choose one item for your own. I will also make you a journeyman member of the Mage Guild. Guild members are granted access to mage guilds across Rigara, so it would be a significant boon for your party.
I'm listening, Joe conceded, a glint forming in his eye.
Excellent,
he exclaimed excitedly, standing up off his stool and tossing his pipe aside as he reached under the counter and pulled out a rolled-up parchment. Using his sleeve, he wiped off the counter, then unrolled the scroll on top of it. Joe leaned in to get a closer look, careful not to touch anything. It was a map of a complex underground labyrinth, with multiple levels shown on different parts of the paper.
I thought all of my former colleagues had left me to wither and die. But then Raj, a warlock-ranked guild member and former student of mine, showed up right before the siege with this map. He swore it took months of painstaking rituals. But he said he learned that the key to breaking the curse could be found in the catacombs underneath this city.
As he finished, he moved a long, shaking finger over to where a large X was drawn on the 5th level of the map.
I tried to convince Raj to go personally, but he claimed pressing matters elsewhere and departed quickly after giving me the map. I asked Freya, my last colleague in Edinburgh, but she is busy preparing the defenses against the orcs and their entourage. Of course, I would go alone, but with my magic gone, I am less than useless. I thought all hope was lost, until you sauntered into my guild.
Despite it being rather cool in the guild shop, Joe noticed the elderly elf was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. I don't exactly have a lot of time to be gallivanting through miles of underground mazes to end your curse. My friends and I have a mission of our own, and it starts by saving Edinburgh, Joe said, tempted but knowing none of the others would go for it.
If your mission is to save this city, helping me will help you,
Nitrox countered, his hand tapping excitedly on Joe's arm.
His dirty hand. The city will have the full support of the guild behind it. Our vast treasure of magical items. And most importantly, a master mage, namely, myself, to fight alongside them. Besides, you don't need your friends. I am sure you can handle this alone. I will go with you, to help guide you, and show you how to perform the necessary ritual. I have some knowledge of the catacombs.
Quest offered. What a terrible night for a curse. Nitrox has asked you to end the curse on him and on the Edinburgh Mage Guild. Reward, 10,000 experience. 1 item from the Mage Guild vault along with journeyman status in the guild. Reputation increase with Nitrox. Do you accept?
Joe accepted the quest, taking the map and placing it inside his adventurer's fanny pack. There was no chance he would tackle this without his friends, but he would need to request their help delicately. He also wasn't sure he wanted this creepy old elf with him. He was giving off gropey bike shop owner vibes.
Okay, even I don't get that reference,
C-3PO piped up. Not important, just an episode of Different Strokes where a shop owner tries to molest Gary Coleman.
Sorry I asked.
Logically, it would be nice to have someone who knew the catacombs with the party. He was about to ask what dangers he would find in the underground labyrinth when he heard a loud gong sound from outside the guild building. Racing to the door, he opened it to see dozens of halflings rushing toward the eastern edge of the city. You don't have to be a genius to figure out what's happening. Although, I am. Informing Nitrox he would return later, he followed a group of 3 halflings who held various farm tools as weapons, including a garden hoe, a pitchfork, and a large club. While he was no simpleton hero like Jack, always rushing into danger, he did want to see the enemy firsthand, and get a better sense of the city defenses. Besides, where there's trouble, there's Jack. And he'll need me to pick him up, kiss his boo-boos, and tell him everything is going to be okay. Chapter 7. Jack heard his alarm going off and slapped his hand out in annoyance, groping blindly for the snooze button before remembering where he was. His afternoon plan of visiting a few taverns and playing some music had been sabotaged worse than the wall at Helm's Deep. It all started when he and Dobby, who in addition to the Foxhead brooch, had been given a blue armband with the same foxhead insignia, left the castle and encountered an elderly halfling. She was sobbing deeply, head in her hands on the side of the road, surrounded by the remains of crushed reed-woven somethings. After asking her what was wrong, she told them that she was weaving baskets to hold small stones that were used as ammunition for slings up on the wall. On her way to deliver them to the stonemason, a giant of a man abruptly bumped into her, and she dropped the baskets in front of a cart where they were summarily crushed and torn. While some were still good enough to carry stones, others had completely lost their structural integrity. He accepted a quest to make more baskets for 2 reasons. 1, he was a sucker for helping elderly ladies. And 2, he was pretty sure that giant of a man had to be Gooch. An hour and 4 baskets later, they had completed their quest, gaining 25 experience, 10 copper pieces, an increased reputation with Ni, and the weaving skill. With the sun still high overhead, they escorted Ni to Jintu, the stonemason, who had piles of stones ready to be loaded and carried to the wall. Of course, Jintu and his apprentices were busy making the small rounded stones from huge rocks of granite, so Jack and Dobby accepted yet another quest to carry the heavy baskets up to the wall. 6 trips later, they completed the task, gaining another 25 experience, a 10% discount with the stonemason, a reputation increase with Jintu, and 1 skill point in hiking. Only after he finished, lying panting on the floor of Jintu's shop, stamina drained, did Alexa remind him that he could have put all of those baskets into his adventurer's backpack, completing the quest in 1 easy trip. He was too out of breath to even mentally chastise himself. Leaving Jintu, they'd set out once again to find a tavern, as Dobby had made it clear he was itching to hear Jack sing and play. Unfortunately, less than a block later, they were approached by a young woman, Aline, whom Ni had sent their way. She asked if Jack and his goblin pet could help her with a few things around her house. Finding out that her husband had died on the wall, Jack acquiesced, despite his annoyance, following the recently widowed woman to her house a few blocks away. There he fixed a broken table leg, split and carried firewood, and dusted cobwebs from her ceiling. Easy for Jack, as they were only 5 feet high. Dobby spent his time removing the house of unwanted intruders, namely small mice and large spiders. Their reward? 25 experience, a free meal, a reputation increase with the widow Aline, and Jack learning the carpentry skill. Unlike weaving, he had previous experience with carpentry. Growing up on the farm had given him plenty of opportunities to work on the skill, from fixing fences to building new pens in the barn. He chose Woodworking 1 as his beginner rank perk, which gave him a 25% durability bonus to anything he built with wood. After their work was done, they ate a simple meal of sharp yellow cheese, thin wafer crackers, and tomatoes washed down with some excellent hot cider. Relaxing on the floor with his back against the wall, he played his lute for the widow and Dobby, finally getting a chance to rest. Afraid to go outside and get yet another quest, he asked Aline if she minded if they took a nap on the floor. After promising he wasn't trying to make any moves on her, she agreed, bringing him a number of blankets and a pillow. He had slept peacefully, until being woken by the gong, which he had mistaken for an alarm clock.
Aline, what's going on?
He asked, standing up and heading for the door.
When it keeps ringing like that, it means the wall is under attack,
She replied, grabbing a long wooden shaft that had once been a broom. Instead of bristles on one end, only sharp, pointy slivers remained.
Let's go then. They be needing our help. They only sound the gong when reinforcements are needed,
She continued. Jack quickly analyzed the halfling.
Name, Aline. Race, halfling. Level 4. Profession, tailor. Hit points, 11 of 11. Spell points, none.
Why don't you let me handle this one? He suggested, motioning for her to sit back down at her table.
What? My Robert can fight and die for this city, but I cannot? And who the hell be you to tell me what I can and can't do? I like you just fine, Jack, but this is my fight, so don't you dare try to stop me,
She said defiantly, hands holding the broomstick in a threatening pose. I'm sorry, Aline. I was only thinking to protect you. But of course, you have every right to be on that wall. Opening the door, he crouched under the frame and left the house, Aline and Dobby hot on his heels. They joined a sea of townsfolk on their way to the wall, all with various makeshift weapons, including a few younger halflings with slings.
It's showtime. Gotta limber up ye old jazz hands.
He pulled out his short sword, and with a mental command, it transformed into the Heartwood Lute, given to him from Shandarian, the great tree of the Rutradun Druid community. It was the most magnificent instrument he had ever held. Reverently, he began to strum as he walked, his long strides more than keeping up with the frantic halfling's jog. He played an old 80s song, The Warrior, by Scandal, trying to give the halfling some encouragement. You run away. It's your heart that you betray, feeding on your hungry eyes. I bet you're not so civilized. As he neared the eastern wall, he was surprised to hear a trio of voices join in on the chorus. Shooting at the walls of heartache, bang, bang, I am the warrior. Looking around, he caught sight of Gooch, Geoe, and Topher, who were joining him from different side streets, along with a dozen or so of the local citizenry. Maeve was holding Gooch's hand, while Topher was accompanied by Neil. Jack channeled his Greater Inspire ally into his playing, granting bonuses to attack speed and damage to all nearby allies, who by the second verse were joining in on the chorus. When they arrived at the massive eastern wall less than a minute later, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. Dozens of halflings stood on the wall, some slinging stones at the enemy, others using whatever they had handy to try and push ladders off the barrier. Angry goblins crawled up those ladders, leaping over the parapet and onto the walkway. Bloody and battered soldiers lay unmoving on the stone causeway, evidence of the enemy's ferocity. The wall was nearly a football field in length, and the defenses thinned at various points along the extensive aisle as goblins and orcs forced their way onto it. Jack knew that if they didn't help the remaining defenders, they would lose the wall. Let's split up. Geoe and Topher, you start on the south end. Gooch, you, Dobby, and Maeve are with me on the north. The rest of you, he ordered, changing his lute back into his short sword. Go up these stairs and hold the wall as long as you can. The townsfolk stared at him, open-mouthed, until Maeve yelled,
You heard the stocky elf! Get your asses up those stairs and help our brothers and sisters!
Meet you in the middle. Topher winked, grabbing Geoe and heading south. Jack noticed Neil move along with them. Looks like Topher made a new friend. The rest of the halflings, over 30 in number, charged up the stairs to the middle of the wall, screaming, For Edinburgh! For Princess Maeve! Jack and the others ran north and up a flight of stairs, a loud screech emanating from a ring on his right hand, as if it was approving their course of action. At least I'm not trying to be stealthy this time. He noticed Gooch held his Heartwood shield on his left arm, and summoned his magical shillelagh in his right hand, using one of his perks to coat the weapon in sparks of electricity. Makes sense. He always did have an electric personality.
I need to stop you right there, Jackie.
Alexa said through their bond.
That is too corny, even for you.
Not now, Alexa, Jack replied, finally reaching the top of the stairs, sucking in air and observing the battle before him. Although you're not wrong. He activated his new status indicator perk, gained from leveling his Analyze spell to Apprentice, and saw health indicators above foe and friend alike. There were a few that had no indicator bar, most likely dead, but the rest were in various states of health as they battled on the walkway. Those manning the wall were outnumbered 2-1, and the odds decreased by the second as goblins began to pour onto the wall via makeshift siege ladders. Gooch led the way, a jet of fire shooting from his outstretched hand above the heads of their shorter allies, and right in line with 3 goblins. One of them managed to tumble away, but the other 2 shrieked in pain as their heads erupted in flame. Gooch grabbed his club and banged it on his shield, screaming, You wanted a fight? Well, you got one! A half-dozen goblins and 2 orcs stopped attacking the smaller folk, and moved toward the big man. New perk? Jack asked Gooch, using their mind link. Yes, a taunt from the Stalwart Guardian class I chose at level 10. Jack noticed Maeve and Dobby taking up positions on either side of the big man, protecting his flank, weapons held ready. As they rushed toward Gooch, Jack cast an advanced heal at a wounded soldier a little under 10 feet away, restorative magic flowing into the halfling, and to a lesser extent 2 other nearby allies that were unconscious. Then the enemy was upon them, all blades, claws, and teeth. There wasn't enough room on the walkway to fight 4 across, so he stayed behind the others, his heartwood shortsword darting above the heads of Maeve and Dobby to strike their opponents or parry attacks from above. Although Dobby was only level 2, as a member of Jack's party he gained bonuses of 5 to parry and block, along with 10 temporary hit points and some protection against magic. Jack hoped it would be enough to see him through the battle alive. Fortunately, he seemed to be content to fight defensively, only risking the occasional thrust to snip at an enemy. Maeve, on the other hand, equipped with a pickaxe that she wielded two-handed, a remnant of her slave mining days, held her own. She neatly avoided a dagger thrust from the goblin in front of her, and slammed her pickaxe down into its shoulder, driving the creature into the ground. She finished it off with a stomp to its throat, roaring with an intensity that could wake the dead as she looked for her next victim. The star of the show was Gooch. His shield was everywhere, nimbly blocking attacks made against Dobby and Maeve, and accepting hits to himself from the puny goblins, knowing his armor and hardened skin would keep all but the most powerful blows from doing any actual damage. He swung his shillelagh in baseball bat-like swings, with enough force to smash the smaller goblins from the walkway. When a pair of orcs finally made it to him, all 7 feet of ugly and stink, he changed his tactics and insta-cast another burning hand, the jet of flame setting one of the oily-skinned creatures ablaze. While the orc dropped to the ground to extinguish the fire, the other swung a high overhead blow with his axe at Gooch, who managed to get his shillelagh up in time to parry the weapon. He responded by slamming his shield into his would-be murderer's midsection, stunning the creature. Well used to this maneuver, Jack used dual attack to introduce the orc's internal organs to his short swords. The sneak attack damage combined with his hit harder perk killed the orc instantly. He looked down to see Dobby striking the orc that was on the ground, a low growl resonating from the back of his throat. The flaming orc shot a huge, clenched fist at Dobby, knocking him back a few feet. Maeve used that distraction to embed her pickaxe into its stomach so hard that it became stuck in the wood below.
The ladders!
She roared, abandoning her pickaxe in the unmoving orc, and using the momentary reprieve to attempt to push a nearby ladder off the wall. While her time in the mines had increased her strength, her height didn't give her the leverage necessary to push the ladder directly away from the edge. But then again, she didn't have to shove it away. She just had to drag it sideways along the wall until it started to slide to the ground, carrying with it a couple of goblins. Gooch scrambled toward the next ladder and used his elite-level strength to push it easily away, returning the orc and goblin on it back to the ground, the hard way. Jack cast another advanced heal on a small group of defenders, and watched briefly as cuts and bruises closed or faded.
You there!
Maeve said, pointing at nearly a dozen halflings that had been returned to fighting shape.
We gotta keep him off the walls!
She received tired nods in reply as the halflings took slings out of their belts and moved next to one of the many baskets of rocks stationed about every 10 feet on the wall, and began firing. She joined them, grabbing a sling off a dead soldier. Jack sheathed his sword and pulled a crossbow out of his adventurer's backpack, but Gooch shook his head, pointing farther down the wall. While they had cleared the northern 30 feet of the roughly 300-foot wall, there was still a lot of work ahead of them. Dozens of enemies were on the walkway, with some standing guard over ladders, ensuring the safety of their compatriots. Others engaged the halflings on the middle set of stairs, while more funneled toward the south, where Geoe and Topher were no doubt battling for their lives. Gooch began casting, and Jack decided it was time to refresh Greater Inspire Ally with Here I Go Again by Whitesnake. While he sang, Gooch finished his casting, foot-long thorns sprouting from his armor and shield in every direction.
When I played football, sometimes we used finesse and trickery to outsmart our opponents. But sometimes it just came down to who wanted it more. Physicality versus physicality. These bastards want to hurt me and mine. And I am not going to let that happen. Not today.
Gooch growled at Jack mentally. He nodded in response before converting his loot into its short sword form and slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Breathing deeply, Gooch dropped his shoulder behind his shield and began to run. It started as a slow jog, but after 20 feet, Gooch was picking up speed. Like a bowling ball, he slammed into a small cluster of goblins, barely slowing. One of them was impaled by multiple thorns on his shield, and another was blasted from the wall, falling helplessly to the inner courtyard, while the other two were dazed. Jack and Dobby, who were jogging behind Gooch, finished off the stupefied pair with easy thrusts. A couple of weeks ago, these goblins terrified me, Jack reflected as he continued to run behind his friend. But I guess when you fight a giant tentacle creature, a huge goat beast, and a horde of spiders, a goblin seems relatively tame by comparison.
Facts?
Alexa agreed. A few seconds later, Gooch approached the next challenge. This time, 2 orcs and a few goblins. They were taller, but not wider than Gooch, so the big man crouched low and used his shield to get under their guard as he pushed, throwing one of the orcs onto its back 10 feet away. The remaining enemies had nowhere to go on the narrow walkway, and Gooch's thorns impaled them indiscriminately. Momentum finally spent, he brought his magical shillelagh, still coursing with lightning energy, down upon his bewildered opponents. Jack, still singing, slashed at an orc on Gooch's left, the attack speed and damage buffs helping him whittle down the beast's hit points. Dobby had his hands full fending off 2 goblins on Gooch's right, his short sword darting in and out for small cuts, while he hunkered down behind his shield to block their return attacks. Fortunately, Jack's party leader buffs and music made him more than a match for the pair, neither of whom were wearing anything resembling armor. With a loud stomp on the sternum of the fallen orc by Gooch, their skirmish was over. Gooch and Dobby began flinging ladders away from the wall, while Jack played a simple staccato melody, using his soothing performance bardic perk to heal everyone in the area. Out of the few dozen or so combatants on the wall, only 5 stood up, including one orc that was summarily put back down again. I really need to get selective healing with that ability. I know you're tired, but your city needs you. Grab your slings and man the walls. My goblin friend Dobby will aid you in this, Jack shouted. He then switched to Undercommon, looking at Dobby. Stay with him, buddy. Help them hold the wall. Getting a quick nod in reply, he looked down the walkway toward the center of the wall, where the fighting was the thickest. A handful of the enemy was holding the stairs, separating the citizens from reinforcing the defenders. He was about to tell Gooch they needed to move, but there was no need, as the big man was already on it. Jack, completely out of breath and side aching, followed, gasping, behind him. Chapter 8. Topher's day had started out peacefully enough. After parting ways with his friends, he decided to see what Edinburgh had to offer for food. That's when the hairs on the back of his ass told him something was wrong. Call it intuition. Or maybe just bad gas, but something felt off. He focused his gaze straight ahead as he exited the small shop he had visited on a whim. A whim he later attributed to a bad roll of the dice plotting against him with his luck stat. It was an odd store containing 3 things: hand-woven rugs, colorful candles, and 5 halfling cougars. No, they were not actual half-sized felines. Well, yes, they were tiny and predatory, but not of the feline persuasion. While he browsed their goods, they browsed him in return, and he couldn't help but feel he was prey. Why do women find me so attractive on Rigara? Is the horns, the faint red tint to my skin, the tail? Do I look like the quintessential bad boy?
I think it's... maybe the tail?
His system guide, Jeff Goldblum, chimed in unhelpfully.
It's, phallic symbol.
Not sure how to feel about that, he walked a few more blocks, risking occasional glances behind him in a desperate attempt to discern why he had an unsettling feeling of being watched. That's when he saw them. Near the far end of the market, he saw the same cadre of women from the store. Eyes wide, and attention fixed, firmly on him. They seemed harmless enough, but he just wanted to be left alone and find a place with good pasta before seeing the defenses. I've got no time for this cloak and dagger bullshit. A newcomer to the city, he was woefully unprepared for a game of cat and mouse. Oddly enough, that made him think of Rat Damon. If RD were here, I'm sure he could make a distraction to get me out of this mess, or at least bore his way through one of their eyeballs. His local knowledge was lacking, but he had quickness on his side. Beyond his long legs, his smooth move perk granted him a bonus of 25% to his movement speed, which should have allowed him to put some distance between himself and his pursuers. But there were 5 of them and only 1 of him, and they held the home city advantage.
Must go faster!
Jeff added, unhelpfully. No, being fast wouldn't be enough. He needed to find shelter in the storm, and decided that running above the street, along the tops of the square flat buildings, just might do the trick. If nothing else, it would give him the advantage of higher ground. Reminding himself to stay calm, he kept his pace steady and increased only his gait, trying to pull farther away without letting on that he was onto them. As he suspected, his stolen glances confirmed that they'd split up, and he soon began seeing them pop up on side streets, equal to or ahead of his position. He just needed to reach the wall, and he knew he could lose them.
Does this, feel like a game of Pac-Man to anyone else?
Jeff asked him as he continued southward. And these old cougars are the ghosts? Topher asked distractedly. I wonder which one is Clyde.
Exactly. We, need to find you some power pellets, and then you can, turn the tables on those old biddies.
As soon as his right foot touched the stone staircase leading up to the southern wall, he dropped the charade, quietly performing the invocation for air jump before sprinting up the stairs, taking the halfling-sized steps 4 at a time. He nearly collided with a female guard on her way down, but managed to activate his somersault dodge perk, which, when coupled with his air jump, culminated in a perfect flipping leap over her. He landed with a coughed, "Sorry!" and continued running up the stairs. From behind, he could hear sudden cries from the predatory females that were stalking him. "Too slow, suckers!" Reaching the top, he cut a hard left along the walkway, sprinting madly, breaths coming in short, strained pants, as if his lungs were considering going on strike until they got their oxygen demands met. 50 feet, and one collective bargaining agreement later, he sprang from the wall and onto the roof of a nearby building, rolling to absorb the impact. From there, he used air currents to propel him from building to building, laughing maniacally as he ran farther and farther away from the mischievous ladies. His mirth became a scream as air jump expired mid-jump, dropping him halfway between 2 buildings, arms windmilling like Wile E. Coyote when he ran out of roadway. Fortunately, his descent was partially broken by a canvas roof, which ripped under his weight, causing him to fall through it. He landed, wedged tightly into a small wicker chair on ground level. "And the judges say 10, 10, and 9! Damn that judge from Russia, but Topher still wins the gold!" Unfortunately, seated across from him was none other than Paulus Simon McGlamry, the Marquis of Windmere. He couldn't detect any sign of shock or surprise as Neil held up his hand for a high five, a traditional greeting in Rigara. "You sure took your sweet time getting here." Sighing in between heavy breaths, he slowly placed his hand against Neil's, deciding to flow with the river instead of fighting against it, remembering Jack's words about befriending these people. "Hi there, Neil. Sorry to have kept you waiting. If you don't mind me asking, how in the hell did you know I would be dropping into this chair? It sure caught me by surprise." Neil, signaling for the waitstaff to bring some food and drink, took a long swallow from a tankard of foamy ale before responding. "Auntie Trist, well, she's not really my aunt, but we call her Auntie Trist because she has been with the family since before I was born, has a knock for casting minor auguries. She told me to be at the Dancing Pony 1 bell after high noon, and I would find one of the newcomers. I've been here for over 10 minutes, but her timing is getting a little off in her old age. Regardless, I'm glad it's you. The guy with little horns has to be a wild one. Am I right? Am I right?" he hooted, reaching his short arm out to withdraw yet another high five from the first bank of Topher. He reluctantly reciprocated the gesture, having received his fair share of attention for the day, and was about to change the subject when Neil interrupted him. "That was quite the entrance, by the way. Did you plan that?" "I wish I could say yes, but in actuality, I was just running away from a handful of old biddies that wanted a piece of the Toph man. Just another day in Liren, I suppose." He sighed, staring hungrily toward a waiter that was bringing them a pitcher of mead and fresh bread. "I don't suppose this place has good pasta?" "Nay, mate, not good. The best! Eduardo, bring me and my new friend Longshanks Pennybottom the chef special. Double portions, we have a big day ahead of us. You are going to want a carbo load to keep up with me, my chunky friend. Neil flipped the waiter a gold coin as he finished, which he neatly caught before making it disappear under a red cummerbund wrapped around his waist. Now then, what are we going to do today? Neil asked, leaning back in his chair and taking a long swallow of his mead. The question is not what we are going to do. The question is, what aren't we going to do? Topher replied, figuring that anyone who would buy him pasta, brew, and bread couldn't be all that bad, even considering the comment about his weight. Besides, having a wife and 2 kids along with a burgeoning restaurant business had never left much time for having fun back home. Maybe he could make up for that here, although his first priority had to be to figure out how to save the Duke. I'm not sure how our day will start, but I know how it will end. Me sitting on your lap as we drop a double deuce on a specialty toilet the gnomes call Twisted Delight, Neil replied with a knowing grin. Well, maybe not. Look, Neil, you seem like a nice enough kid, but in case you haven't noticed, your city is besieged by a rather large army. Outside of eating some first-rate pasta, I did have a few things I wanted to do today. You are welcome to join me, but it won't be a joyride. Neil stared at him for a long moment before replying, I know we're surrounded, and it's only a matter of time before our walls are overrun. It's all my mother and the council talk about. He looked down at the table for a moment before continuing in a somber whisper, and I know I can be what Nana calls a bit of an inappropriate twit, but someone has to lighten the mood. Besides, they always treat me like I'm a dumb courtling, so why not act like it? His eyebrows furrowed closer together, the smile dropping from his face as he continued. They never give me a chance to be more than a joke, and I rise to the occasion. But you're an outsider. Give me a chance, Longshanks. Help me prove to my family and the High Council that I can become something more.
Quest offered. Surely you jest. You must help Neil prove he is more than just a joke to his family. And don't call me Shirley. Reward, 500 experience. Significant reputation increase with Neil. Do you accept?
Surely you jest? He asked Jeff.
I don't think that's, so different than what the system, wanted to call it.
Came the nonsensical reply in perfect Jeff Goldblum genius.
The so-called system, wanted to call it, more than a clown. What's, wrong with a clown?
Why, oh why did I call my guide Jeff Goldblum? He hadn't known at the time that the guide would mimic the persona, using his own memories to help perfect it. Returning his attention back to Neil, Topher took a long, steady breath as he thought about his reply, looking closely at him before responding, 1 chance. You have 1 chance to join me and prove your worth. 1 chance to show me you can be an asset against our common foe. And the name's not Longshanks. He then accepted the request. Thank you, Topher. Neil said the name slowly, chewing the word, like he was trying to get used to it. I won't let you down. That doesn't mean you have to completely change who you are, Topher said, taking a deep gulp of his beer. The world would be less without your laughter and spirit, but pair that with determination and discipline to see your family and city through this war. Balance is the key. Neil sat back in his chair, breathing out a long sigh. Topher, I have the feeling we're going to become best friends. We'll be like contestants in a 3-legged sack race, except we will not race, we'll take our time. Also, now that I think of it, I'm not sure a sack will be involved. He took a sip from his glass before continuing. However, there are a few things you should know about me. First, I get rage and murder boners. Don't ask how it started, but I see someone getting killed and it's gonzo for me. Second, I know what to press on a person's back right shoulder to make them poop themselves. I discovered this quite by accident, but Auntie Triss says it's a rare heritage perk. Finally, I once chose tummy sticks as the weapon of choice in a duel. It was a few years ago, and I didn't feel like my swordplay was on par with my opponent. Looking around, he leaned in conspiratorially, continuing in a soft whisper. I can still hear the townsfolk whisper about it when they think I'm not listening. Topher stared at him, bread forgotten as it tumbled out of his open mouth. Neil must have seen this because he quickly tried to change the subject. Why are those old ladies staring at you? Chapter 9. The pair left the dancing pony a few hours later, Topher loosening the cord around his pants. The third plate of rigatoni was more than the waistband could bear. Either Neil's behavior had improved or the two meads had made him more tolerable, because he realized he enjoyed the Marquis's company. The fact that he ordered those cougars to leave me alone helped. Sure, the little guy could be wildly inappropriate, but he also wore his heart on his sleeve. What you saw was what you got. That was something Topher wasn't about to discourage. Growing up, his stepdad was always on his case about looking the part of a respectable kid. He was told what to wear, how to act, which friends he should hang around with, what he should watch on television. The critiques never ended. So Neil's a little rough around the edges. None of us are perfect. Having him around greatly reduced the time it took to get errands taken care of, since he was an Edinburgh native and knew the city well. His first task was to put an order in for new monk robes, and another pair of soft calfskin boots, given that his prior set of clothes had to be burned, due to the pervasive and permanent sewage stench. The robes were incredibly freeing, fitting his new acrobatic lifestyle. They stopped at a tailor that gave Neil an immediate friendly greeting, although Topher noticed the older halfling use his left hand to cover part of his back. "You used your perk on this poor fella, didn't you?" Topher whispered out the side of his mouth. "Just the once," came the hushed reply. After a brief measurement and a few minutes choosing the fabric, a slate-gray color in honor of his new Way of the Stone Fist Monk class, Topher found out his order would be ready to be picked up tomorrow. When he went to pay the kind shopkeeper, whose name was Finn, he was told to keep his money. When Topher protested, Finn relented, and mentioned a small task in which he could use his aid. The Temple of Lu had promised to augment some of his fabric, significantly increasing its durability and stain protection, in trade for some garments he had provided to the church. It seemed that with the war, the trade was forgotten.
Quest offered. Another day older and deeper in debt. Finn asked you to get the clergy at the Temple of Lu to fulfill their oath and augment the fabric at his shop. Reward, 100 experience. Augmented monk robes. Reputation increase with Finn. Do you accept?
Having bloodstain-resistant garments would be nice. He mentally clicked yes. "Neil, my good man, take me to church. Temple of Lu, if you would." Neil gave him a look that was both horror and confusion, but began walking away from the shop, guiding him deeper into the city. A few minutes later, they were standing outside a white marble building with a wide set of stairs leading upward toward the entrance. "This is as far as I go," Neil declared, setting his sights on a street vendor selling nuts across the street and down the block. "The head priestess and I had a little misunderstanding a few months ago. Some people have no sense of humor." Topher almost asked, but decided against it. He was sure the response would have something to do with something Neil had called the swollen pepper. He could only sit through that explanation once. Waving him off, he ambled through the temple entrance. Not sure what I expected to see, but it was not this. The temple had been converted into a sort of hospital, with Edinburgh citizens and soldiers lying on thin mattresses, while priests of Lu watched over them. A gnome wearing a white apron covered in blood glanced up and waved him over as he entered.
Hold him still,
he commanded.
I need to remove an arrowhead that's lodged deep into his thigh, near an artery. If he moves, he could lose his leg or bleed out.
He didn't wait for a response, pulling a long-nosed forceps out of a pocket near his waist. You got it, muchacho, he replied, moving next to the small form of the patient, hands pinning the legs in place. You're gonna be fine, he whispered to him, giving the wounded soldier a wink and a smile, hoping he looked more confident than he felt. I have no idea what the hell I am doing, but will try my best, Topher whispered to the gnome, who gave a brief nod, eyes narrowed in focus as he moved the forceps into the wound. Being in the restaurant business, Topher knew his way around muscle, tissue, and bone, but it was different when looking at a person. He turned his head away from the wound and pressed down on the man's legs for all he was worth, locking them in place. The soldier screamed for a few seconds before blessedly passing out. A minute later, sweat was rolling down the gnome's beardless face and the deed was done. He leaned back, wiping his brow before beginning an incantation. A few seconds later, the wound closed up, leaving only a light pink scar. Although the patient remained unconscious, his breathing improved. Topher looked closer at the priest as he washed his hands in a nearby basin. He had curly gray hair and deep, dark circles under his eyes. He shuffled to and from the basin like the walking dead, seemingly close to collapsing. "I take it things have been pretty busy," Topher commented, looking around the temple floor at the dozens of halflings lying in various states of injury. The gnome gave him a sour look, lips turned up at the corners before replying,
"Your observation skills are truly impressive, Sergeant Obvious."
Moving to sit on a small stool next to Topher, he continued,
"Sorry, I haven't slept in a few days, and it's clearly affecting my bedside manner. My name is Bondo, Dwarven Friend, and I appreciate you helping with my patient. All the other healers are on the walls. Now, what can I help you with? You seem mostly uninjured, if you count tiny horns and a tail as normal."
Happy to be about his business, Topher quickly replied, "Nice to meet you, Bondo. My name's Topher, and I'm new in town. My friends and I are here to help Edinburgh with the fight against the besieging army. I got roped into helping Finn, a tailor in the market district, with a minor issue. He asked me to come here and find someone that can bless his fabric, or whatever it is you all do, as payment for some garments he made for you. I know you're busy, but it would be great if this could be handled at the earliest opportunity."
"Even in wartime, merchants only care for money,"
Bondo sighed.
"Look around you, Topher. Where do you think the clothes these patients are wearing came from? He wants payment for helping his own people?"
He dropped his head in his hands, looking like that was the straw that broke the camel's back. After a minute, he perked up a bit, gazing at Topher with a strange look in his eye.
"I guess I could find a way to repay our debt with Finn. If you could do me a small favor in return."
Holy shit, here it comes. He'd played enough video games to know what was happening. He was stuck in quest chain hell.
"It's nothing, really. But I am too busy to handle the matter personally. I need you to go to the castle kitchens and get me food. Real food, not the half-ration slop they've been sending me, which is barely enough to sustain a person at rest. These men and women," he gestured around him, "are recovering from grave wounds, and will be sent back to the wall as soon as they're able. They need improved sustenance."
Quest offered. Buca di Bondo. Bondo has asked you to work with the castle kitchens to send better and more food to the Temple of Lu. Reward, 250 experience. Will augment fabric for Finn. Reputation increase with Bondo and the Temple of Lu. Do you accept?
He sighed, grudgingly accepting the quest while wondering what sort of quid pro quo the castle would ask of him in order to get more food. At least this was a quest that aligned with his own goals. The perks that came with being a master-ranked chef were amazing, and ideal for feeding large groups of people. Besides, Bondo had a point. These people needed every advantage they could get.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
"I'll go to the castle, and I'll get you better food or my name isn't Christopher Sebastian Campbell," he responded. Standing up, he strolled out of the temple, eyes to the floor, afraid to meet the gaze of anyone lest he pick up another quest. Safely making it out of the temple, he walked over to where Neil was having a conversation with a pecan vendor. "Look, I'm not saying you don't know anything about nuts, but come on. No one knows more about nuts than this guy," Neil finished, holding both of his thumbs at his chest. Topher didn't bother to hear more, instead choosing to just grab Neil and steer him away from the vendor. "We need to head back to the castle so I can help improve the supply of food to the temple." "You got another quest, didn't you?" Neil asked, lips turned up in a wry smile. "Well, yes, but this quest happens to be something I'm uniquely qualified to solve," he replied defensively. "The citizens of Edinburgh love to give quests, especially during wartime. It's their favorite form of currency. Think of it as a unique barter system." He was about to remind Neil that he also had given him a quest when he heard a loud gong sound, which Neil informed him meant the eastern wall needed reinforcements. He knew his business could wait as he picked up Neil and started running. Chapter 10. How the hell do I get myself in these situations? Topher asked himself the question for the 100th time, now knowing how Scott Bakula must have felt each week on Quantum Leap. He walked toward a set of stairs near the south end of the wall, Joe and Neil at his side. He readied himself for battle by using a charge from his staff of defense to surround himself with translucent blue armor as he began to half-jump, half-parkour his way up the stairs, spending the 2 seconds to cast a quick air jump on himself. The casting of air jump made him think back to those halfling cougars that were after him from earlier. Maybe he had the kavorka, which according to an old Seinfeld episode he had watched years ago meant the lure of the animal. How did Kramer get rid of it again?
Bathing in vinegar and wearing a strand of garlic around his neck,
Jeff happily answered. Earth to Topher? Come in, Topher, Joe said, snapping his fingers in front of his friend's face. Topher broke out of his reverie and back to the present, giving Joe a small shrug. They were nowhere near Jack, and that meant no party buffs or mental communication. Sorry, was just thinking about these older ladies I ran into today. Well, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Got a plan for this? Have I got a plan? Have I got a plan? Joe asked, looking at his friend incredulously. No, I don't have a plan. But I do have magic. Buy me a bit of time while I summon an ally. Topher, joined at the hip by Neil, moved past the top of the stairs in time to see the final soldier on their end of the wall fall to the enemy. A huge brute of an orc. Dozens of goblins and hobgoblins scurried about the wall, heading toward the middle where there was still some Edinburgh resistance. Topher advanced closer to the giant orc, water streaming from his adventurer's backpack as he fashioned a sizable shield in front of him that refracted the light in the late afternoon sun. He inhaled deeply, shifting into the new earth stance he'd gained at level 10, strengthening and rooting him in place. A little hurt that the enemy hadn't noticed him or his Keanu-like moves, he cast Icy Patch on the walkway in front of him before using more backpack water to manifest an ice shard. He launched it forward, catching a hobgoblin's center mass and sending him flying off the wall. That got their attention, and the sizable group halted their northward trek before turning around to regard him. That's right, you vermin. Come play with Papa, he said in common, fairly sure none of them would understand it. Apparently they got his meaning as they began jogging and accelerating toward him. Any time now, Joe! He heard a deep growl and hazarded a glance back, seeing an enormous polar bear rumbling toward him. Canceling his earth stance with a curse, he pushed Neil out of the way as he used air jump to leap over the charging polar bear. Sadly, he timed his jump too early, and instead of landing behind the charging bear, he landed atop it. If the animal felt the impact, it gave no sign, continuing toward the oncoming enemies until it reached the slick ice that Topher had recently created and slid into them like a bowling ball rolling down an alley at Lincoln Lanes in Merrill. Good job, buddy, Topher exclaimed as they crashed into the enemy. Now you just have to pick up the spare! The beast roared in reply, slashing a giant claw across an unlucky goblin that lay sprawled within its reach. Topher somersaulted off his pale Ursine ally, landing behind it, already in a martial chant for his Windwall spell, which he wanted to use to try and block more of the enemy from coming over the wall. While he cast, a thin 20-foot-high stone barrier provided by Joe grew from the southern corner and extended nearly 60 feet across the eastern wall, causing a number of goblins that were scaling the wall to fall backward in surprise. Joe sidled up to him, all business, already casting his next spell. Topher finished his kata, and a wind wall extended the barrier Joe started by another 25 feet, repelling more goblins and orcs. He spotted halflings from the southern wall pushing to reinforce the section they had just reclaimed. He fought alongside the bear as magic arrows flew from Joe's staff. The bear made quick work of an enemy dumb enough to come into its range, roaring in rage as arrows slammed into it from orcs farther down the wall. We need to take down those orcs or Yorick Bernison here is a goner, Topher shouted to Joe, using the name of his favorite polar bear from his dark materials. He walked near the bear so his water shield would deflect a few of the arrows. He noticed Neil, short sword in hand, standing close to him, his face looking a little paler than normal, and a giant tent pole in his pants. I got just the thing, Joe grunted, beginning to cast again. Topher instinctively shot his arm out and grabbed an arrow inches before it would have sunk into the wizard's eye. Joe stopped his chanting, holding his hand up to his eye in disbelief, and staring at the arrow in Topher's hand. Apparently I can also snatch arrows that are intended for others. Neat, he said nonchalantly, trying to play it off like it wasn't a big deal.
Jeff, did you see that? Did I just become the world's greatest monk?
He mentally screamed to his guide. Joe cast a shield before starting his chant again, visibly shaken. A few seconds later, a giant, nearly translucent hand appeared in front of the mage before flying toward the enemy archers. Topher shifted his attention back to the fight as a big orc brought a two-handed axe down on him. He held his staff up horizontally to block, wincing as his shoulders absorbed the impact of the mighty blow. With a nimble twist, he shoved the axe to the side, kicking hard at the creature's knee, feeling more than hearing a soft crack as it connected. Neil stepped in, short sword darting inside the orc's guard, slicing a thin red line down its chest. Then the polar bear was there for a finishing blow, one huge paw tearing off half of its face. Gruesome, yet effective. I've got to get me one of those. Topher cracked the head of an enterprising hobgoblin who managed to climb onto the bear, knife in hand. The hob slumped to the ground, dead or unconscious. The bear snarled as it finished off another goblin by clamping its maw down on its head, making a noise like cracking walnuts. Taking a momentary breather, Topher saw that the magical hand was looking more like a magical pincushion, still effective against a row of orcish archers, but its power was nearing depletion. He began one of his longer katas, legs dancing in careful patterns as he brought his hands around in broad concentric circles. The bear left him, charging once again as Joe shuffled up to him and began a casting of his own. They finished their spells together, both gesturing toward the archers. Above their ranged adversaries, storm clouds sprang into existence, and ice pellets started raining down onto the group. At the same time, tentacles erupted from their feet, grabbing and holding them fast. As they were unable to dodge the ice, Topher watched his creation beat them into oblivion. Joe's magic hand was also caught in the ice storm, completely obstructing it from view. Not entirely sure how to cancel his spell, they waited somewhat awkwardly for the minute duration to end, both unwilling to admit their lack of knowledge. "You guys don't mess around?" Neil commented, taking a bite from an apple while looking over the edge of the wall. Winding up, he threw it nearly straight down, letting out a satisfied squeal as the apple hit the head of an oncoming goblin. A handful of halflings, Topher guessed a mix of soldiers and citizens by their weapons, joined them. "Marquis! Your orders!" a lanky halfling shouted, using his sling to knock a goblin off a nearby ladder. "Gentlemen," Neil acknowledged uncertainly, staring at them blankly. "It's now or never," Topher whispered out of the corner of his mouth. Neil tensed up, almost like he was going to run, before standing up straighter and looking them in the eyes. "Don't just stand there looking at my crotch like you're not impressed! We need to hold the wall while these two giants push back the invaders!" he commanded. "Make every shot count! Do not let these cretins in our city! For Edinburgh! For Windmere!" He raised his right fist as he finished, letting loose a loud, wild yawp that was immediately echoed by the band. Topher stared at Neil, waiting for a joke or punchline that never came. "Not bad," he congratulated as the spell finally ended. "Come on, Joe, we got work to do." Grimacing, he dashed toward the middle of the wall and a large host of the enemy. Chapter 11. Jack wiped the sweat from his brow, using more of his precious spell points to cast an advanced heal on Gooch, healing the big man for 12 health and himself for 6. They took a quick break less than 50 feet from a large force of combatants. He spotted halfling reinforcements trickling in from either side of the eastern wall, bolstering the defenses, but the bulk of the citizenry was bottlenecked on the stairs, struggling to get past the enemy horde, which was now led by a large creature with the upper body of a troll and the lower body of a snake. The monster held a spear in each hand, which he used to great effect, deftly dual-striking halflings and tossing them off the stairs without a second glance. He looked like a mad science experiment gone really, really wrong. Jack quickly cast Analyze, his creature scan perk granting him additional information.
Name, Osron the Enduring. Race, Troll Naga Hybrid. Level 16. Class, Berserker. Hit points, 216 of 223. Spell points, 15 of 15. Special ability, Regenerative Health.
Do you want the good news or bad news? He asked Gooch. A reply came, but not from Gooch. Good news, Jackie. Always good news. Topher! He replied excitedly, happy that his friend had made it safely to the middle of the wall, and within the 90-foot range of his mind meld perk. Joe with you? Roger that, Red Leader, came Joe's voice, distinctive even through the mind link. You were saying? Oh, right. I analyzed that big beastie. The good news is that I can actually cast Analyze on him. No 3 question marks. The bad news is that he has 223 hit points and some regeneration ability. Ideas? There was silence for a long moment before Gooch replied, I got a plan. Azran the Enduring was bored. He had been bred for battle, trained since birth by the Ravanan leaders he called masters. When he was commanded to assist the orc chieftain Zrul in gaining control over the tribes of goblin and orc filth, he acquiesced gladly, ready to test his mettle against the peoples of Liran. It had been entirely underwhelming. Sure, he had to kill a few goblin leaders and even half of a rival orc clan, but nothing had come close to testing him. Months later, he was finally getting his first taste of the halfling army of Edinburgh, and he was thoroughly unimpressed. He almost casually flicked his spears out at 2 halflings that were attempting to strike him with a pitchfork, and what had to be the end of a broom handle. He laughed contemptuously, accepting the minor hits as his spears dug deep into the center of their bodies. With a shove, they fell lifeless off the stairs as he pulled his spears back toward him. The cuts he had received began closing up nearly as fast as they were made, due to his master-ranked regeneration perk. His allies, mostly orcs and hobgoblin warriors along with a shaman, chased down any of the enemy that somehow made it beyond his reach. He regretted not bringing his serrated longswords instead of his spears. They would make the killing go that much faster. Then, something unusual happened. A fog began rolling in from the south, until it surrounded the combatants on the wall.
Yes, finally, something interesting.
Through his snake body, he felt more than heard a large something walking toward him on the wall from the north.
Whatever it is, it has to be better than fighting these vermin.
To the cries of dismay by his allies, he slithered off the stairs and toward the large creature, using his scales to cling to the inner surface of the wall. Through the fog, he could just observe the figure walking toward him, and it was glorious. A huge man, at least 10 feet tall, covered in dark armor, and wielding a magnificent, flaming, 2-handed flail, moved toward him. He couldn't take his eyes off the flail. While he was armed with spears that contained basic magical enchantments, they were nothing like the power he could sense from that weapon.
I must have it.
Using the fog to hide himself, he waited for the man to pass above him on the walkway before striking out with both of his spears, his prodigious strength and the spear's enchantments allowing them to bite deep into the large combatant. Since he had focused all of his levels on perfecting his fighting craft, he had no sneak attack multipliers to apply. But at least the spear that struck deep into the creature's thigh was a critical strike that he knew would cause a major bleed effect. The man dropped to a knee with a gasp of pain, their eyes meeting for the first time. Azran pulled his spears out and gave him a quick salute before moving on to the wall in front of him, stabbing for his eyes. This time, the flaming flail was there, sweeping the spears aside. Grimacing in obvious pain, the man stood up, flail out of position to parry Azran's spear thrust to his shoulder. He could hear chanting, and saw the wound on the warrior's thigh begin to close.
So there are more of them. Finally, a challenge.
He thrust his left-hand spear at the man's face, which the flail easily parried, a single flail head moving unnaturally to bat it out of the way. The spear in his right hand darted in low at the groin, but was again parried by one of the flail heads.
There's more to this flail than meets the eye.
He slithered back as the big man swung the flail down at him, the heads making a visible indent in the surface of the walkway. He used the time it took the warrior to pull his flail back to cast a haste spell on himself, significantly speeding up his attacks, then went to work. Almost faster than his own eyes could follow, he used his spear thrusts to keep the flail heads on the defensive. The combatant was very good, some manner of defensive specialist, but Azran was just too fast and skilled for him, his spears eventually punching deep into his foe's body once again. He heard the creature behind the man sing a song in an unfamiliar language, and suddenly the fighter's weapons accelerated, matching Azran's own speed boost. A few seconds later he heard casting, and some of the man's larger wounds began to close. He flicked his tail out, using his Naga heritage to send a stream of lightning at his opponents. He wanted to have an honorable duel, but 2 versus 1 was hardly honorable. The warrior insta-cast a shimmering barrier around him, protecting him from the worst of it, and using his shield to deflect anything that made its way through the barrier. However, he heard the man behind the giant cry out in pain, and suddenly the singing stopped. The large fighter cried out in anger, his flails turning a dark red. Azran managed to dodge out of the way of the attack. But then, amazingly, the flail heads reversed direction, striking out like snakes at him, their flaming heads puncturing his body. He roared in pain. While his regeneration ability could heal anything, it took twice as long when there was fire involved. And that wasn't the worst of it. It felt like his blood was on fire. Baring his teeth in pain and anger, he danced forward, shoving his spears toward the warrior's throat. But again, the flails were there to parry them aside.
Azran, there are more of them to the south. Be quick about your work,
the guttural voice of the shaman announced. He turned his head in time to see a skinny man with wings throw a small object at the orcs and goblins. It hit an unfortunately positioned orc on the side of her head, exploding and tearing through armor and skin. The distraction cost him as the flail head struck him again, reducing him to half health, although he could feel his regeneration beginning to rectify that. Returning his attention back to this giant of a human, he grinned maniacally. It had been years since he had been weakened enough to allow him to shift into his berserker stance. Using the last of his spell points, he activated the perk, becoming larger and stronger. His attacks, already fast from the haste spell, blurred as his stance focused on offense over defense. He was done playing around. It was time for this brute to die. Jack lay on the ground, writhing in pain. He thought he might have passed out for a moment, but unfortunately he was awake now. Looking down, he could see that the left side of his chest was blackened and scarred from the lightning leaping through Gooch to blast him. Growing up on Grandpa's farm, he remembered the first time he had grabbed the electric fence that surrounded their field. He had been unable to let go as he heard the power warm up and then zap him. While it stung his hand, there had been no lasting repercussions, and after a few seconds the pain had faded. This was nothing like that. Breathing through the agony, he attempted to lower his right shoulder so he could slip off his adventurer's backpack and grab a healing potion. His advanced heal spell was on cooldown, and watching Gooch fight Azran, he knew time was in short supply. After what seemed like forever, he finally slipped his backpack from his back and snaked his hand into the opening. He thought of a health potion, and it materialized in his hand. Uncorking the bottle with his teeth, he spat it out before downing the cinnamon-flavored red liquid in one long pull. While not enough to heal him entirely, it took the edge off the pain and allowed him to slowly sit up and take stock of the situation. Directly in front of him, Gooch had dropped his flail, and now wielded a longsword and shield. The Troll-Naga hybrid looked to be even larger and stronger than before, veins popping everywhere in his body, looking like Bane when he inhaled the drug Venom. Unfortunately, the enlarged spell Joe had cast on Gooch had expired, leaving him at his original 6'6". If that wasn't enough, the beast's attacks were coming almost faster than the eye could follow. Gooch, for his part, was slowing, giving ground, shield and longsword everywhere at once. Blood dripped from a number of wounds, evidence that, like Neo, he wasn't fast enough.
Time for you to die, puny mortal!
Azran hissed at Gooch and Ravanan. The fog dissipating, he caught glimpses of Geoe and Topher farther down the wall, and was happy to see they were having better luck. All but a handful of the enemy lay dead at their feet, and acrid smoke filled the air. As if to echo his thoughts, he heard Topher say through the mental link, "Hold on for another minute, Gooch. The cavalry is on its way." Jack saw him blast another long icicle at an unfortunate goblin, the spinning projectile drilling through him and into the wall.
I may not have that long,
Gooch groaned, taking another hit on his shoulder from a spear. Jack could see that Gooch's health was down to a quarter, while his opponent was still near half.
Not if I can help it,
Jack replied. Gasping in pain, he pulled out his guitar, activating his soothing performance bardic ability as he played Hurt, a Jack Jensen edition of the Johnny Cash version of the 9 Inch Nails tune.
Gooch got hurt today to see if he could feel. Don't focus on the pain caused by steel. What have we become? Dealers of death. Everyone we fight sighs their last breath. And can we stop the horde? Their empire of might? Bro, we won't let you down. We will make it right.
He channeled his pain and anguish through the song, letting the healing magic flow out to everyone within 30 feet, friend and foe alike. Luckily for Jack, there weren't many of the enemy still alive. Checking his notifications, he was happy to see that he had a critical success, his luck stat coming into play once again, and allowing him to heal for 24 points of health.
Like Grandpa always said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
The effect was immediate, as wounded and unconscious combatants began to stir, most of the lower-level halflings fully healed from the song. He was down to 29 of his 83 spell points, and even less stamina.
Better make them count.
As he watched, Gooch missed a block from the lightning-fast enemy spears, slicing dual gashes down his thigh. I need to find a way to slow this thing down. He cast his savage scorn spell, trying to think of an insult to make the spell trigger. "Ah! You're so ugly your face makes onions cry!" he yelled in Ravanan.
I really need to think of these ahead of time and have a few queued up in the hopper.
The creature didn't look up from his fight with Gooch as Jack waited for the magic to take effect. After seeing Gooch get hit 2 more times in quick succession, Jack was pretty sure the spell had failed, either because the troll had mental resistance, or the joke was that bad.
Crap on a cracker!
His advanced heal was off cooldown, so he gave Gooch and himself another shot of healing energy, his spell points dropping to 13. Fortunately for them, Topher chose that moment to appear, lightly hopping on the heads of the halflings that were now cluttering the wall, like cattle being brought to market. With a magnificent leap, he jumped high into the air, using his momentum to carry him toward Azran. As he fell toward the creature, he executed a perfect overhead chop with his magical staff. It impacted with Azran's skull, a loud crack filling the air, halting the fight for a moment as everyone searched for the source of the sound. Azran, for his part, looked stunned, a dumbfounded expression on his face as his spears slipped wordlessly from numb hands. Jack could see a large crack in the troll's skull and the soft pink brain beneath it. As he watched, it started to mend itself together. "It's healing! Kill it! Kill it!" he screamed in panic to his friends, following his own advice by changing his loot into a short sword and stepping forward past Gooch to jam it into the crack in the skull. The monster, somehow still not dead and regaining some of its senses, batted Jack away as its form blurred suddenly. Gooch and Topher both gave loud shouts as they brought their weapons in for killing blows. only to have them pass through the creature and hit the stone floor of the walkway. From a few feet to the right of it, a clawed hand reached over and grabbed Topher, throwing him off the wall. "The creature is not where it appears!" Joe exclaimed, taking a step back. "No shit, Sherlock," Gooch replied, using his longsword to make a wide, sweeping attack. He grunted with effort as he finally connected, slicing past the hardened skin and biting deep into muscle. "3 feet to my right! Finish it!" Joe began casting, while Jack jabbed his heartwood shortsword at the spot Gooch had pointed out, feeling the weapon easily slide into the creature. Only the barest sliver of health remained in the status indicator. But as Jack watched, it ticked up slowly.
There is no honor in this.
Azran cried out in wheezing Ravanan as Joe's spell finished, and a spray of acid streamed from his outstretched hands in a cone. It blanketed the fighter and his fake image, causing him to shudder as he breathed his last and died, gasping out a final that only Jack seemed to hear. "Honor is a luxury we can't afford," he sighed, gasping for air and glancing at the dozens of halflings that lay dead around him. "And something you don't deserve." Chapter 12. Less than an hour later, they were in the bathhouse, wiping off blood and other unmentionables. The battle ended quickly after Azran fell, and Freya showed up with a contingent of ranged damage dealers, some armed with short bows and others using wands, pushing the invaders back from the walls. She explained that the enemy had launched a feint at the west wall, drawing soldiers to it, before attacking the eastern wall in earnest. This wasn't the first time they had used deception, but it was the first time one of their elite lieutenants had participated in the fight. She grudgingly thanked the group, even Dobby, for the role they played, although it was secondary to the lavish praise she bestowed on Neil and Maeve. The townsfolk cheered their leaders as they marched them back to the castle. Since none of their group wanted to be alone with Neil in a bathhouse, they were fine to separate, promising to meet up with the halflings over dinner. "So, Jackie, what'd you pull off the big troll snake creature anyway?" Topher asked, eyes closed as he rested his head. Jack had healed the group to full health, but Topher was still complaining about being sore and achy from his fall to the ground. "2 magic spears, a bracer, and a ring," he replied, picking bits of bone out of his hair. "What I wouldn't give for some conditioner. Soap's all well and good, but a man has needs." Ever since he had hit elite rank with his charisma attribute, he swore his hair, already glorious, had become something magical.
Attribute rank-ups work in mysterious ways,
Alexa agreed. "And?" Joe asked, spinning his hand in small circular rotations, clearly wanting him to continue, a hungry look in his eyes. "The spears have durability and armor-piercing enchantments, the bracer protects the wearer from ranged attacks, and the ring amplifies the wearer's regenerative abilities." "Rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock for the ring?" Topher asked the others. "Don't you have 4 rings already, Tom Brady?" Joe asked, while Gooch coughed "Loot whore" into his hand. "Why don't we give Gooch the ring? It'll double his regeneration to 16 per hour, Jack stated, giving Topher the stink eye. "A little over a hit point every 4 minutes. "That'll do, donkey." "That'll do," Gooch cooed excitedly. Jack ignored the Shrek reference, refusing to believe he was the donkey to Gooch's ogre. "I think Joe should get the bracers. He'll often fight at range and thus be attacked at range. Let's give him some protection." A round of nods greeted his words. "As for the spears, they are up for grabs. However," he continued, scrubbing at his hair with a hard bar of soap, "I thought it might be nice to give one to our friend in the corner," Jack stated, pointing at Dobby, who was in the middle of gurgling some of the bathwater. "And maybe we give the other to the halflings as a sign of good faith. I know we took down that beast, but manners dictate we be gracious guests." There was some grumbling at that, but nothing more. "One other thing. That troll-naga hybrid spoke Ravanan, a clear indication our spreadsheet-loving friends are involved in this war. They're trying to soften this continent for an easy conquest.
And then it's on to our world,
Gooch muttered, teeth clenched. Right, Jack responded wearily, placing his hand on his friend's shoulder. That's why we need to defeat this army. He waited for a joke to come about being naked in the bathhouse holding his friend's shoulder, but it never came. Looking at his friends, they were all lost in their own thoughts, probably of friends and family back home. What's the plan for tomorrow? Topher asked, breaking the silence. I have to talk to the castle kitchens to get better food for the Temple of Lu so I can finish a quest with a tailor named Finn. Naturally, the castle kitchens will give me a quest in return for the favor I'm asking of them, and so on and so forth.
You got stuck in quest limbo too?
Gooch asked, the corners of his mouth turning up in a broad grin.
I thought I was the only one not named Jack to be dumb enough to take on those quests.
Hey now! Jack cried indignantly before laughing. Yeah, I couldn't turn anyone down. I spent my day making baskets, carrying stones to the wall, and helping a widow out around her home. It was so bad that I was afraid to leave her house. He stared expectantly at Joe.
Don't look at me, Nimrod. We aren't here to help Farmer Sally bring in her crops, or to help Baker Tom mill flour. In case you have forgotten, we are here to save our friends and family from the Ravanan Empire.
He spoke the last words slowly, like he was talking to a class of kindergarteners.
It's like I'm babysitting my sister's kids,
he whispered under his breath, too softly for anyone but Jack's keen ears to hear. Jack bowed his head in shame, not sure what to say, feeling something he had felt many times during his life. Disappointment. Letting out a tired sigh, Joe broke the silence.
Although I did get one quest.
He was too slow to dodge the slap that came from Gooch's hand, knocking him back a pace.
Ow! What was that for?
He asked, holding his hand up to his bleeding lip.
You give us this sad song about how we're all losers for taking quests, and you take a quest! You got a lot of nerve, man,
Gooch shouted, sitting back down on the bench in the water.
All right. Maybe I laid it on a bit thick. It's just sometimes I see how you all joke around, and I can't help but think you aren't taking this seriously. This isn't a game. People die if we screw up. I know we make fart jokes and use far too many pop culture references,
but humor is a release valve for some of us. When it matters, we're as serious as a heart attack, Jack insisted, using another line from a movie.
I just can't help it.
Now, tell us about this quest. Joe filled them in on the quest he'd received from Nitrox, the leader of the Edinburgh Mage Guild.
Listen, this is different from your quests. First, if we succeed, we get access to the Mage's Guild Vault. It's sure to contain items to help us against the Ravanans. Maybe even a portal pearl. Second, we need access to what a functioning Mage Guild provides. The ability to buy and sell magic items, analyze items, buy spellbooks, and get tutelage under other mages. I get the sense the way we've been learning magic is not customary. We need someone that can teach us.
He looked at each of them expectantly.
Okay, I'll help you with your quest. If you apologize to us,
Gooch stated, arms crossed.
Apologize to you?
Joe asked, wiping the blood off his lip.
I think you have it backwards, dude.
The only reply was a dead stare from Gooch.
Come on, guys,
Joe pleaded, looking at Jack and Topher. Look, slapping probably wasn't the appropriate response, Jack began, looking intently at Joe. But you've been acting like a pompous cock ever since your intelligence hit epic rank. Alexa told me that physical or mental changes occur every time we hit a new rank with our attributes, and it stands to reason that the higher you rank up in an attribute, the larger the change. But you need to tone it down. We're in this together, yeah? One for all and all for one and all that? You've changed, buddy. What happened to the kid that would walk the streets of Merrill with me late at night pretending we were superheroes? Or the dungeon master that had a different voice for every character? Or the guy that would play Streets of Rage 2 with me until the wee hours at dawn? Topher asked. Or my friend that would go to Buffalo Wild Wings and play trivia all night with me? Gooch added. Or the guy that would get drunk with me and play hide the sausage under the covers? Neil chimed in, standing in the doorway with a pile of clean clothes. My mom requests your present. Get dressed and let's go. It's best not to keep her waiting. Joe stared after Neil, apparently lost in thought before turning back to them. I'm still that same kid. I just needed a reminder. He flashed them a tight grin before changing his voice to a high-pitched croak and saying, You see a rock fly through the window. What do you do? They all laughed as they toweled off and put on clothes, the seriousness of the moment fleeing like Jack before a scale. Joe was referencing a Dungeons & Dragons session they had back when they were kids, where the players thought a normal rock had flown into the window, only to find out it was a giant bloodthirsty mythical bird. A few minutes later, they arrived at an elegant dining room, with a long rectangular mahogany table dominating the area. Maya and Maeve chatted at one end, along with the rest of the council. Bantar the Bold, Freya, and Marshal Kasuki. The group joined them just as dinner was served, consisting of bread, sausages, and various kinds of cheese, along with a creamy soup.
Forgive the food, but we have the castle kitchen working night and day on rations for the city, and I'll not be bothering them with making an extravagant meal for us, although, from what I hear, you more than deserve it,
Maya stated as she placed a napkin on her lap and began elegantly eating her soup.
You should have seen them, Ma. They were brilliant.
Maeve swooned.
The filthy orcs and goblins never stood a chance.
She glanced guiltily over at Dobby after she said this, but he was blissfully ignorant, busy lapping up his soup with his long, dexterous tongue.
Marshal, what happened? How did the eastern wall get overrun?
The Queen asked, turning her gaze on Kasuki.
It was a devilishly designed feint. They threw goblins at the western walls, with reckless abandon, and we killed hundreds of the creatures. How could I know they would be willing to sacrifice so many lives, just for a feint? It was such a departure from strategies they've used in the past. I pulled reinforcements from the other walls to repel the invaders, and that's when they attacked the eastern wall. We would have been fine, but the enemy attacked with one of their elite fighters, which Gooch and his friends defeated, Neil added, after helping me secure the southern section of the wall. We owe them our thanks. Perhaps more. The entire table went silent, waiting for Neil to add an inappropriate comment or joke. That reminds me, Jack said, pulling out a spear from his backpack and setting it on the table. We would like to gift this to Edinburgh and its people. The monster we fought on the wall used this against them, and we thought it only fitting that they should use it back against the enemy.
We are honored by your gift, Jack. You and your friends, even the goblin Dobby, have proven capable and faithful allies. I was wrong to have doubted you,
Maya replied, receiving affirming nods from Bantar and Kasuki.
Pray tell, good sir, why do you have a rat the size of a small cat sitting on your lap?
Kasuki asked, watching Jack feed Rat Damon cheese from his plate. Oh, this little guy's Rat Damon, Zen Master and Zombie Slayer. He's my friend and ally, summonable through this, Jack answered, pulling the incredibly detailed wooden carving from his pocket. I only get him for 4 hours a day, but I couldn't deny him cheese, his favorite food. For his part, Rat Damon stood up on his hind legs and smartly saluted the marshal.
Just keep it off the table,
Bantar barked with an eye roll while Maeve squealed with joy, running over and picking the small creature up off Jack's lap. If Rat Damon minded, he didn't show it.
What be your plans for tomorrow?
Maeve asked the party, hesitantly feeding RD a bit of cheese.
Gooch and I never did finish our review of the defences.
Jack noticed Gooch blush as she said this, and he wondered just what they'd been up to. We have 2 more days to rescue your dad. Don't think we've forgotten, Jack stated. But we have a few minor quests to finish up in the morning before we help Nitrox and the Mage Guild. Freya's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
You're going to try and break the curse? How is that arrogant old bastard holding up? He was a little on edge the last time I saw him. Did he convince you to go into the catacombs to find the mythical cure? It'd probably be a wild goose chase, but I will admit, a functioning mage guild, not to mention the items in the vault, would be an enormous boon.
He looked like he hadn't slept in a few weeks, but otherwise seemed healthy enough, Joe answered. He looked like he was going to continue when Gooch stopped him with a quick mental communication to the entire party. I have a quest to find a traitor. Not sure if they're at this table, but better safe than sorry. So instead, Joe just gave a non-committal shrug and went back to his food. They spent the rest of the meal discussing Edinburgh's defenses, the makeup of the army, and the orcs' mountain stronghold. Jack was more and more certain they would find another power source under that stronghold, and he mentally added it to his task list.
I've added find another power source to the to-do list.
Alexa chimed in. Well, butter me up and call me Barbie. Now that is classic Alexa from back home. Can you add bacon to my grocery list as well?
You're making fun of me.
It's how you know I like you, he returned. Affection streamed through the mental bond, and he wondered again exactly how much the system guides could change. After everyone said goodbye, a castle servant showed them to their room, which was a large chamber with 4 human-sized beds and a smaller bed for Dobby. Exhausted, they each moved to one and lay down. Guys, I know I've been acting like a jerk. I'm not sure if it's a side effect of my epic-level intelligence, lack of sleep, or just general trauma from the last couple of weeks. But I can't shut off my mind. It's constantly racing, formulaically trying to predict the future based on potential moves we make. I've seen us die in my mind, hundreds of different ways. So when I see you all joking around and not focused on our mission, I sort of snap. Sorry. The room was silent for a long moment before Gooch spoke up. I'm sorry for slapping you, dude, he muttered. I guess I'm still a bit on edge as well. I think we're all feeling like a pressure cooker that's about to blow. If my grandpa were here, he'd tell us to focus on what we can control and not worry about what we can't. Let's concentrate on the positive. We're still alive, we're growing stronger, and we have each other, Jack said. Yeah, if Paul Medivh were here, he would tell us that fear's the mind killer. We get it, Topher added. Speaking of growing stronger, anyone level up or gain any perks from the battle? Joe asked. No level up, but I'm close. Among other things, I obtained journeyman rank in block, allowing me to extend my protector perk to 10 feet. Come with me if you want to live, Gooch finished with a strangely familiar Austrian accent. The others were silent, until Dobby spoke up, and, with only his eyes poking out from above his blanket, in halting common, whispered shyly, Dobby is Bard. Jaws dropping, they all stared at Dobby, making him dig even deeper under his covers. Then suddenly Jack laughed. It started as a snort high up in his throat before moving to a deep belly laugh, tears streaming from his eyes. Sighing, he laid his head back on his pillow. Duct tape my privates and call me Daisy! The system works in mysterious ways. Let's all share our character sheets so we can see the changes for ourselves.
If numbers ain't your bag, baby, please skip to the next chapter. Alexa. Name, Jack. Heritage, Sun Elf. Class, Bard. Level, 10. Sex, male. Height, 5 feet 9 inches. Weight, 221 pounds. Hair, brown. Eyes, blue. Fame, level 3. Known. Party leader, level 6. Attributes. Strength, 10. Average. Agility, 33. Very high. Vitality, 10. Average. Intelligence, 19. Above average. Wisdom, 10. Average. Charisma, 45. Elite. Luck, 34. High. Hit points, 71. HP regeneration, 2 per hour outside of combat. Stamina, 69. Stamina regeneration, 2 per minute. Spell points, 83. Spell point regeneration, 2 per minute. Skills. Light armor, 11. Beginner. Perk. Light armor mobility. Dual wield, 29. Apprentice. Perks. Dual attack 1 and 2, perfect ambidexterity. Small blades, 32, journeyman. Perks, hit harder 1 and 2, increase critical. Stealth, 47, modified 67, expert. Perks, armored stealth 1, stealth status, foil smell 1, throw sound. Open locks, 19, beginner. Perk, improvised tools 1. Tracking, 9, untrained. First aid, 13, beginner. Perk, combat medic 1. Gathering creatures, 20, apprentice. Perks, improved quality 1 and 2. Survival, 31, journeyman. Perks, direction sense, never lost. Find the fastest path 1. Cooking, 8, untrained. Gathering plants, 23, apprentice. Perks, seek and you shall find 1 and 2. Meditation, 13, beginner. Perk, mental resistance 1. Climbing, 1, untrained. Hiking, 32, journeyman. Perks, difficult terrain 1, 2, and 3. Perception, 36, journeyman. Perks, see what is hidden 1 and 2. Improve senses, hearing. Unarmed combat, 17, beginner. Perk, fist of stone 1. Rope use, 12, beginner. Perk, inescapable knots 1. Blunt weapons, 9, untrained. Acrobatics, 15, beginner. Perks, parkour 1. Performance, lute, singing. 55, modified 65. Master. Perks, improvised instrument. Improve performance 1 and 2. Calm or incite emotions 1. Sonic dissonance. Parry, 15, beginner. Perk, 2 weapon riposte. Bluff, 18, beginner. Perk, feign injury 1. Dodge, 12, beginner. Perk, uncanny dodge. Persuasion, 25, apprentice. Perks, persuasive performer 1 and 2. Diplomacy, 24, apprentice. Perks, court etiquette 1. Remove racial barriers 1. Trap making, 19, beginner. Perk, improvised trap making 1. Sense motive, 9, untrained. Intimidate, 2, untrained. Crossbow, 3, untrained. Disable traps, 3, untrained. Tactics, 12, beginner. Perk, redirect. Jump, 9, untrained. Swimming, 15, beginner. Perk, hold your breath 1. Non-skill perks. Background, easygoing, knows no shame 1 and 2. Sun Elf, dark vision, +10 diplomacy, +10 negotiation, +10 light magic. Rogue, sense danger. Rogue, linguistics. Party leader, Bastion. Party leader, Bastion, mind meld 1. Party leader, Bastion, assign tank 1. Party leader, Bastion, toughness. Party leader, Bastion, spell defense. Party leader, Bastion, increased party size 1. Bard, greater inspire ally. Bard, discourage foe. Bard, song of respite. Bard, soothing performance 1 and 2. Magic. Analyze, 24, apprentice. Perks, creature scan 1, status indicator 1. Savage scorn, 5, untrained. Advanced heal, 29, apprentice. Perks, ranged heal 1, healing aura. Cure poison, 6, untrained. Mend bones, 10, beginner. Perks, healing 1. Cure disease, 3, untrained. Titles: Defender of the Weak, Monster Hunter, Nasal Fortitude. Languages: English, Common, Undercommon, Ravanan, Ancient Illyrian, Dwarvish. Name: Gooch. Heritage: Stone Giant. Class: Stalwart Guardian. Level 10. Sex: Male. Height: 6 feet 6 inches. Weight: 285. Hair: black. Eyes, brown. Fame, level 3, known. Attributes. Strength, 41. 51, very high. Agility, 16, above average. Vitality, 41, very high. Intelligence, 42, very high. Wisdom, 15, above average. Charisma, 16, above average. Luck, 8, below average. Hit points, 121 out of 131. HP regeneration, 8 per hour outside of combat. Stamina, 106. Stamina regeneration, 8 per minute. Spell points, 86. Spell point regeneration, 8 per minute. Skills. Heavy armor, 35. Journeyman. Perks. Armored casting 1 and 2. Increased defense 1. Axe weapons, 1. Untrained. Small blades, 10. Beginner. Perk. Defense 1. Large blades, 12. Beginner. Perk. Defense 1. Blunt weapons, 22. Apprentice. Perks. Stunning attack. Bonebreaker. Thrown weapons, 26. Apprentice. Perks. Increased range 1. Increased damage 1. Block. 31. 41. Journeyman. Perks. Shield bash 1. Magic defense 1. Protector 2. Parry. 27. Apprentice. Perks. Improved parry 1. Shield riposte. Hiking. 13. Beginner. Perks. Carrying capacity. Perception. 3. Untrained. Gathering creatures. 2. Untrained. First aid. 22. Apprentice. Perks. Stabilize 1. Combat medic 1. Dodge. 12. Beginner. Perk. Sliding dodge. Gathering plants. 1. Untrained. Cooking. 1. Untrained. Intimidate. 4. Untrained. Polearm. 15. Beginner. Perk. Cleave. Information gathering. 6. Untrained. Tactics. 30. Journeyman. Perks. Sweep the leg. Redirect. Switch places. Bluff. 1. Untrained. Performance. 7. Untrained. Swimming. 19. Beginner. Perk. Hold your breath 1. Flails. 12. Beginner. Perk. Flail defense 1. Non-skill perks. Background. Perfectionist. Protector 2. Stone giant. +5 strength. +5 vitality. Hard as stone. +5 defense. +10 to thrown weapons. Fighter. Last stand. Fighter. No pain. No pain 1. Magus. Study foe. Magus. Arcane reservoir. Enhance weapon. Fast casting. Weapon element. Magus. Combat casting 1 and 2. Magus. Weapon proficiency. Magus. No pain 2. Stalwart guardian. Taunt. Magic. Burning hands. 19. Beginner. Perk. Extend range. Absorb elements. 2. Untrained. Comprehend languages. 12. Beginner. Perk. Increased comprehension. Night eyes. 5. Untrained. Magic arrow. 3. Untrained. Shillelagh. 10. Beginner. Perk. Return weapons. Mending. 2. Untrained. Thorn armor. 3. Untrained. Titles. Defender of the Weak. Monster Hunter. Resolute. Nasal Fortitude. Languages. English, Spanish, French, Portuguese. Common. Name. Geoe. Heritage. Fey. Class. Summoner. Level. 10. Sex. Male. Height. 5 feet 11 inches. Weight. 165 pounds. Hair. Brown. Eyes. Brown. Fame. Level 3. Known. Attributes. Strength. 8. Below average. Agility. 16. Above average. Vitality. 17. Above average. Intelligence. 62. Epic. Wisdom. 28. High. Charisma. 15. Above average. Luck. 10. Average. Hit points. 54. Hit point regeneration. 3 per hour outside of combat. Stamina. 90. Stamina regeneration, 3 per minute. Spell points, 162. Spell point regeneration, 7 per minute. Skills. Staves, 3. Untrained. Hiking, 21. Apprentice. Perks. Difficult terrain, 1 and 2. Acting, 26. Apprentice. Perks. Mimicry, 1. Storytelling, 1. Unarmored defense, 5. Untrained. Dodge, 5. Untrained. Persuasion, 6. Untrained. Block, 1. Untrained. Perception, 9. Untrained. Small blades, 17. Beginner. Perk. Hit harder, 1. Swimming, 25. Apprentice. Perks. Hold your breath, 1. Webbed feet, 1. Non-skill perks. Background. Man-E faces, cardio queen. Fae, otherworldly, limited glide. +10 to enchantment and illusion spell domains. Mage, arcane scholar. Mage, summoning domain specialization 1 and 2. Summoner, augment summons. Summoner, summoner link. Magic. Magic arrow, 11. Beginner. Perk. Multiple arrows, 1. Summon animal ally, 16. Beginner. Perk. Varied summons. Shield, 8. Untrained. Comprehend languages, 5. Untrained. Acid spray, 8. Untrained. Magnus's grasping tentacles, 8. Untrained. Dust devil, 6. Untrained. Magnus's pit of fun, 6. Untrained. Magnus's mighty mitt, 3. Untrained. Fiery acorns, 6. Untrained. Wall of stone, 2. Untrained. Languages. English, Vulcan, Dothraki, Common, Undercommon. Titles. Nasal fortitude. Name. Topher. Heritage. Tiefling. Class. Way of the Stone Fist. Level 10. Sex. Male. Height. 6 feet 1 inch. Weight. 240 pounds. Hair. Brown. Eyes. Blue. Fame. Level 3. Known. Attributes. Strength. 18. Above average. Agility. 38. Very high. Vitality. 17. Above average. Intelligence. 25. High. Wisdom. 23. Above average. Charisma. 16. Above average. Luck. 19. Above average. Hit points. 95. Out of 110. HP regeneration. 3 per hour outside of combat. Stamina. 95. Out of 110. Stamina regeneration. 3 per minute. Spell points. 87. Spell point regeneration. 4 per minute. Skills. Cooking. 58. Master. Perks. Improvised cooking 1 and 2. Detect poison. Multiply food 1. Heroic feast 1. Dodge. 18. Beginner. Perk. Somersault dodge. Hiking. 11. Beginner. Perk. Carrying capacity 1. Parry. 7. Untrained. Perception. 6. Untrained. Staves. 14. Beginner. Perk. Spinning defense. Unarmed combat 1. Untrained. Unarmored defense. 18. Beginner. Perk. Fluid movements 1. Jump. 7. Untrained. Performance. 19. Beginner. Perk. Improvised instrument. Non-skill perks. Background. Rules for thee, not for me. Tiefling. Dark vision. Fire resistance. Thick skin. +4 defense. Monk. Evasion. Monk. Smooth move. Monk. Snatch arrows. Monk. Stunning attack. Monk. Strength of the earth. Magic. Watery shield. 12. Beginner. Perk. Durable. Ice shard. 12. Beginner. Perk. Spinning attack. Icy patch. 5. Untrained. Fog cloud. 4. Untrained. Air jump. 8. Untrained. Wind wall. 11. Beginner. Perk, quick cast. Sleet storm, 3, untrained. Languages: English, common. Titles: Fear Defier, nasal fortitude. Name: Rat Daemon. Heritage: Rat. Class: Strategist. Level: 6. Sex: Male. Height: 5 inches. Weight: 4 pounds. Hair: light brown with streaks of white. Eyes: brown. Fame: Level 2. Lesser known. Attributes: Strength: 6. Low. Agility: 29. High. Vitality: 14. Average. Intelligence: 28. High. Wisdom: 10. Average. Charisma: 14. Average. Luck: 25. High. Hit points: 44. Hit point regeneration: 3 per hour outside of combat. Stamina: 48. Stamina regeneration: 3 per minute. Spell points: 10. Spell point regeneration: 2 per minute. Skills: Claw and Fang, 13. Beginner. Dodge, 11. Beginner. Perk, Sliding Dodge. Stealth, 30. Journeyman. Perks, Camouflage 1 and 2. Stealth status. Tactics, 8. Untrained. Non-skill perks: Rat, Dark Vision, Thick Skin, Rational Thought. Scout, Burrower. Scout, Ambush. Scout, Sense Danger. Scout, Enhanced Senses. Strategist, Need Time to Think. Strategist, Planned Insanity. Languages: Rat, Undercommon. Common, Understands. Titles: Chosen. Name: Dobby. Heritage: Goblin. Class: Bard. Level 7. Sex: Male. Height: 4 feet 5 inches. Weight: 87 pounds. Hair: brown. Eyes: brown. Fame: Level 0. Unknown. Attributes: Strength: 8. Below average. Agility: 20. Above average. Vitality: 8. Below average. Intelligence: 11. Average. Wisdom: 10. Average. Charisma: 15. Above average. Luck: 12. Average. Hit points: 46. Hit point regeneration: 2 per hour outside of combat. Stamina: 50. Stamina regeneration: 2 per minute. Spell points: 48. Spell point regeneration: 1 per minute. Skills: Stealth: 8. Untrained. Small Blades: 12. Beginner. Perk: Hit Harder 1. Unarmored Combat: 2. Untrained. Hiking: 1. Untrained. Block: 4. Untrained. Light Armor: 2. Untrained. Sling: 3. Untrained. Performance: 7. Untrained. Perception: 10. Beginner. Perk: Improve Senses. Taste. Non-skill perks: Heritage, Dark Vision, Unclean. Scout, Ambush. Scout, Alert. Bard, Greater Inspire Ally. Bard, Discourage Foe. Bard, Song of Respite. Bard, Call of the Axle. Bard, Calm Crowds. Magic. Animal Friendship: 1. Untrained. Minor Heal: 1. Untrained. Sleep: 1. Untrained. Daze Creature: 1. Untrained. Languages: Undercommon.
Interlude. Enemy encampment. Zriel stood hunched over the relief map that was the main feature of the large oaken table inside his command tent. He was surrounded by orc and hobgoblin leaders and advisors, mainly chieftains of the various tribes he had forged into a mostly stable alliance with the help from his Ravanan allies. Garyak, leader of the goblins, had asked to attend the strategy sessions, but even Zriel's patience had limits. Allowing the depraved, disgusting goblins to take part in his war council was more than his honor could bear. Zrael knew he was an extreme specimen of his own species, standing nearly 7.5 feet tall, and just under 300 pounds in weight. His size and strength had allowed him to challenge and win the right of leadership of the Black Talon clan as an adolescent. As his enemies would find out, he was more than an oversized brute, and had an intellect that many of his kind lacked. His physical prowess may have enabled his early rise to power, but his keen mind had sustained it, elevating his clan to the top of the orc hierarchy. When the lizard folk first came to his people with a proposition of mutual benefit, he doubted their sincerity, and had the emissary and party killed without a second thought. After all, he led the top-ranked orc clan. What more could they offer him? Why risk the stability of his people for some intangible future gain? Especially when times were good. A month or so later, the Empire approached him again. This time with an offer he couldn't refuse. According to orcish oral history, his kind had not always been relegated to the dark corners of the world, forced to scratch out a meager living, fighting tooth and claw to survive, eking out an existence in their spirit-ridden stronghold. There had been a time, according to the elders, when they had lived alongside the likes of elves, halflings, and dwarves. But alas, the path of cooperation was sealed off long ago, though neither group remembered what started the animosity. Such was the way of racial hatred. It was when the Ravanan emissary Jamir told him of such times, even hinting that the halfling city of Edinburgh had once been the orcs' ancestral home, that he stayed his hand and heard the lizard out, as much as he detested the scaly creature. He could live with their alliance if it meant an end to the halflings, and possible return to the City of Stone. While their current stronghold provided basic shelter, the orcs had never been able to activate the settlement magic, and thus his people were reduced to living in squalor. That would change when they took Edinburgh. His wandering thoughts were abruptly interrupted by sounds of wordless screams emanating from a nearby tent. Refocusing on the present, he mentally made a note to discipline whoever was guarding the Duke. He was not to be killed. Not yet, anyway. Patience and vision were required. Something his predecessors had failed to learn, always choosing to win the easy battle, even if it meant losing the war. Thus they would keep the Duke alive, for now. As his attention returned to the incessant blabbering of the hobgoblin shaman Belbor, who was extolling the virtues of a full frontal assault on the halfling city, he knew once again why he was in command.
Belbor, stop your prattling,
he interjected into the climax of the misguided Hobb's speech. He did not wait for a response as he continued.
While I admire your lust for battle, need I remind you of our arrangement with the Ravanan?
He looked first to the shaman, and then to the rest of the advisors.
There is more at stake here than simply defeating our ancestral foe.
But, High Chieftain!
Belbor was not ready for the stare that promised a swift death. After a pause that seemed to border on uncomfortable, Zrael continued.
Who brought our forces to bear when the elves of the Delta tried to run us out of our hunting grounds? Me. And who gave us victory over those same elves no less than 1 moon afterward? Me. Who united the tribes together into a fighting force not seen on this continent since the Third Epoch? Me!
Belbor, despite whatever opinions he may have held moments ago, now began to sweat, not making eye contact with anyone, much less Zrael. His body language spoke volumes about his newfound agreement with the High Chieftain. Noting this to himself, Zrael held Belbor's gaze longer than necessary, which kept the air tense with a cloud of uncertainty. With an almost imperceptible glance at two hob guards at the far end of the table, he calmly but sternly said one word.
And...
Using quickness that betrayed the timelessness of the last handful of seconds, the two guards were on either side of Belbor in a heartbeat. They held fast to the cowed advisor's shoulders and under his arms, their strength easily overpowering the weaker shaman. The one on Belbor's right extended the frightened dissenter's right arm, exposing his hand and presenting it palm down on the sturdy wood table. A look of realization, almost immediately followed by a look of horror, overcame whatever other futile thoughts may have been bouncing around in the doomed confines of the shaman's mind. Although his specialization as a caster meant he could not overcome the guards, he struggled all the same as he pleaded to Zriul before finally seeming to accept his fate, waiting, wide-eyed, and quietly sobbing. Zriul held his right hand out, open-palmed, and a wicked-looking hand axe was placed in it by one of his guards. The rest of the war council took one or two involuntary steps back, creating a clear path between Zriul and his target.
I suggest you don't move,
he offered calmly, receiving a tight nod in reply. Readjusting his grip on the weapon, he raised it above his head for a moment, pausing for maximum effect. Time seemed to stop. Until it didn't. With a deft overhand throw, the axe flew from his hand, covering the distance to the slight caster's outstretched arm and embedding itself firmly into the table, cutting through the tip of the shaman's pinky finger with no discernible effort. A moment later, with a nod from their leader, the two guards released the shaman and took a step back. It took Belbor a long moment to register the pain, but to his credit, he did not utter a sound. With a juxtaposition of joy that only someone of a goblinoid tribe would understand, he sidestepped the table and threw himself to the ground, prostrating himself before Zriul, thanking him profusely. All eyes save the chieftains were stealing glances at the axe protruding from the table. That, and the tip of the shaman's smallest finger, that lay severed in a pool of blood. Their liege had shown mercy.
No sense in having a shaman that can't cast. A leader must use all tools at his disposal, even mercy. My predecessors would not, could not understand this. And that is why they have returned to the soil. There is no Belbar. There is only Zriul. Anyone else care to test my leadership?
He asked, and the assembled group let the question fade.
Good. See to his wound and then throw him in the pit for a few days to readjust what remains of his poor judgment.
The guards picked him up and marched him out of the tent while he continued proclaiming his thanks to Zriul for his mercy.
Now, on to other business. It is time I have another talk with his lordship, the Duke. Fetch him.
Another pair of guards near the tent entrance rushed off and were back a few moments later, carrying the battered and bruised, but still alive, Duke of Edinburgh.
I see you have taken full advantage of my hospitality.
Zriul mocked in near-perfect common, no evidence of his undercommon upbringing in his voice.
Please make the Duke more comfortable,
he ordered, indicating the recently vacated shaman's chair.
Let him see the severed finger and know how I treat allies and think on what I could do to him. Angus? May I call you Angus?
Zriul asked under a very convincing mask of civility.
I believe we know each other well enough to operate on a first-name basis.
He smiled sardonically. In response, the Duke spit out a large mouthful of blood. His stay under Zriul's care had not been kind to him. Multiple bruises and abrasions covered his exposed skin, the once formal garb of royalty now torn and ragged, the regal purple of his clothing dulled to a color that matched his bruises. Although he'd ordered the Duke not to be killed, that left a lot of wiggle room for the sadistic creativity of the guards.
Your time with us is nearly over.
Zriel held up a hand, forestalling a response from Angus.
No. Please don't beg me to stay. One way or another, regardless of your people's response, we will be parting ways,
he said with a smile.
If it must be known, I would much prefer that you leave here alive, as that would mean an easy and swift victory for us. However, I will not lose sleep if they should fail to surrender, and we resort to...
He paused to give Angus a wide smile that displayed his sharpened teeth.
More extreme measures.
The Duke, eyes fixed firmly on his captor, did not show signs of fear. He said something that wasn't quite audible to Zriel, which forced him to ask,
What did you say, maggot?
Clearing his throat, spitting out a smaller portion of blood this time around, he repeated defiantly,
My people will never surrender to your kind. They would fight to the last.
We shall see. We shall see,
he answered, no malice in his voice to this small act of defiance.
You really should be thanking me. If it were not for my leadership and subsequent hold on the discipline of my troops, Edinburgh would have burned weeks ago. But fortunately for your beloved city, I do not want a burned husk that I need to rebuild. I will take Edinburgh intact.
A scaly figure at the end of the table hissed at this, eyes narrowed in annoyance.
The Ministry of War's patience is wearing thin. Although it may be against your wishes, if the halflings do not surrender the city tomorrow, we will need a more final solution. If you can't manage the situation, I am sure my leaders will find someone who can.
Zriel stared daggers at the Ravanan diplomat. As much as he would like to rip out the throat of the scaly lizard, he dared not. He knew the might of the Ravanan Empire, and it was not something his clan, even with goblin and hobgoblin allies, could stand against. He must be patient. For now.
Your words are wise, my Ravanan advisor, as is all the counsel you share. While I would prefer to take the city intact, sometimes we can't always get what we want,
he cooed, all smiles and nods. Inwardly, he seethed.
One day, you will bow before me. I am Zriel.
Chapter 13. The next morning, Jack woke to a gentle nudge on his shoulder, eyes opening to find Dobby's long snout nuzzling him. He looked around to see Geoe still asleep, while Gooch and Topher's beds lay empty. He fought the urge to turn on his side and go back to sleep. Instead, seeing the pleading look in Dobby's eyes, he sat up and began to silently slip on his pants and boots. He walked out of the room, Dobby at his side, and headed for the dining room, hoping to find some breakfast. He needn't have worried. Even though the sun was just starting to peek into the castle's many windows, the castle was a beehive of activity. Making it to the dining hall without interruption, they found an empty table and sat down, nodding a greeting to Owen, who sat with a few other castle guards at a nearby table. One of the castle servants offered to get them some eggs and toast, and Jack assented with a nod of thanks, hearing his stomach grumble in agreement. "What's up, Dobby?" he asked in Undercommon. While the linguistics perk enabled him to understand and speak all languages after he heard them for a few seconds, it was not perfect. Idioms, dialects, and other cultural connotations were lost on him.
Dobby level up from experience in last battle. Now level 7 bard.
He answered proudly. I know. I reviewed the information on your system sheet last night. Very impressive. You even have a couple of bardic perks and a spell that I don't have. Not to mention your charisma is at 15. I swear, you even smell better. Instead of looking comforted by Jack's compliment, Dobby looked even more worried.
Jack not understand. Goblins never become bard. System never give option. We are shamans, war chanters, scouts, skirmishers, warriors, barbarians, hedge mages, and many different professions. But never bard. He sniffed. What this mean? Why system offer choice of bard to Dobby? Since hearing Jack's music, Dobby changed. Does Dobby still have a heart and soul of a goblin?
Jack looked at him, not exactly understanding his angst, but wanting to help his friend. I'm from a land called America. It's home to a mix of races and peoples. Well, not like here, but still a real melting pot of culture and traditions. In my country, there is no preordained path that everyone must follow. Each person has different opportunities, and through hard work they can follow their passion and become the best version of themselves. He placed his hand over the goblin's heart. You followed your heart, and your passion for music, and became a bard. That doesn't make you less of a goblin, it makes you more. You challenged the system and broke through cultural norms and racial barriers. You told the system that you won't be defined within the narrow confines of what it has deemed worthy for a goblin. Dobby looked up at Jack, large brown eyes teeming with uncertainty. Dobby, from what you've told me of your tribe, many of your race are heartless and cruel. You were whipped and made to work in the mines for 2 weeks because you helped a pregnant prisoner with her quota for a day. You've always been different. I noticed it the first time I met you. The system seems to be acknowledging this fact. Celebrate your differences. Maybe you'll be in a position someday to influence other goblins to follow your path and ethos. The goblin stared back somewhat blankly at Jack. So Jack sighed deeply before summarizing, Dobby lead other goblins to be better. That seemed to spark something in the little guy, and he motioned for Jack to pause with a raised palm. Dobby was silent while heaping plates of eggs and toast were handed out.
Jack, good friend. Dobby be better goblin by being more like Jack,
he cried, as he let a loud fart erupt in the otherwise quiet room. Ha! You're closer than you think. I have to ask, why'd you choose to heighten your sense of taste when you ranked up in perception?
Dobby is used to eating cruel insects, maggots, and other not tasty food. When Dobby joined Jack, especially with Topher around, the food become much better. Bread, eggs, lobster, man, steak. Food is so very tasty. Maybe we kill another lobster man. Dobby want to experience more flavor.
Fair enough, Jack chuckled, patting his own sizable gut. Can't say I blame you. Well then, let's eat. They spent the next 30 minutes eating while Jack continued teaching Dobby the basics of common. Since undercommon and common were fairly close in nature, his friend seemed to be picking it up fairly quickly. They stopped practicing when Joe came into the dining hall and grabbed a seat next to them. So, we're Dumb and Dumber? Joe asked, stealing a piece of toast off of Jack's plate and piling a few of the scrambled eggs onto it. Topher, Jack said, emphasizing his name, is probably helping out in the castle kitchens, putting his master-ranked cooking skill to good use. Gooch is either with Maeve or maybe knocking out a few quests, or both. But we agreed last night to meet back here before noon, so they should be back in a few hours. Joe harumphed a bit at this, taking another bite of his toast. I'm planning to seek out Freya to gather more information on the catacombs if you want to join me. You and Dobby. He gave the small goblin an apologetic glance. Thanks, but I'm going to offer up my services as a healer. After yesterday's battle, I assume broken bones abound, as well as simpler injuries. Actually, Dobby can help with healing now, too.
Suit yourself,
Joe muttered, taking Jack's final piece of toast and walking off. Jack looked at Dobby and gave a small shake of his head as he stood up, gesturing for the goblin to follow. After talking to a castle guard, he found out there were a number of triage centers set up through the city, one close to each wall. Getting directions for the one closest to the eastern side, he and Dobby began their trek. He noticed this time around that people gazed at Dobby with less revulsion, and some even called out to him in friendly greeting. Word about yesterday's battle must have made its way around the city. Oddly, it made him think of Drizzt Do'Urden, a dark elf in a fantasy series Jack had read in high school who had gained acceptance from people despite his race because of his actions. Maybe Dobby would gain that level of notoriety someday.
You never know. Maybe he will surpass all of you in his greatness,
Alexa prophesied.
Sometimes the good die young, but in my experience, good things tend to happen to good people. I can only hope that is true for our young friend.
Dobby, for his part, didn't seem to pay the attention any mind beyond responding with a wave and sharp, toothy smile to the halflings. After walking for a few blocks, enough to make Jack wish he hadn't eaten so much, they arrived. It was a large, 2-story building covered in ivy with a gigantic tree protruding through its roof, although nothing the size of the druid's great tree. Carvings on the large double doors read, Temple of Shialya. Stepping inside, Jack found a massive room dominated by the trunk of a tree in the center, with ivy crawling along the walls. Thick fauna burst from the ground around the trunk, and a light green canopy 3 feet high blanketed the floor. Nearly every space in the large room was covered by citizens in various states of injury and consciousness. After talking to the head priestess, a friendly halfling named Flora, he and Dobby got to work. Because of his spell's long cooldown, he cast Mend Bones only twice before they left. However, he used Soothing Performance multiple times, healing everyone on the main level. Dobby focused his time on the second level, using his new minor heal spell to help ease the injuries of the halflings. A couple of hours later, feeling like he had atoned for at least some of the death he caused the day before, he said his goodbyes and headed back to the castle, eager to meet up with the others. As they neared the castle, they were greeted by the sight of his friends at the entrance talking to an elderly, feeble elf in a shabby gray robe and tattered brown pointed wizard's hat. The elf was holding a long wooden staff with a large crystal at its tip. They stopped their conversation as Jack and Dobby approached, the wizard giving Dobby a sharp look, his elongated pointy ears seeming to swivel toward him.
What is that thing doing here?
Yeah. I guess we should have mentioned that the last companion that'll be joining us is Dobby, a goblin Jack met a few weeks ago. Don't worry, he is a friend and has already proven his valor on the walls, Joe responded. The wizard appeared less than convinced, but muttered a terse, "Fine," before turning to look at Jack, mouth slightly agape as he stared at his magnificent mane. They all waited for Nitrox to continue, but he just stared at Jack's hair, a plethora of emotions from amazement to hatred flashing uncontrolled across his face. Uncomfortable with the scrutiny, Jack coughed slightly into his hand. Master Mage? My eyes are down here. Shaking his head and subconsciously combing his hand through his own thin strands of curly hair, Nitrox finally tore his gaze away from Jack's hair and met his eyes instead.
I want to thank you for joining me in ending the curse that is plaguing myself and my guild. But I promise you, Joe and I can handle this. I have been assured by Raj, the divination wizard that discovered the location, that one wizard will be sufficient to perform the ritual to end the curse. I have taught Joe all he needs to perform it successfully. Surely the rest of you have other things to attend to? There is a rumor going around the city that the Duke will be publicly executed by the enemy in the next few days.
You must be Nitrox, Jack said smoothly, holding up his hand for a high five, the apparent way of greeting on Rigara. Because of their shared elven heritage, he formed a V with his fingers in the traditional Vulcan greeting. Nice to meet you, sir. Joe filled us in on the quest and we're happy to help. As my grandpa always says, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Now, I'm not saying we're good men, but we're all you got. And we learned long ago that we're stronger together. Nitrox gave him an exasperated look as he touched his hand to Jack's, completing the greeting ritual, while trying, but failing, to separate his fingers into the same V shape.
Fine. But follow my lead and do as I say. There are ancient creatures in the catacombs. Creatures of blood and shadow. My initial thought was to try and sneak Joe and I past them. But that probably won't work with this brute, he said, giving Gooch a pointed look. Now, follow me, he finished, turning and moving into the courtyard.
Are all wizards egotistical pieces of shit? Gooch asked through their mind link.
Offense intended, Joe.
Har har, Joe responded, sarcasm dripping through the bond. Listen, this guy has been through a lot. Let's cut him some slack. They followed the elf through the courtyard as he beelined for a small stone building near the back. 2 elderly guards stood in front of a wooden door, watching them as they approached.
Move aside,
Nitrox barked, waving his staff in a shooing motion.
Master Nitrox, I assume?
The soldier on the right asked.
Mistress Freya be letting us know to expect you. Although she only mentioned 2 of you.
Well, some people, he muttered in reply, rolling his eyes in Jack's direction.
Can't take a hint. Nonetheless, we do need to enter. If you would be so kind.
Jack, through his heightened senses perk, was the only one to hear Nitrox mutter,
morons,
under his breath.
Maybe Gooch is onto something.
While his danger sense wasn't going off, something was making him feel uneasy around the ancient wizard. Although that could be from the eggs. The guards looked at each other and then Nitrox before giving slight nods, one of them pulling a key from his belt and opening the door. I hope you know what you're getting into. Many will enter, but few will win more than a swift death, the shorter guard with a long gray-black beard stated darkly.
Yes,
Nitrox declared, moving past the guards and down a foreboding set of stone stairs, ignoring the ominous warnings. I thought we were at least going to have to speak friend to enter, Topher sent nervously as they descended the stairs. Chapter 14. At the base of the stairs stood an ominous set of stone double doors, sporting a metallic bar as thick as Gooch's thigh running across them, ensuring whatever was inside stayed inside.
Well, muscles?
Nitrox asked, making a move-along gesture toward the metal bar, and looking pointedly at Gooch. Jack cast a nervous glance at the others as Gooch stepped up and, with a grunt of effort, lifted the bar off the door. Before they opened the doors, he returned a look of irritation back at Nitrox, and then cast night eyes on himself and Joe, while Jack summoned Rat Damon. Nitrox's eyebrows shot up in surprise at seeing the rat, who was the size of a small rabbit.
As if this place doesn't have enough vermin. You felt the need to summon another one?
He asked.
How cynical do you have to be to call Rat Damon bringer of cuteness, harbinger of fuzziness, vermin?
Alexa sent, enraged on RD's behalf. I'll have you know, Jack began, turning to stare at Nitrox, that Rat Damon is a loyal companion and has saved my hide more than once. He slowly unclenched his hands, which for some reason were balled up into fists, as Nitrox gave a grunt of acknowledgement and pulled the doors open. An irritated Jack took a few deep, calming breaths, then followed behind the group as they entered an expansive space, suffused in a soft purple glow. The source of the light was iridescent lichen that clung to the walls and high ceilings. Spaced evenly throughout the room were white stone pillars, and besides some dirt and dust, the room appeared otherwise empty. In addition to the double doors they used to enter the room, there were 3 other exits. Nitrox scurried forward as fast as his old frame would allow toward the door at the far end of the room.
This way. What we seek is on level 5 of the catacombs.
As they crept through the space, Jack noticed tapestries adorning the walls. Although they may have once been a key feature of the room, they now hung in faded tatters. Despite the damage of time and neglect, he could still see images of wondrous cities and fantastical battles against swarms of flying, shadowy creatures.
Joe,
Did you find anything useful out from Freya? What are we heading into?
she didn't know much.
She was part of an early expedition that made it down to the 2nd level. She mentioned that they fought statues that came to life, swarms of bats, and had to deal with traps. Oh, so many traps. Did I mention there were traps involved? Anyway, after losing a few of her party to a couple of the more sinister spike and pit snares, they decided to turn back. When they returned a few days later, refreshed and ready once more, they noticed the traps had not only reset themselves, but had changed type and position. Not having a huge interest in dying, they fled the catacombs upon reaching the 3rd floor and getting attacked by a giant made of stone. It was too much for their group, and she seemed thankful just to have made it out of here alive.
Forget I asked,
Jack responded, eyes moving everywhere, putting his perception skill on overdrive as he looked for anything even remotely out of place. Nitrox, have you been here before? Or are you just following a map? Jack asked as he trailed the elf into the next room. You may want to slow down. From what I hear, there are traps about.
The traps don't start until the 2nd floor,
he answered distractedly.
And yes, I've been down here a number of times with the guild. It doesn't get really interesting until the 3rd floor.
Anyone else think this guy is 2 Olsen twins shy of a full house? Topher asked via the mind link.
Cut it out,
Joe said, pantomiming Geoe from the TV show.
He's been through a lot, and seems old as dirt.
Let's give the guy a break.
You got it, dude.
Gooch shot back, somehow sounding like a 2-year-old Olsen twin through the bond. Topher's got a point, Jack finished, annoyed that he couldn't come up with some Full House reference. He is acting strangely, although it's hard to tell if this is off from his normal behavior. Joe, just make sure you watch yourself around him since he seems to have a creepy elf crush on you. I suggest turning down any offers to play 7 minutes in Avernus. The next room lay in darkness, empty except for the shattered remains of a wooden table resting in a corner. Lifelike depictions of bats swarming various animals adorned the walls, showing up in shades of gray to Jack's dark vision. Walking closer, he slowly traced one finger of a large bat that was in the process of attacking an 8-legged squirrel. He jumped back 4 feet, falling on his butt as the bat's eyes flared to a piercing yellow, gazing at him. The others, seeing Jack on the ground, pulled out their weapons, looking around in a terrified panic. "What is it, Jack?" Gooch asked, stepping closer to his friend in a protective stance. "I swear the eyes of that bat opened up and looked at me," Jack squealed, pointing at the picture of the bat, which, once again, looked normal.
I think your nerves are getting to you, son.
Nitrox, exasperated, sighed heavily.
Now, if you don't mind, the stairs to the next level are just through this door.
The others shook their heads at Jack as they followed the frail elf into the next room and took the stairs down. Reaching another set of wooden double doors, Nitrox was about to push them open, when Jack grabbed his hand. "I'm not sure how things work in Rigara, but back home we have a process for exploring dungeons. Give me a few seconds." Turning to the door, he spent time looking and not finding anything that resembled a trap. No poison darts in the keyhole, nothing that could trigger a drop from the ceiling or the floor beneath them to drop out. Well, nothing that he could detect. But he was counting on his journeyman-ranked perception skill to catch at least the more basic traps. Next, he crouched near the door, holding his hand up for silence as he placed his ear on it, listening for anything that might be in the other room. Not hearing anything through the thick wooden doors, he stepped aside, giving the all-clear sign to Gooch. Gooch stepped forward, his bracelet turning into a shield as he carefully opened the doors. As the slabs of wood separated, rats inside the room shrieked, scattering in all directions from a putrid corpse lying in the center of the floor. Rat Damon, hearing the desperate cries of his countrymen, scurried into the room, responding in the language of his kind. Not sure what to make of this, Gooch took a step forward, eyes fixated on the decaying body in the middle of the room. Jack sidled up next to him, scanning the room for anything resembling a trap as they approached the body. Suddenly, Rat Damon was back, squeaking loudly. Jack knelt down, trying to understand what RD was attempting to tell him, since, unfortunately, the language of rats was beyond his linguistics perk. "Did your friends tell you something we should know?" Jack asked. An emphatic squeal and head nod came in reply. "Okay. Was it something about the dead body?" A quick shake of the head answered his question. "Okay. Was it about a trap in this room?" Another squeal and nod confirmed Jack was on the right track. It took Jack a few minutes of following Rat Damon around the room to realize that there were tiles in the room that were safe to step on, and some tiles that were not. Uninterested in finding out what would happen when a wrong square was triggered, the entire group carefully followed RD through a zigzagging pattern that bypassed the corpse completely. A few minutes later, they were on the other side of the room at another door. He fed RD a piece of cheese as he repeated the careful examination of the new entryway. He noticed a small dart inside the keyhole, set to go off if anyone tried to unlock the door. He took his thieves' tools out of his adventurer's backpack and went to work. After a minute toiling with the lock, he was able to disable the dart trap by cutting the thin wire that connected it to the turning mechanism of the door handle. Unlocking the door was much easier, since Jack was more experienced in that skill, and the lock was a basic pin tumbler. Putting away his equipment, he listened at the door, and, hearing nothing, nodded for Gooch to lead the way. As he opened the door, a flurry of bats suddenly flapped through the doorway, their screeching piercing the relative silence as they careened past the group and into the rooms beyond. After his heart returned to a more normal rhythm, Jack took the lead, walking into a short hallway with 3 more doors. On either side, clay urns stood within niches set into the wall. One of the urns had been shattered, its contents spilled on the shelf and floor. Blackened chunks of bone stood out amidst the ash. Nitrox, consulting his map, pointed at the door up and to the left. Jack moved through the hallway, finding 3 traps as he did so. A deadly tripwire trap that would send a block of stone tumbling down, and 2 pit traps that were covered with some type of illusionary surface. He was able to disable the tripwire trap, and Topher formed an ice bridge that allowed them to bypass the 2 pits. They spent the next hour making painstakingly slow progress, before finding the stairs down to the 3rd floor, Jack finding and disabling dozens of traps along the way. He had never, in his wildest imagination, thought this many different types of traps could exist in one place. Pits, tripwires, rolling boulders, poisonous gas, acid sprays. It was ridiculous. It was the ultimate dungeon master fantasy. And, despite numerous corpses, all of the traps were reset, ready and waiting for the party. His Ring of the Hawk, along with his See What Is Hidden 2 perk, were just enough for him to spot them, and he was able to disable or bypass them once identified. The only snag came when Topher leaned on a pillar for support, only to depress a pressure plate, triggering a stream of darts from a nearby wall. He was too surprised to get out of the way, and it took a cure poison and multiple heals from Jack and Dobby to bring him back to full health. After a thorough scolding about knocking things like skeletons attached to buckets into wells, and the dire consequences of such actions, they continued on.
At least no cave trolls appeared,
Alexa reassured him. He could almost hear the yet in her voice. As they opened the door to the 3rd level, Nitrox assured them that they would not have to contend with the ubiquitous traps that had plagued them on the 2nd. Beyond the door was a large, square room, with faded murals framed on each wall. A fountain sat in the middle, water long since dried up. Only dust remained. At the center of the fountain, A giant-sized statue of a gargoyle sitting atop its perch seemed to stare malevolently at the party as they entered. As Jack took his first step inside, his danger sense went off, and he threw himself to the ground. An ice shard whizzed by his head, squarely impacting the gargoyle statue. The ice shattered into 1,000 pieces as it connected with the stone forehead. What? We've all played enough D&D to know that is not an ordinary statue, Topher said defensively.
Despite what you have heard, young tiefling, not everything in the catacombs is out to get you. Who or what created this place is still a mystery. But it does have a certain beauty.
Nitrox responded, blowing lightly on the large crystal atop his staff. A soft glow emerged from within it, allowing the party to return to normal vision. The murals depicted great battles between shadow demons and the peoples of Rigara, tree dwarves, elves, halflings, centaurs, minotaurs, and other races Jack couldn't identify.
Maybe you're right,
he whispered, but the sooner we get out of here, the better. This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies. I swear the statue's eyes follow me no matter where I go. Like Rasputin. Topher, what the crap are you doing? Jack looked over to see his friend intently staring at the statue, as if willing it to move. As he watched, he saw Topher slowly bring a hand up to the statue's nipple and give it a squeeze, looking for any reaction. When that didn't work, he swung his tail up and placed it in the gargoyle's open mouth, inserting it as far as it could go in a suggestive manner, then moving it in and out a few times in quick succession. Okay, I guess I was wrong, Topher said, turning toward the group. But you gotta admit... The rest of his words were cut off in a shout of pain as the statue bit down on the end of his tail, neatly severing it. Chapter 15. As everyone looked on in stunned silence, the stone creature came fully to life, standing up out of its crouch, wings unfolding. Where it had been nearly 7 feet before, it now towered even higher above them, giant wings spreading out behind its back, with wicked claws, as long as Jack's daggers extending from its hands. A mouthful of long, jagged teeth shone in the soft light created by the wizard's staff. Looking at the group, it bent its neck to the left and to the right, apparently working out a few kinks.
Tastes like chicken,
it growled in rough common as it spit out the end of Topher's tail. How rude! Jack yelled, finally remembering a Full House quote. It wasn't exactly a battle cry, but the team leapt into action at the words. The gargoyle was quicker, swinging one clawed fist at Topher, and the oof of forced exhalation was heard by all as he was thrown back against the wall. Dobby, see to him! Jack yelled, pulling out his loot and backing away as Gooch advanced. Deciding he needed to reduce the gargoyle's attack speed, his fingers began to strum as he played the introduction to Stairway to Heaven. We're going to take things down a bit now with a slow dance. Given the situation, he adjusted the lyrics, and his magic took effect, slowing and weakening the strikes of the creature enough to hopefully give them a chance.
There's a gargoyle who's sure all that enter are thieves, and it's guarding the doorway we'll enter. Hewn from granite it stands, on legs in fighting stance. Why, oh why did they carve what's between them? Ooh. Nobody looked down below its waist. Everyone look away from its hypnotic sway, 'cause you know like the arc it will melt you.
Gooch was slowly giving ground, needing to dodge and deflect the heavy attacks from the giant creature rather than fully block. He used his shield to bat away a swiping claw, creating an opening for a full-strength blow of his longsword on its other arm. Instead of taking the arm off at the elbow, a small chip appeared in the blade, and the gargoyle remained unaffected, I need a minute to change weapons, he cried through their bond. Can someone buy me time? Joe finished the spell he had started when the statue came to life, uttering an arcane word and pointing at the statue as a large hand materialized before it. Enraged, the gargoyle attacked it with abandon, immediately beginning to shred the magical apparition. While Gooch swapped weapons, Jack dismissed Rat Damon, not wanting him to be crushed, instead giving him a pain-free trip back to the astral plane. Continuing to sing, he circled clockwise toward the rear of their stony enemy, hoping to at least inconvenience it by having to account for his positioning. Alexa, is there such a thing as a flanking bonus?
I'm sorry, Jack, but there is no inherent bonus to such a maneuver. However, your positioning does make it more difficult for the one being flanked. For example—
No time for the long version, thanks, he responded, cutting her off, grasping the implications and not wanting to break the concentration needed to butcher Led Zeppelin properly. He did notice that the gargoyle changed his facing, sparing some of its attention for him. I guess that's something. Set phasers to annoy. As Jack circled around, Gooch pulled out his favorite non-magical piece of wood. Okay, second most favorite non-magical piece of wood, from his adventurer's backpack. As soon as it was retrieved, Jack heard him begin the incantation necessary for Shillelagh. It would take a little time, but he hoped the payoff would be worth it. Joe pumped additional spell points into the hand apparition in an attempt to buy Gooch the time he needed to summon his magical club. The gargoyle had other ideas, working doggedly to destroy the phantasmic hand. This isn't a battle I can win. As he watched, the beast executed a perfect uppercut, and its closed fist punched through the magical hand's now fading form.
They just don't make magically summoned giant heads like they used to.
The gargoyle took a moment to stare down Joe while waving an extended index finger back and forth, as if scolding a child. Joe, however, was already casting another spell. Good luck getting through my shield, Dikembe Mutombo! The attack he was waiting for never came. Instead of attacking, the gargoyle doubled down on his taunt, waving the finger from his other hand in front of him as well. What the— Joe involuntarily asked no one in particular, and everyone who was watching the dual-wielded taunt seemed to pause for a moment at the absurdity of it all. Is it broken? He asked the group through the mental link. No clue. But I don't like it, Gooch responded. We need to attack before it— Jack started. Black mist started pouring from the gargoyle's extended fingers. Oh, wait, there it is, he finished, face now sporting deep concern. Go, go, go! Joe needed no prodding. He began casting another spell, the party favorite that was Magnus's Pit of Fun. As the dark cloud attained substantial volume and began swirling around the gargoyle's form, he completed the final arcane word and released the spell. As expected, the ground underneath and around the rocky humanoid immediately became a superheated pool of lava. Good one, Joe! Jack cheered. I'm gonna make you buy— Joe started to say, but finished with yet another— What the— as the would-be lava pool flashed a couple of times, and then fizzled out. The black smoke kept pouring out of the gargoyle's fingers, spewing faster and faster. It was now completely enveloping the creature's entire form, making it difficult to see. Joe froze, staring at his hands, completely taken aback by whatever had caused this sudden arcane impotence. Joe! Snap out of it! Jack yelled, now foregoing the song and converting his instrument to its blade form. Joe continued to stare at his outstretched hands, dumbfounded. Jack spared a glance to Dobby, who seemed to have Topher at least semi-conscious, and was helping him to his feet.
Joe's gone bye-bye, guys. But Gooch looks good to go. Topher, you with us?
Topher, looking a little shaken, set down his tail and responded with a tight-lipped grin. I'm sorry, Jensen. I'm terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought. Jack smiled and knew Topher would be all right. Roger that. Dobby, we're gonna need you up here, little buddy.
Dobby, come quick. That's what she said?
I think you're rubbing off on him, Jackie. Gooch chortled. Hey, I'm not rubbing anything on him. Jack cried defensively. I mean, he humped my leg a few times, but what's that between friends? Dobby picked up his spear, adjusted his grip, got it pointed in the right direction, then began to run toward the melee, his expression one of grim determination. Gooch, his newly formed magical shillelagh in hand, announced, "All right there, Rocky! I have someone I need to introduce you to," he said, nodding toward the glowing wooden club in his right hand. He lifted his shield into a forward-facing position and moved to face the foe, whose encircling black cloud seemed to be reaching an equilibrium at about a 5-foot radius around it. Gooch charged in, leading with a shield bash on center mass. The monster shifted back slightly, the attack doing less damage and not delivering a stun. Ignoring that, Gooch swung wide and low, striking a solid horizontal blow as he stepped forward with his right leg, transferring all of his considerable mass and strength into the movement with a thundering thwack. He seemed supremely pleased with himself until he pulled his arm back, bringing with it only half of a shillelagh, or more aptly, only half of the formerly 4-foot-long piece of wood that was now lacking any magical properties. "Well, that is no bueno."
Fools!
The gargoyle responded.
Did you think your magic could harm me? This is going to be fun.
It snorted a quick chuckle, and proceeded to strike at Gooch with its deadly claws. Gooch had no time to dwell on the catastrophic failure of his go-to weapon. He was far too busy covering himself with his shield from the frontal assault he was now receiving. While he blocked a good chunk of the attacks, strikes were making it past his shield, shredding his armor and creating shallow cuts all over his body. He completely gave up on offense, instead turning to his dodge and block skills, desperation evident on his face. Jack looked on in horror as Joe stood, unmoving, mouth agape, while Topher lumbered off balance toward the fight. Offense looked to be in short supply. He doubted there was any way a critical strike would be successful, as the being was made completely out of rock. But what other option did he have? He decided to cast a quick analyze, hoping it would give him something useful.
Name, Grimlock. Race, Stone Gargoyle. Level, 12. Class, not applicable. Hit points, 134 of 141. Spell points, 19 of 25. Special ability, deflect damage. Anti-magic cloud.
His luck was with him as he pulled up 2 of the creature's special abilities, which he immediately shared with the group. As the gargoyle went on the offensive, it seemed to lose track of him. "Not sure what deflect damage is, but I've got to get its attention. We can't possibly lose to Rocky here. This is not how our story ends." He took a deep breath and prepared to make his move. Dobby leaned into his charge and began to accelerate. He needed to be fast, because poor Gooch couldn't hold out much longer.
These guys smartest people Dobby know. Especially the mean wizard. But it almost like their tribe. Not teach them the ways of the world. Good thing they have Dobby to help them. Maybe it is only fair, since Jack rescued Dobby from Stone. Wait, Dobby saved Jack's life in Basilisk Cave just before he got turned to stone, right? That makes Dobby and Jack even. I'd still not leave Jack, though. Because I love Jack. I love Topher and Gooch very much, too. And Joe, although kind of a grimslin-knocked sack. He is sort of all right. Dobby like him better when he was female. He not talk so much when he spend time ogling own boobs.
Each step seemed slower than the last, and after closing the first half of the 20-foot gap between himself and Gooch, he saw Jack gulp and move in for a strike behind the nasty gargoyle.
Does Jack not know his non-magical sword not work on this monster? What his Grandpa Jensen teach him if he not know this? Dobby must save Jack! Again!
Jack felt seriously lucky that the gargoyle seemed to have all but forgotten about him in its bloodlust for Gooch as he lunged, bringing his blades down hard in a dual stabbing motion toward the center of the creature's back. That same luck reversed polarity almost immediately, as the force of stabbing a brick wall with his non-magical short sword numbed his left hand up to the elbow, and sent his blade flying from his grasp. The enchanted heartwood blade did better, sinking deeply into the creature's back, before a swing from the mighty brute sent him flying.
Crap on a cracker!
He wheezed, involuntarily pulling his still vibrating hand back into a weird sort of self-hug as he lay slumped against the stone wall. If his attack had caused the gargoyle any significant pain, it did not show it. While Jack tried to recover from his flight, Gooch was still on the receiving end of a grade A beatdown. If it weren't for the ancient heartwood shield, his defenses may have already been mortally breached. But as it stood, it wasn't looking good. Grim mirth flowed from the gargoyle as it kept up a flurry of blows that would have made King Hippo proud. Gooch hunched behind his shield, holding it in two hands, but the situation was tenuous at best. Sturdier, and with more defensive perks than Jack, Gooch resisted the numbing effect of whatever flurry of blows attack was being used on him. But he could only hold up so long.
I've got to try something. My position is untenable.
Thinking fast, Gooch used shield riposte on the next blow, then immediately executed a shield bash, planning on using the time to grab a new weapon from his backpack, or at least pick up his admittedly useless sword. That would also buy Jack time to finish whatever bastardized version of the Macarena he was doing and pull his weapon out of the creature. Things didn't go as expected. He remembered something that Grandpa Jensen had said about every dog having its day, as he found out quite painfully that gargoyles had some sort of rebound effect to certain damage types when the force of his own attack was applied against him, sending his shield flying. Gooch had the presence of mind to feel something pound up his back. That was the least of his worries, as his newly numbed arms took up most of his attention.
Not good!
Well, I knew this would be easy, but you're not even a warm-up fight for me. Come on, then! Let's finish!
The gargoyle's words were cut off when a small form leapt from atop Gooch's back, spear held in both hands. Gone was the stupid grin Dobby wore most of the time, replaced by a look of deadly determination. The gargoyle didn't even have time to look surprised as the enchanted spear plunged into its open mouth and through the top of its skull, granite shrapnel bursting everywhere. He landed feet first on the enemy's chest as it toppled backward and smashed to the ground. Raising his arms above him, the goblin bellowed a primal roar in victory.
Dobby!
Chapter 16. They sat around the fountain, Jack and Dobby casting heals on the party while they waited for their spell points to recover. The question is, would the gargoyle have come to life if Topher hadn't antagonized it? Gooch asked no one in particular. Nitrox has been here before, and the statue did not come to life for him. Topher, who was holding his tail together while Jack cast an advanced heal directly on it, gave a non-committal shrug. The Matrix Paradox. Would Neo have knocked over the vase if the Oracle hadn't told him not to worry about it, making him look around and knock it over? Nitrox, eyebrows narrowed and red in the face, looked like he was about to blow a gasket by the way he was visibly shaking.
You morons! You managed to keep up a constant flow of incoherent yammering, like a nest of drunken Furbies. And everyone, even little kids, know there are things in this world best left alone. But you just can't help yourself, can you? Gotta touch everything, poking and prodding until it pokes back. Let this be a lesson for you.
Joe, trying to get the old mage to simmer down, changed the topic. Nitrox, where are the other elves? How did you come to live in a city of mostly halflings? And since we're asking questions, Jack interrupted before Nitrox could answer, why aren't the other people of Rigara helping the people of Edinburgh? Surely they must see the threat. Nitrox looked like he was going to go on another tirade, but instead let out a long breath, shoulders slumping as he stared at the group.
How much do you all know about Rigara?
Not much, Gooch responded. We haven't exactly had a lot of downtime since we first arrived. The only people we've met are the druidic tree dwarves and the halflings, besides the goblins and orcs, of course. Our guide to this strange world, who we refer to as Dungeon Master, mentioned potential allies in the mountain-dwelling dark elves, the centaurs, and the fae, but we haven't encountered them yet.
Your guide really should have given you a more thorough overview of Rigara,
Nitrox stated, pulling his pipe out and loading it with some type of herb.
Let me at least give you the basics. There are 2 continents on Rigara. Liran, the one we are on, and Coronado, where most of my people reside. There are many smaller islands that litter the waters in between, and no one has fully explored the northern seas, but that is not important for now.
He handed his pipe over to Jack, asking him to light it before continuing.
Liran is home to many different species of animals and people, but the primary races are dwarves, halflings, orcs, goblins, centaurs, minotaurs, dark elves, and fae. Of course, Liran is teeming with other life, such as trolls, giants, beastkin, and kobolds. But those races tend to keep to themselves, and have either little official territory or live deep underground. Each race controls a specific area on Liran, and has their own form of government. The halflings control the territory of Windmere, which covers nearly 1/5 of the continent. The Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh manage their city and immediate surroundings. There are 3 other dukes that control other parts of Windmere, and they all owe fealty to King Arkan.
Jack, having lit the pipe with his flint and steel, handed it back to the wizard. The wizard seemed to dislike the group, so he was a little surprised that he was answering their questions. But old people do seem to like to dole out advice and talk about their past. That tendency must outweigh the anger toward the group. That doesn't explain why the other halflings and races haven't made a move to help Edinburgh.
Maybe where you come from it's all sweet sticks and sky prisms singing Car Dardoon around the cook fire. And there's no such thing as politics, but not so on Liran. Long have the other dukes looked on the well-built and fortified city of Edinburgh, and the surrounding fertile lands, with envy. Many of them are hoping Edinburgh falls, so they can swoop in and annex the land into their own holdings, strengthening their case to be the next king. The king would send resources, but his hold on the throne is tenuous at best. And he must do everything he can just to keep his nobles in line to stay in power.
Taking a long pull from his pipe, he continued.
As to the other races, they are not overly friendly even in the best of times. They look to their own first and usually see no need to help others if there is no direct benefit. For many of them, they are biding their time to see how it plays out with the Ravanan Empire, waiting to see how they can use it to their advantage. And for most, the weakening of the Halfling Kingdom is a good thing.
But surely they can see that the Ravanan need to be stopped, Jack blurted. If the orcs and goblins capture Edinburgh, it's just a matter of time before they turn their attention to its neighbors.
Not everything is so black and white. The Ravanan know what they are doing, making promises or threats to keep each country within its borders. They seem to excel at playing factions against one another to do their work for them. Edinburgh met with a Ravanan emissary and saw through their lies. Others hear what they want to hear.
Taking another long drag on his pipe, he finished.
Why are you so sure? The halflings are the good guys in the endless orc and goblin wars. From the orcs and goblins' perspectives, the halflings continue to encroach on their lands. So it was easy for the Ravanan to convince them to join together against them. As to how I got to Edinburgh, that is a story for another time. Suffice to say, I am older than I look, and have explored nearly all of Liren after leaving my home on Coronado at the young age of 90. I saw an opportunity to rest for a while and grow a guild in Edinburgh, and took it. Now, if we two are fully rested, how about we continue our exploration?
If that dust in a robe is older than he looks, he must be prehistoric, Topher blurted via telepathy. Hold on a second, Chief, Jack stated as he rose to his feet. He had been wondering if he should bring this up to a stranger, but they needed more information. The Ravanan are using power sources to send energy through a portal and into my world. The energy disrupts our magic, which we call technology. There are 4 power sources responsible for this. We disrupted one of the nodes at the site of a corrupted great tree. We are looking for 3 others. Do you have any insight you'd be willing to share? The others all stopped their quiet conversations, eyes on Nitrox.
Power sources, you say?
Nitrox folded his arms, lines of deep concentration forming on his face as he considered the question.
There are places across Liren where ley lines intersect, resulting in increased power for those that know how to use it. Edinburgh is built on a minor place of power, which supports the city's administrative functions and enables the denizens to use magic to fortify its walls. But the kind of energy you're talking about is on a different scale altogether. There are 4 such places on Liren, although I am not sure of exact locations. Think of this continent like a large, ragged circle. You will be able to find a major power source in each quadrant of that circle. From what you have told me, you unearthed one at a great tree in the northeast. And I have long speculated that the Orc Mountain stronghold sits on top of another here in the southeast. If they ever figured out how to tap into it, they would be much more powerful. The Anorak Desert to the north is sure to hold another, although I couldn't tell you where. The nomadic centaurs that roam that desolate land and I had a falling out, simply because I raided one of their burial mounds. Those guys are way too touchy about such things. I had to flee in the end, but I think it was worth it, he said smugly, holding his staff out for the others to see. It is my only possession that has remained faithful to me, despite the curse. His eyes glazed, clearly lost in his memories of better times. And the last power source? Topher asked, snapping his fingers in front of Nitrox's face, trying to keep the elderly, absent-minded wizard on task. Neck cocked and forehead furrowed, Nitrox shot Topher an annoyed look before responding. In the southwest, the rolling grasslands give way to a rocky coast, with hundreds of islands making up the Perenchio archipelago. The Fae live among those islands, and I would bet my guild shop that you will find the last power source in that area. So basically we have to explore the entire continent if we want to stop the electromagnetic pulse? Topher groaned, slumping back to the ground in defeat. That seems like way too much walking to me. Grandpa always said nothing worth doing is ever easy. We can't get discouraged by the size of our task. We just need to keep taking the next step, Jack said, squatting on his knees and placing his hand on Topher's shoulder, who seemed to be out of breath at just the mention of future exercise. Quite so, young man. Now, why don't we move on to the next floor, before I throw up my breakfast, watching you two cuddle. Weary, but restored, they moved into the next room. Burning torches in iron sconces lined the walls, casting flickering shadows but giving off no heat. The musty smells of books assailed Jack, making him think back to time spent at the T.B. Scott Free Library in Merrill.
Shelves with a scattering of books resting lopsided on them lined the farthest wall. Dominating the small room, a large desk stood in the middle, covered by a thick layer of dust. Jack moved to check out the books, but remembering Nitrox's warning, decided to not actually touch anything. Alexa chimed in.
Per your earlier directive, I have noted this under the category of actually taking someone else's good advice for once.
Hey now! I don't think I had such a standing order, Alexa. Alexa did not respond. Jack went back to the task at hand. The titles of the remaining books were all in a language that was foreign to him, and they looked like they would crumble to dust if he blew too hard on them. As he turned to leave, a tiny piece of wood flooring glowed in his vision. Thank you, see what is hidden. Kneeling down, he took out his knife and slowly pried the highlighted piece from the floor, revealing a small hidey hole. Looking around to see the others all staring at him, Nitrox glaring daggers, he put his hand into the hole and pulled out a small leather bag. Pouring the contents out onto his hand, he was surprised to see sparkling gems of different sizes and colors, along with a slim, silver ring. The band was made of overlapping metal feathers. He quickly cast Analyze on it.
Name, Ring of Feathers Autumn. Durability, 13 of 20. Effect, 3 times per day, the ring can be activated to slow the falling descent of the wearer to that of a feather. The ring recharges at dawn.
Sometimes it pays to be curious, Nitrox, Jack said, holding up the ring for everyone to see and telling them what it could do. After a quick conversation, they gave the ring to Dobby. Now that he was officially part of the team, Jack wanted to treat him as such, including giving him a fair share of the loot. Dobby tried to protest, to no avail, and a single tear left a trail in the smudges on his face as he slid the ring onto his index finger.
Throwing good after bad,
Nitrox mumbled, shaking his head at the scene, distaste for the goblin etched on his face. Ignoring him, they opened the door, walking into a narrow hallway that had 3 more doors. At Nitrox's direction, they chose the door on the right, opening into what Jack hoped was a kitchen, and not a medieval torture chamber. Long hooks hung from the ceiling, on thick iron chains, coated with a mixture of crimson stains and rust. In the corner was a large brick oven, its black iron door hanging loosely from one hinge. Opposite the oven ran a long counter, littered with knives and other utensils. Walking in, Jack kept an eye out for any secrets, rubbing his Ring of the Hawk for good luck. Not seeing anything, he approached the remaining door, inspecting it for any traps. He thought he could hear a soft hissing sound from behind him. It sounded like the expulsion of a breath held too long in the lungs. Or possibly some sort of snake. Snakes? No, thank you. Check, please. Chapter 17. I don't think we're alone now. There seem to be some creatures around. He mind-sang to the group, quietly pulling his short sword out of its sheath at his hip and turning around. Gesturing at the large brick oven, he walked closer to it. 3, 2, 1. He mentally counted down, jumping in front of the oven door, short sword held out before him. Gooch at his side, shield at the ready.
Oh, please just make it quick!
Came a fast-talking, high-pitched feminine voice in Australian-accented common. Or is that a New Zealand accent?
I would rather die than live another day in this hellish place. Talk about a sandworm stove. You really don't want to fart in here, and I can't eat another rat.
Rat Damon's ears perked up at this, and he stood up on his hind legs in a fighting pose. Little paws curled into fists. We're not gonna kill you. I mean, we're probably not gonna kill you. Why don't you come out of there? As soon as Jack finished, an animal emerged from the oven and stood on the opening as she scanned the group. She reminded him of Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy, except that she was taller, probably 3.5 feet with feminine curves. And instead of black and gray fur, hers was orange and white, streaked black with grime, charcoal, and dirt. She also had a long furry tail which danced around as she stood there. She wore supple leather armor lined with dozens of small pockets. She had a bandolier hanging diagonally from her right shoulder, each loop holding a vial of different colored liquid or powder. To complete the ensemble, tinted green goggles rested on her forehead.
Well, what do we have here? Weirdest mixed races I've ever seen in one place. Half elf, half tiefling, half fae. And that big guy has to be at least part giant. I once knew a guy back home that swore he had a little giant in him. Him being the tallest one in my village at 4.5 feet. But he had nothing on you, Beefcake. And what's the other half of you? Like nothing I've ever seen. And I guess you felt like you needed a nearly petrified ancient elf to round out the expedition.
The group could only stare and try to register what she was saying. He thought it was a little like listening to a podcast at ×2 speed. Or maybe ×3 speed. Alexa, is she really talking that fast, or am I having a stroke?
Her race, Beastkin, is known for accelerated speech, although she is taking it to the next level. Rest assured, your brain is fine. Fine being a relative term.
Looking at the Beastkin, who was continuing to chatter away, Jack waited for her to take a breath and quickly interrupted. Hi there. My name is Jack. What's your name? How'd you get down here, and why were you hiding in the oven? He said this as fast as he could, trying to mimic her hastened speech, but falling short.
My name is Sekura. Nice to meet you all. Except the old one that keeps glaring at me like I stole his last biscuit. I came down to the catacombs as part of an expedition over 6 weeks ago. We made it to the 4th floor before we were attacked by a pack of shadow wolves. I was able to escape, but the other members of Mando's marauders weren't so fortunate, including Mando himself. I ain't never seen anyone as tough as him, but against a pack of those wolves, he went down fast. I made it to this floor before passing out due to loss of blood, and when I woke up, I tried to leave, but all the traps were reset on the 2nd floor. How does that happen? Now, I'm smarter than most Beastkin. Everyone says so, even Master Ryuga. And he never says anything nice about anyone. In fact, he offered me a position as a student teacher at the academy, but I turned him down because I wanted to see the world.
She took a long breath and started again.
Anyway, I have many skills, but none in the areas of finding and disabling traps. I wasn't sure if more monsters would come from the other floors to repopulate this floor, so I decided to stay near the kitchen, hoping another group of adventurers would eventually make it down here. There are plenty of rats for me to eat, and this oven seems as good a place as any to hide. But by Master Ryuga's stubby tail, I am bored. Oh, I haven't had anyone to talk to in ages except for Mr. Snuggles here.
She reached behind her back and produced a very dead rat, with small fleas crawling over its stiff corpse, giving it a tight hug. Rat Damon's cheeks puffed out as he tried to avoid regurgitating his breakfast. To no avail. Well, you're not alone any longer, Miss Sakura, Gooch comforted, stepping forward and bending down to one knee. We have some work left to do in the catacombs, but you're welcome to stay here until we're done. Regardless, I think it's time to say goodbye to Mr. Snuggles. Gingerly, he picked up the dead rat in 2 meaty fingers and tossed it behind him, narrowly missing Joe.
Leave, but you just came. Oh no, you can't leave me. I will go with you. I can be very useful. I have potions that can make you faster, can burn things, can freeze things, can even heal wounds. I can be a lot of help in a fight. It's why the others brought me down here with them. Please let me stay with you until we can make our way out of this place. Also, do you have anything to eat? I will eat anything that is not rat, but really miss the taste of sugar, pastries, pancakes with syrup, muffins, cookies, pies. I'm not choosy.
Quest offered. Sakura's freedom. Get Sakura out of the catacombs alive. Reward, 500 experience. Reputation gain with Sakura.
They accepted the quest, as Jack hesitantly pulled pastries out of his adventurer's backpack, to the astonished stares of the others. What? I thought we might need a snack down here, and they were just lying around in the kitchen. What's the point of being great at sneaking around if you can't swipe some sugary snacks when the mood suits you? Grinning, he handed each of them a flaky pastry dusted with confectioner's sugar. Sakura grabbed 3 and ate them, while the others worked on their first.
When I saw white powder on your lips earlier, you told me it was dust from the catacombs. You've been holding out on us, Jackie boy,
Gooch said, gulping down the pastry and licking the sugar off his fingers. Jack had the decency to look a little ashamed as he patted his belly. Nitrox, who had finally stopped beating his head against the wall, turned to the group, face red in anger, breaths coming in short, hard gasps.
First, you imbeciles refused to listen to my advice to just let Joe and I do this alone, endangering the entire mission. Then, in your infinite wisdom, you decided a disgusting goblin and a large rat should also join us because why not? Finally, you dullards find a half-mad beastkin, and instead of killing her, or at least sending her on her way. You give her pastries and invite her to join our group. In my 600 years of life, never have I been witness to this level of buffoonery, jackassery, or general incompetence. In fact...
He stopped suddenly, hand clutched over his heart, face beat red. He dropped to the ground, gasping for breath, like a fish out of water.
Jack, do something!
Gooch shouted, waking Jack up from his trance. Jack knelt next to the elf, sending healing magic flowing into him. Nitrox's chest remained motionless as he continued to squirm on the ground. Eyes flared open in panic.
It's not working! Anyone got any baby aspirin?
He screamed as Gooch began CPR while Topher blew air into Nitrox's lungs, grimacing the entire time. After a minute of this, Gooch called it. Nitrox stared up at them with cold, dead eyes. Somehow, still managing to look angry.
Holy hell, holy hell, holy hell!
Topher chanted. The rest stood back in shock, clearly not expecting something like this and certainly not knowing what to do, much less what to say. They sat in stunned silence for minutes, unable to look away from the dead mage, each confronting the idea of death in their own way.
Why did that old mage have to die?
Joe blurted out, kicking a rock at the dead elf.
I finally found someone that could be the Qui-Gon Jinn to my Obi-Wan Kenobi and mentor me in the ways of magic. More than just me instinctually picking up a spell here and there as I gain levels. And of course, he has to do the selfish thing and die! And leave me to figure everything out on my own! And no, the irony of him Qui-Gon Jinning himself is not lost on me!
None of them replied, but Gooch rested a hand on his friend's shoulder. Growing up on his grandpa's farm, Jack had helped butcher many animals. Since coming to Rigara, he'd also killed in defense of himself or his friends. This was different. He hadn't liked the grouchy old wizard, but he didn't want to see him dead. Something like this went against his personal crusade to keep those around him alive. How did one guard against something so unexpected? So he did what he always did when difficult situations arose. He made jokes. Grandpa always said that my tomfoolery would be the death of him, but I never took it literally. Nobody laughed, and Topher eventually broke the silence. The racist dinosaur always acted like someone pissed on his whey bread. He needed to lighten up. In fact, one could say he was as serious as a heart attack. Seeing the looks from the group, he backtracked. Too soon? Do you think he had a survival token? Gooch asked hopefully, ignoring his flippant friend's comments as he wiped the dead man's spit off his lips and closed his eyelids. I didn't see anything around his neck. Besides the fancy staff, I don't think he really had anything of importance, Joe replied, staring at the unmoving corpse of the elf. Jack poked the old man slightly to make sure he really was dead before asking the question they were all thinking. Not to be callous, but is there any reason to continue on this quest with the old wizard dead? We have a day and a half to figure out a way to save Maeve's father, and we still have 2 more levels to go to break the curse, if that's even possible now. Joe, always the practical one, responded first. We may not get the services of the most powerful mage in Edinburgh, but we would still gain access to the vault, which, if the old guy can be believed, has equipment to outfit many in the army, and may contain a portal pearl. I practiced the ritual with him, and I think I can do it on my own. It's really quite simple once you understand the math behind it. Logic dictates we press our luck.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, stop!
Jack cried before slamming his fist down on a nearby wall. Any objections?
If it's all the same, I think we should head back up. The 4th floor is no joke, and while you people seem like you know which end of the sword to hold, so did Mando's marauders. Why don't we leave this for another day, and we can go back up and find some more of those delicious pastries?
Sakura pleaded. No, I think Joe is right. We made it this far, let's finish this quest, Gooch said, pulling a blanket out from his backpack and placing it gently over Nitrox, saying a few words under his breath. He picked up the staff and gave it to Joe. Sakura, you can head back to the surface, but first, tell us how to get to the next floor. Jack, we'll have to depend on you to get to level 5. Maybe your direction sense and never lost perks can give you a leg up. By the way, any chance you can analyze the staff? I already tried and failed. That, like calculus or understanding the plot of any Pauly Shore movie, is beyond me. Well, it was worth a shot. Let's pack up and move on. We can grab his body on the way out to give him a proper burial, Gooch concluded, moving toward the doorway leading out of the kitchen. Hearing no dissenting opinions, he opened it. Sakura seemed to decide to throw her lot in with the party, and with her help they were able to find the stairs down to the 4th floor. Their only encounter was with a swarm of bats that were easily defeated by an instacast of burning hands. As was typical of the other floors, the door was unlocked and opened into a room the size of a basketball court. Unlike the flagstone common throughout the catacombs, this room was walled and floored with black marble veined with white streaks. The ceiling, also marbled, was held up by thick white pillars, placed in 2 parallel lines down the width of the room. Near the back of the room was a closed sarcophagus on a raised dais. Flickering torches cast deep shadows throughout the room, trying but failing to drive back the omnipresent pallor of gloom. Per Sakura, this was the place her prior team fought the Shadow Wolves, so they all had buffed themselves before entering the room. Joe summoned a giant boa constrictor, while Topher used his staff of defense to place the familiar blue armor around himself. Thorns covering every inch of his own armor, Gooch once again wielded his magical shillelagh, and crackling energy surrounded the club. Dobby, trying out his new bardic abilities, sang a martial tune from his homeland, granting increased attack speed and damage. Jack and Rat Damon were the last to enter, sticking to the deep shadows offered by the pillars in an attempt to avoid notice.
Okay, boy. Time to earn your keep,
Joe whispered to the snake, and it began to slither forward as the rest of them stayed fanned out in front of the doorway. The huge beast passed the first sets of pillars unmolested, making its way to the sarcophagus at the end of the room while the party held its breath.
Maybe they've all gone.
Sakura whispered.
We did kill a few of them, so it would make sense if they needed to retreat and lick their wounds. In fact,
she continued, picking up steam as she strode forward, increasing the tempo and volume of her voice.
I bet old Mando took the head off their leader, and then, poof, they ran back to the plane of shadow, tail between their legs like the cowards they are.
Everyone, even Rat Damon, shook their heads as she said this, knowing she had doomed them all. Chapter 18. Gooch was hopeful that maybe nothing bad would happen this time, but as fate would have it, the snake chose that moment to cross the chamber's midway point. Simultaneously, a long howl reverberated off the marble walls, causing Sakura to scream as she flung herself back beneath his armored legs. The shadows thrown from the torchlight stopped flickering, instead coalescing unnaturally into large pockets of gloom. Out of the darkness, wolves with fur as black as a moonless night slowly emerged. Their yellow eyes and long white canines starkly contrasted the rest of their form. A pair of lupines emerged from each pocket of unknowable darkness, teeth bared as they sensed their prey. Joe directed his giant snake to attack, and a lightning-quick strike was launched toward the muzzle of a nearby predator. But instead of biting down and injecting its venom into the beast, the snake's jaws closed on air. The wolves counterattacked, claws and teeth raking over the summoned creature's scales. Another creature that can displace itself? What kind of happy horseshit is this? Topher asked, mesmerized by the still-forming wolves.
I don't think so,
Gooch replied, activating his study foe perk.
They seem to flicker in and out like a broken street lamp.
I'm not sure if it's a random pattern or if they're in control of it, but we need to time our attacks to hit them when they're fully in this world. He stepped forward, watching as 16 wolves slowly emerged from the 8 portals. After 10 seconds, his ability finished, and he was rewarded with a system prompt.
Your study foe perk has activated successfully. The shadow wolves are weak against sunlight and holy damage. They cannot be hurt by non-magical weapons.
Weak to sunlight and holy damage, and impervious to non-magical weapons, he shared with the group. Unfortunately, they were 4 levels underground, and none of them had any skills in the religious arts that would help with holy damage.
Oh well, time to do this the hard way. Otherwise known as business as usual.
Stepping up, he planted himself in front of the group and threw his weapon at the nearest wolf. The shillelagh passed through it as it flickered out of existence, the weapon spinning through its body. However, its packmate behind him was not so lucky, and the club blasted into it, slamming it into a nearby pillar with a yip of pain. A moment later, courtesy of a new perk he picked up upon reaching beginner rank with the spell, his shillelagh was back in his hand as he executed his taunt perk, battering the club against his shield, receiving predatory looks from the wolves in return. "Okay, I got their attention, let's do this!" he shouted to the others, hoisting his shield up to deflect an attack on his left as the first of the creatures reached him. He bashed it with his shield, which passed right through the creature, the weight of the miss throwing him slightly off balance. He sent his shillelagh out in a wide arc, forcing a number of the wolves to go insubstantial, buying him time to stabilize himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dobby move up to his right side, shield raised, hoping to protect his flank. With a loud yell, the goblin discharged musical energy at the nearest four-legged form, blasting it away from the group. Topher moved to Gooch's left, glowing in blue armor as he finished his cast and sent ice and sleet raining down upon the pack, hitting all of them except the few engaged directly with Gooch. They blinked in and out of existence, making the spell only partially effective, but it was enough to send them fleeing from the 20-foot area of effect. While his snake continued to tie up a couple of the creatures with its mostly ineffective strikes, Joe sprayed the ones in front of Gooch and Dobby with acid, somehow extending the duration of the spray, and watching in detached fascination as it ate its way through fur, flesh, and bone. His epic-level intelligence made the area of effect near perfect, with the spray neatly shooting over Dobby's head, and only impacting the wolves. Gooch watched as the wolves in front of them began to dissipate, and new ones moved forward. "Jack, you going to join the fun?" Gooch asked, waiting until a wolf had a firm bite on his armored gauntlet before striking it with his club, hitting it squarely and watching shimmering energy wash over the wolf. "You guys got this. RD and I are waiting to see if there are any reinforcements before we show ourselves. This seems too easy." Topher, who had moved up to Gooch's left, blasted the nearest grouping with a spinning ice shard, missing one but piercing the other two. "They can't stay out of our plane for long, so if we time our attacks, we can make sure one of us gets a hit," Joe stated, methodically watching the wolves dance in and out of this world. Using their mental communication, they each timed their attacks one after another, scoring at least one hit out of 3, sometimes more. Gooch used his taunt perk again, keeping their focus mainly on him. With his armor and hardened skin, the wolves were having a hard time doing any real damage, and any attacks directed at Dobby or Topher were easily blocked through his protector perk. Joe began throwing acorn grenades into their midst, reducing the number of wolves even further. As the last of them dissipated, the pockets of shadow from where they had emerged began pulling together, until there was one large, swirling vortex of darkness floating above the sarcophagus. Turning his attention back to the portal, Gooch held his breath as an unusually large wolf slowly emerged. It was the size of a small car, and had a coat so black that it seemed somehow darker than the void behind it. A palpable aura of despair emanated from the creature, enough to cause Gooch to take a slight step back. Joe's boa constrictor leapt at it, uncoiling its body lightning fast as it tried to bite the wolf. Not pausing, the lupine monster twitched its neck, catching the head of the snake in its teeth. Biting down hard, the wolf flattened the snake's head, which dissolved into nothingness.
Well, that looks like fun,
Sakura stated as she finished setting up what looked like a travel alchemy set. She pulled vials out of her bandolier, along with different herbs from her pockets, spat into a pewter bowl, then started using a pestle to grind a gray leaf into the mix.
Another group of adventurers comes to seek riches, fame, and glory at the expense of my master,
the wolf growled, its claws clicking on the marble floor as it slowly stalked toward them.
Another group of adventurers that my master will be happy to absorb into his strength. He will welcome you into the fold with open arms.
Gooch took a wary step forward, placing himself in front of the beast. "Who is this master we keep hearing about?" he asked, trying to buy Jack some time to get into position. "Are they the ones with the power to end the curse on the Edinburgh Mage Guild? If so, we would like to simply talk to them. Violence need not be the answer. The wolf, lips pulled back in a sinister smile, snarled.
My master is not weak like you. He is violence personified. Better that you let me finish you off here and now than suffer his wrath.
Gooch felt himself get larger, courtesy of Geoe, becoming over 9 feet tall and adding an extra foot to his width. He used his sweep-the-leg tactics perk, marking the wolf as the primary target, making it easier to hit and score a critical. He then took another step forward, bringing his shield up in a massive slam, but missing the wolf as it nimbly darted back. At the same time, Topher finished his ice shard spell, sending it flying toward the creature, spinning like a drill. The wolf shifted his body so that it struck his shoulder, wincing in pain as the ice spear bored into him a few inches before shattering.
It would seem these puppies have claws,
it rumbled, licking its wound.
My turn.
It shifted forward, too fast for the eye to follow, slamming Topher into a pillar 10 feet away. Before the party could react, its massive teeth bit down brutally into Gooch's shoulder, receiving a thorn in its maw in return. Everyone in the chamber heard the sharp crack of a bone breaking, as Gooch cried out in agony.
Damn it! Where's Jack?
Jack watched the giant beast emerge from the shadows, and cast Analyze on it while it engaged in conversation with Gooch.
Name, Mantis. Race, Greater Shadow Wolf. Level, 14. Hit points, 157 of 157. Spell points, 37 of 37.
Disappointed that his creature scan perk didn't activate to give him more information about its special abilities, he crept down the length of the wall, careful not to make even a whisper of noise. Rat Damon darted between his feet, seemingly eager for the upcoming fight. More and more, that guy reminds me of Scrappy Doo. Listening to the cliché bad guy monologue, Jack continued to circle around it, pausing as he moved behind a pillar and waited for the monster to engage his friends. As it attacked Topher and Gooch, he snuck behind it, using dual attack to sink his double short swords deep into its back. The Heartwood short sword slid easily past its fur, which was so thick and matted that it acted like armor, until only the hilt was visible. The non-magical short sword was not as effective, unable to penetrate and sliding off the hide. Rat Damon leapt at its back and began his burrowing attack, the thick pelt impeding the normally quick process. With a high-pitched yelp of pain, Mantis leapt away from the group, landing atop the sarcophagus, the Heartwood short sword still in its body, and RD hanging on for dear life. Howling in anger, it cranked its neck around to try and remove the blade or Rat Damon, not quite able to reach either of them. Jack ran the rest of the way to Gooch, darting behind him as he began the lengthy cast for Mend Bones. Geoe hadn't been idle, and as Jack hid behind Gooch, black tentacles erupted from the stone coffin, latching on to the bottom side of the wolf. Sakura flitted between Gooch's legs, holding a vial that she threw at the trapped mantis, hitting him squarely in his enormous chest. It exploded into a chaotic white web, completely covering its front half, and anchoring it to the lid of the sarcophagus. "Did we become amazing at some point?" Topher asked the group, rubbing his lower back as he stumbled up next to Gooch, barely catching himself as he patted his giant friend on the shoulder. Given that he was gritting his teeth in pain, Jack was pretty sure Gooch didn't agree. Dobby cast a minor heal on Topher while looking nervously to the still casting Jack for direction.
We need to keep him locked down until Jack can fix my collarbone, Gooch commanded. The tentacles and webbing won't hold him for long.
Truer words were never spoken, and Jack watched the creature completely uproot a tentacle while ripping away a portion of the web. Geoe pulled a square off his robe of limited usefulness, watching as a mottled gray piece of cloth turned into a slender bronze whistle. Shrugging, he placed it up to his lips and blew. A moment later, an ear-shattering howl erupted from the great wolf, quickly turning into a high-pitched whine, its forelegs moving to cover its ears. Jack saw Rat Damon fall from the back of the mighty beast, tiny paws covering its ears as well. The distraction gave Jack the time he needed to repair Gooch's fractured collarbone. Winding up for another blow, Joe watched as the whistle suddenly turned to dust in his hands. Apparently a single-use item. Limited usefulness is right. Testing his shoulder, Gooch moved forward as the wolf, mad with pain or anger, stood back up to its full height, tearing free of the remaining web and tentacles. It stalked the group, eyes red with rage.
No quick death for you. Not anymore. By the time I am done with you, you will beg me to kill you.
I think you made it angry, Joe,
Topher whispered, matching pace with Gooch. The wolf pounced forward, front paw landing on the top of Gooch's waiting shield. Instead of being flattened, Gooch drove his shield upward, causing the wolf to lose its balance. Dobby stepped forward and thrust his spear into its other front leg, a thick line of blood appearing on the matted black fur. The wolf turned its focus to the goblin, just in time for Topher to deliver another ice shard into its side. Gooch, whose eyes were only at chest level of the enormous wolf, swung his shillelagh with bone-breaking force, courtesy of a new perk, hitting the monster and driving it back 2 feet. If Mantis felt the blow, he gave no sign, instead bringing his gigantic maw down upon Dobby in a lightning-fast attack. Seeing the move, Gooch activated his new tactics perk to switch places with Dobby, jamming his shield in the wolf's maw. Mantis locked eyes with him, straining with the effort of crushing the shield and the arm that held it. However, the creature was no match for the strength of the heartwood of the great tree, and it finally gave up, yanking its head back and losing a tooth in the process. "Hey, Sakura, you have oil in any of those vials?" Jack asked the small furry creature.
I have so many oils, some would say they're essential. Oils for cooking, oils for cleaning, oils for lubricating. Yes, I have many oils. In fact, my dad would always say...
Yes, he sounds like a wise man. Not to be rude, but can I have a couple bottles of your most flammable? I have an idea. As she pulled out a small knapsack and began to dig through it, Jack watched the battle. Despite landing some decent blows on the shadow predator, it still had over half of its health left. Dobby, Topher, and Gooch were doing a good job of harassing it so it couldn't focus its attention on just one of them, with Gooch's protector perk shielding Topher and Dobby from the worst of it. However, as Jack watched, Dobby slipped on some of the creature's dark blood. Mantis didn't hesitate, as it bit down on the small goblin and threw him across the room. He pulled his lips back in a dark sneer.
And then there were 2.
Jack, still waiting for the bottles, threw a heel on Gooch and Topher, who were both playing a purely defensive game now. Topher had a giant water barrier up in front of him while Gooch hunkered down behind his shield. "Technically 3, Joe said, firing a trio of arrows into the maw of the shadow beast. "Hang in there, guys. I have a plan," Jack said as Sakura finally handed him 2 bottles of oil.
This is of my own making. It'll make water catch on fire.
She purred excitedly. "Well, we're about to find out." Looking at the tall wolf, Jack pondered how to best cover the creature in oil. He had a crazy idea that he was fairly sure would fail. But when in Rigara and all that... "Gooch, I'm going to run at you and jump on your shield. At the same time, I need you to shove me upward over the wolf. Got it?" "Wait, what? I'm a bit busy here, amigo. What are you trying to accomplish?" "I need to get this oil all over its body." Jack is bringing together the 2 things he loves most. Battle moves from the Avengers and hot oil. Topher cracked, wincing as a huge claw pounded against his watery buffer. "Do you have another idea? Or really any idea at all?" "And you guys call me the dork. Stand still, Jack. I'll get you some elevation," Joe responded as he began to cast. A few seconds later, Jack felt the ground shake and a stone wall rose beneath him. Crouching down, he managed to keep his balance as the wall climbed precariously into the air, stopping after 20 feet, about 5 feet from the ceiling. Happy, not for the first time, that he wasn't afraid of heights, Jack took careful aim and lobbed the first vial at the wolf, striking him just behind his neck on its broad back. The second one landed farther behind, closer to the tail. Pulling out his wand of fire, he issued the command word and watched the beads of flame shoot toward their enemy. Not able to help himself, and quite possibly just by nerdy habit, he yelled, "Say hello to my little friend!" Like Grandpa farting into a campfire after a 5th of bourbon and 2 cans of baked beans. Flames erupted along the beast with a large whoosh sound. Mantis dropped to the ground in panic, rolling along the marble tile in an attempt to put out the flames. Never one to miss a good opportunity, the entire party attacked the rabid canine with fervor, scoring critical hit after critical hit on the defenseless wolf. By the time the fire was extinguished, so was the life of the dreaded monster, leaving the world of the living with a final, rumbling, "Why?" I guess he was a little long in the tooth, if you know what I mean, Jack said, panting as he drew his short sword out of the corpse. He didn't hear the groaning over the party's exhausted breathing. Chapter 19. Jack plucked distractedly on his lute as he channeled a soothing performance, healing the group. Something was bothering him, but he couldn't quite place his finger on it. "Sakura, you said your group made it to this room?" Jack asked, beginning to inspect the strange sarcophagus. Made of stone, it was covered in a fresco that ran along all four sides. From where he stood, he could see a scene of a woman giving birth to a boy, and then various scenes from the boy's childhood. Spearing a fish at a stream, bringing a deer down with an arrow, dancing with a girl. The boy seemed happy enough. Huh. Throw in a little Forever Young by Rod Stewart and we'd have ourselves a real montage.
Yeah, but my party fell before we met the big guy. I fled as Mando and his team died defending my retreat against a number of the smaller wolves. I was just barely able to shut the door in time to stop them from following me onto the 3rd level.
You locked them in the room with those beasts, leaving them to die? Gooch asked softly. The only response was a single tear running down Sakura's cheek as she turned away in shame. I'm not judging, little one. I wasn't there. And from the sounds of it, they sacrificed themselves to save you and would have died regardless. You made sure their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Gooch knelt down and pulled Sakura into a tight hug, allowing her to vent her pent-up tears. Jack continued his circuit around the sarcophagus, investigating the area for hidden traps. The fresco continued illustrating the life of the boy, showing him becoming a man, getting married, building a house, and having 2 children. Moving to the other side, the story progressed as he battled against creatures of darkness, giant bats, black-furred wolves, and other monstrosities, while wielding a sword of light in one hand and a staff in the other. While the man appeared victorious, others were not so lucky, including his family if the gravestones were any indication. Turning the corner, he took in the final scene. The man, stooped and balding, stood in the center of a pentagram, with the bones of what appeared to be his wife and children lying inside with him. He had a dagger poised above his heart, eyes straining toward the heavens. Jack's brain roared to life, firing like the pistons in the engine of his old Pinto, causing him to shout, "Sakura! Where are the bodies of your compatriots? Where are their armor and weapons? Surely the wolves couldn't eat the bones, armor, and all." "Who knows?" Topher responded as he used his mastery of air and water to try and clean the robe, making things worse rather than better. He frowned as he continued, "Maybe this dungeon resets itself every so often, removing old bodies and equipment. Somehow those traps reactivated themselves. Maybe there's other magic at work. That roided-out Scooby-Doo over there couldn't shut up about his Dark Lord," Joe added. "Maybe they kill adventurers and bring their equipment to him?" "How do you know it's a him?" Topher asked. "Do you know this Dark Lord? Are you secretly one of his foul worshippers? Do you have the One Ring?"
My precious.
Shaking his head, Gooch stepped up to the sarcophagus. "Speaking of the Evil One, what's the chance he's in this coffin?" Sakura looked like she was going to explode if she did not get her chance to talk. Like a balloon leaking air, she began,
We had a cemetery in the town where I grew up. Mom always said to stay out of it after dark, but Angelina and I went in anyway. It was really creepy, but we were not afraid. That is until we saw a zombie come out of one of the tombs. Well, we thought it was a zombie, but it was just my brother Ned who thought he would teach us a lesson. We almost killed him before we discovered the ruse. That incident actually got me started as an alchemist, unearthing secrets through science and such. Anyway, about that coffin, yeah, I wouldn't touch it. I ended up spending a lot of time in that cemetery over the next few years, and nothing good comes from opening coffins. Angelina, bless her soul wherever it may reside, would agree with me if she were here. but she's the reason I know nothing good comes from opening coffins.
The beastkin, finally coming up for air, inhaled deeply. The party could only stare at her slack-jawed. I know I initially thought of her as Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy, but I am changing my vote to Buddy the Elf.
Heaven help us if she finds some maple syrup.
Alexa sighed. Okay, it's agreed then, Gooch said, taking a step away from the coffin. We leave it alone. No one touch it. Maybe if we end this curse and somehow save the city, we can come back down here. Then they saw a rodent of unusual size crawl up Gooch's body and leap from the top of his head, landing on the sarcophagus. He stood on his hind legs, furry fists raised in triumph, daring anyone to try and move him. I guess RD has a differing opinion, Jack offered. Moving to stand before the rat, he held out his arm to him. Gooch has got a point, buddy. There could be all sorts of danger in that sarcophagus. If you'd seen the entire Mummy franchise, you'd hesitate too. Rat Damon pantomimed opening up the lid, then pointed to Jack's adventuring backpack. Loot? You think we're passing up loot? Excitedly, the rat bounced up and down. Mummy be damned! Dieser Coffin hat Geld! Topher cried. And by the holy power of Brendan Fraser, it will be mine! After 10 minutes of arguing and multiple games of rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, which was more about arguing the rules of the game than anything else, it was decided to open the lid. Jack spent the next 15 minutes looking over every square inch of the coffin for traps for the second time. Still finding none, he joined his friends behind a pillar in the back corner of the room. Okay, big guy. It's all yours, he said. Gooch, glancing nervously back to his friends, moved cautiously to the coffin. After sizing it up and taking a deep breath, he gently slid the lid, face turned away, clearly expecting a trap. When the lid didn't move, he pushed harder, to no avail. Forgetting about the potential danger, he spit on his hands, lowered himself into an old football stance, and without warning, threw himself at the lid. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then, sweat beading on his brow, it slowly began to slide. Many hands make light work, Jack whispered, rushing over to throw his not-so-inconsiderable bulk at the lid, helping it slide farther. He shot a, "Yeah, I know this wasn't the plan," look back to the group before urging them to join him. Soon the lid was landing on the tiled floor with a loud bang. Great care was taken to avoid potential poison gas traps to the face or fireballs to the junk, but no traps were triggered. A dank, musty smell wafted from the coffin, making him cringe as he warily peeked an eye over the opening, every fiber of his being telling him to run. Instead of a figure wrapped in soiled, tattered linen, there was only a set of stone stairs that trailed off into darkness. He swore. Alexa played the sound from The Legend of Zelda that was used whenever Link moved to a statue to reveal a hidden secret passage. Pulling out the map, he reviewed it with the others. Well, this staircase isn't on the map. Although the map has less detail the deeper we descend. This may be the only way to the next level. Or maybe we found a secret. Either way, I vote we skip the rest of this floor and head down. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Then let's finish resting up before we head down. Fully recovered, they edged down the stairs, Gooch taking the lead. RD faded away to the astral plane. His time on Rigara ended for the day. The sense of unease as they made their way down the stairs was profound, and when a bat whooshed by them in an escape attempt from the lower level, Gooch struck it down before it traversed more than 2 feet. Finally reaching the bottom, they found an ornate stone door with an intricate scene carved on it. It showed a tall man in a dark robe holding a staff, with light coming from its tip, that cascaded down on a being cloaked in shadows. Behind the man with the staff, there was a circle of other robed men holding hands, eyes lifted toward the heavens. Words were carved above the scene, but Jack didn't understand the language. Anyone able to read this? Gooch asked. Please let it read, "Speak, friend, and enter," Topher chanted gleefully, saying the word friend in English and Common before using other words. Dude, amigo, compadre, pal, buddy! Joe moved through the group until he stood in front of the door. I don't know the language, but I see patterns. It looks to have its roots in Latin. Give me some time and I think I can piece it together.
Don't bother,
came a soft reply from the back of the group. Sakura moved closer to the door, holding up a vial filled with light.
It is the language of the ancients, one that I studied at the request of Mando as I prepared for this journey under the city. It reads, "Beyond lies only death."
We've come this far, Joe said. I'm not turning around because some idiot carved a cliché into a door in an attempt to intimidate us. Do you see a way to open it, Sakura? She inspected the door more closely before answering, tail nervously flitting around behind her.
There are words written on the man's staff. Give me a moment.
She took out another vial and slowly poured it over the stone while grabbing a piece of cloth from her bag. After wiping the carving down thoroughly, she began to read.
Once spoken, it is broken.
As she read the words, they lit up with a soft blue glow. Now what do you think that means? Topher asked. As soon as he did, lightning erupted from the tip of the man's staff, slamming through Sakura and Gooch and into Topher. Ow! What the hell was that about? He screamed, his normally curly hair standing straight up on end. As soon as he uttered the words, lightning arced out and blasted him again, bypassing the others who had wisely moved out of the way. Once spoken, it is broken, Jack said through their mind link. Why is that so familiar? It's a riddle! Gooch exclaimed excitedly. And I know this one. Stand back and watch the master. Stepping up to the door while the others hid behind him, he loudly proclaimed, Silence! Silence is broken once spoken. Blue lightning crackled out into him, sending him to the ground as minor arcs danced through his armor. Joe, ignoring Gooch's cries of pain, replied contemptuously through the mind link, You need to say it in the language of the ancients. The fact that you thought the English version would work has just decreased the small amount of respect I once held for you. Jack pulled Sakura with him back to the room above, well out of earshot of the door, and was able to get her to translate the word. Moving back to the door, he nervously whispered, Salento. With an ominous click, the door unlocked and slowly creaked open. After an audible gulp, he beckoned to the others and moved forward. Chapter 20. The door opened into a soccer field-sized cavern with rough-hewn walls and floors plagued with stalagmites and broken rocks. The only exception a clear area in the middle of the room where the center circle of a soccer field would be. The ceiling was the focal point of the space, and pale light spilled through the hundreds of honeycombed holes, all of which were about as wide as Jack's shoulders. They seemed to penetrate the ceiling to some height beyond a couple of feet, although it was hard for him to make out more from his vantage point. He felt a sensation that had become a constant companion in Rigara creep into him as he stepped into the room. Foreboding. I'm not trying to be Scooby-Doo before a Scooby snack, but this place is giving off a serious horror movie vibe. Like Psycho meets Children of the Corn meets Deuces Wild, Jack said. Drama queen! You could try to have more of a scientific mind once in a while and turn off that wild imagination of yours, Joe replied, moving to inspect the giant cave. This is the place. I see a pentagram in the middle of the room. Time to break this curse and get the heck out of here. Help me light some of these candles. Nervously, they edged toward the middle of the silent room, except for Sakura, who hung back near the door. She had her travel alchemy set out again and was already working on her first potion, which involved no less than 3 dead frogs and some mystery goo. There were 5 half-used candles placed on the ground at each point of the pentagram, beckoning to be lit. Are you sure about this? Jack asked, pulling out his wand of fire and touching the end to the candle wick. We don't seem to be the first ones to try this if the candles are any indication. Just what, O master of all things science and logic, did Nitrox tell you to do? Joe finished lighting a candle using flint and steel, letting out a long sigh as he answered, Look, do you want to break this curse or not? Quit being such a wuss. Nitrox told me to light the candles, place some of my blood in each one, then perform the ritual. He assured me that it was well within my power to complete. I hope you know what you're doing, Gooch added, slowly using one candle to light another. Any ritual that calls for the caster's blood should be a red flag. This seems awfully dangerous, especially without the old man here to yell at you and make sure you're doing it correctly. Hello, McFly? 61 intelligence, McFly? Joe smirked in perfect Biff Tannen. I think I got this covered. Why don't the rest of you ladies cower back by the door with Sakura if you're afraid? No, he's not taking this seriously, Gooch muttered as they walked back to the door to wait out the ritual. I would have also accepted your ego's writing checks your body can't cash, Jack whispered, patting his friend on his wide shoulder. He liked that Joe was confident, but it was now bordering on condescending. A side effect of having epic-ranked intelligence, no doubt. That's not something I will ever have to worry about. He chuckled a bit to himself as he walked back toward the door and waited for the ritual to begin. I know Joe doesn't seem worried, but let's be prepared, Gooch muttered. Usual formation. Defense pattern Riker Alpha. If anything happens, I will rush in and grab aggro. Topher, you and Sakura are ranged support while Jack works on a sneak attack, then joins me in melee fighting. Dobby, you're with me. He paused, sniffing the air and crinkling his nose. I'm not sure what you're whipping up, Sakura, but I hope it's worth the stench.
That's how you know it's good. My uncle used to always tell me that, and it's true. Smell has a direct link to potency. Same as taste. The worse the potion tastes, the better it works. Once my uncle made a potion so putrid-smelling that when he walked down to the town square, everyone he passed started vomiting, but the potion worked like a charm. When he rubbed it on the chests of our soldiers, it made them impervious to arrows. It had the added benefit of repelling anyone who came within 5 feet and having them lose 2 pounds. After they finished emptying their stomachs, defending against the troglodytes was not a problem.
Gooch could only shake his head. Jack looked at Joe as he dripped blood from a shallow cut on his left hand onto the last candle. Once finished, he sat down crisscross applesauce in the middle of the pentagram and began to chant, eyes closed in concentration. They held their collective breath as they watched him continue the ritual. That's when Jack's sensitive hearing picked up a slight vibration noise akin to a mosquito flying into his ear. Looking up toward the honeycomb ceiling, he pointed a shaky finger as a hummingbird the size of a small dog flitted out from above. It hovered in place for a moment as it scanned the room, then made a beeline for Joe. Before the creature could reach him, Gooch's spear was through it, pinning it to the far side of the cavern. Nice throw! I'm impressed, Topher said as he appeared to channel the spirit of Ron Burgundy. Next you'll tell me you ate the entire wheel of cheese! Visibly relaxing, Gooch turned to reply when the vibration sound intensified a dozenfold, until it sounded to Jack like his electric shaver on overdrive. Incoming! He screamed as more of the large hummingbirds began pouring out of the holes in groups of 2s and 3s. Getting a closer look at them, they really did resemble hummingbirds, complete with a long tube-like beak at the end of their feathery face. He quickly cast Analyze on one of them.
Name, Dariel. Race, Striga. Level, 2. Class, not applicable. Hit points, 9 of 9. Spell points, none. Special ability, drain blood.
They're low-level beasties and appear to be targeting Joe. We need to stop them. As if they heard him, the hummingbird spent a few seconds looking around, before diving toward Joe, who looked to be oblivious to the outside world. Gooch moved first, sprinting toward Joe while slapping his longsword to his shield, using his taunt perk to draw the first wave to him, catching all but one with the magical yell. The soul holdout dove unerringly toward Joe, but Jack raised his gloves of telekinesis, nudging it off its trajectory by enough that it missed the summoner, instead crashing hard into the ground nearby with bone-shattering force. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but you better speed this up, man. We have incoming that are clearly not happy with you. Jack sent to Joe as Topher finished his cast and angled a wind wall above Joe. The wind slowed and eventually stopped a second wave of the hummingbirds. Now it's my turn to be impressed, Gooch shouted while slicing through a wing of one of the 7 creatures around him. While he wasn't doing much to thin the herd, they were having a hard time getting past his shield, and the few that did were unable to pierce his armor and hardened skin. When did you get that kind of control over your magic? I'm figuring this out as I go, muchacho, but altering my kata slightly as I form the spell allows me to make slight changes, like having my wind wall be horizontal. It's all trial and error. We'll keep up the barrier. I have a 30-second cooldown before I can use my taunt again. I'm doing my best, he replied, sweat forming on his brow at the strain of keeping over 15 of the little beasties away from Joe. Jack looked up at the ceiling to see more waves of the creatures flying through the holes. This room was still giving him the creeps, so he decided a greater inspire ally was in order. Sidling up to Gooch, he began to sing. So kiss a little longer, stay close a little longer. Hold tight a little longer with Big Red. Topher, face covered in sweat, shot Jack a puzzled look while maintaining his connection to his spell. Seriously? The theme song to the Big Red Gum commercial? Are you kidding me right now? Wait, am I Big Red in this song? He didn't get a reply, as Jack had other business to attend to, and singing while having a separate conversation via telepathy would have stretched his concentration beyond its limits. He came in behind Gooch, easily dispatching one of the distracted hummingbirds, and catching another one as it tried to swoop under Gooch's shield. And then there were 5. He heard Dobby finish casting, the small green-skinned goblin pointing up at a group of creatures near the ceiling. Suddenly their wings stopped vibrating and eyes closed as they fell asleep before falling to the ground with a large thud. Most of them were still alive, squirming around on the hard floor, but a few landed awkwardly on their heads, necks bent at odd angles. One even managed to land squarely on a stalagmite, blood and viscera spewing everywhere. Dobby dashed over to the downed birds and gifted each a coup de grace courtesy of his spear. "Well done, Dobby!" Gooch roared, accepting a minor hit near his neck to slice the beak off the offending animal, causing it to flop to the ground while Jack managed to kill another one. They made quick work of the remaining 3, giving Gooch time to use another taunt. Like hummingbirds attracted to the red sugar water at Grandpa's farm, they immediately gave up their struggle against the wind wall and flitted toward Gooch, along with another dozen from the ceiling. To Jack's relief, the flow of the avian bloodsuckers seemed to be slowing down after the last batch came diving through the holes. Fire erupted from Gooch's outstretched weapon, burning through a large swath of the birds before he turtled up, presenting as little flesh as possible to the blood drinkers. Topher, Jack, and Dobby joined the fray, slowly whittling down the enemies, while Sakura continued making her concoctions, unperturbed by the flying creatures. Joe continued his incantation, feeling the power of the ritual begin to thrum through his body, making him feel like he had just downed a venti cafe mocha with extra caramel from Starbucks. He relaxed deeper into his chanting, confident that he had the words memorized with the correct pronunciation. Secretly, he was proud at how surprised the old coot, may he rest in peace, was when Joe memorized the entire ritual in under 5 minutes. His memory had always been excellent, but it became supercharged when his intelligence hit epic rank. As the spell neared completion, a void began opening in front of him in midair. Nitrox had been vague on what to expect, so Joe assumed this was meant to happen. Maybe there's a physical manifestation of the curse that will need to be dealt with? Continuing the complex ritual, and doing his best to ignore the commotion around him, he watched the void grow larger and larger, until it was nearly 7 feet tall and just as wide. As he neared completion, he saw a small set of doll-like hands grab on to the edge of the darkness. After saying the final words of the ritual, there was an explosion of energy, as the void solidified and snapped into place, the edges glowing a soft blue. Joe gave an involuntary shudder as he saw Chucky teeter through the gateway, all 2 feet of him, a shock of red hair adorning his childlike face. Huge blue eyes above freckled cheeks stared at Joe as the doll slowly brought out a long, bloody knife from behind the blue cloth bib he was wearing.
I got a new game, sport,
he said, grinning wildly.
It's called Hide the Soul. And guess what? You're it.
Guys? I'm starting to think Nitrox was less than entirely forthcoming with us, Joe screamed, trying to push himself away from the manic doll. How did Pennywise the Clown get here? Jack cried as they finished off the last of the hummingbirds. What do you mean? Asked Topher. I only see my stepdad, who passed away 5 years ago, standing in his favorite polo shirt and carrying a half-empty 6-pack of PBR, looking like he's ready to kick someone's ass but too drunk to take names. What the heck is going on? Gooch asked, clearly afraid, but stepping toward Joe, shield raised like an amulet against evil. Guys, a little help here! Joe shrieked, crawling as fast as he could on all 4s away from the abomination.
I'm starting to think you don't want to play.
Chucky snarled, moving forward lightning fast. Before anyone could do anything, he had his short plastic arm around Joe's throat, with the other hand holding a knife to his jugular. Hang on there, Jack said. Surely, we can talk this over. I'm not sure what's going on, But the clown has Joe by the throat. He could rip it out before any of us could stop him, so play it cool. We won't let anything happen to you, Joe, Jack cried mentally.
Me see goblin, chief. Spear to friend Joe's throat.
Dobby quaked through the bond. This thing is making us see one of our greatest fears. Although why I'm seeing the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is beyond me, Gooch sent. Keep it talking while we think of something, Jack.
Yes, Jack. Keep me talking so I don't hurt your little friend.
A new voice interjected. Everyone held their breath, hoping they didn't hear what they thought they just heard.
What's wrong, Jackie?
Came the evil whisper voice of the clown.
Why don't you come down and play?
It's okay, guys. I still have my amulet, Joe assured them, voice logical and calm. You take this douchebag out, and I'll meet you back in a few days. He turned toward the creature, voice a perfect Obi-Wan Kenobi as he said, Strike me down, and I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
You think this will help you?
The creature laughed, moving the arm that was holding Joe's neck down to grip his survival token. With a surge of strength, he crumpled the item, then ripped it off Joe. The creature suddenly looked like Shang Tsung, the antagonist in the much-maligned 90s Mortal Kombat movie that Joe secretly loved as he yelled,
Your soul is mine.
He reverted back to Chucky an instant later. That's not possible, Joe stuttered, truly afraid for the first time since coming to this strange land. The survival token had always been a safety net, his get-out-of-jail-free card. How strong is the demon if he could so casually destroy a minor magic item? With the monster's hand no longer at his throat, Joe used the distraction to shove the knife arm down and squirm away from the small doll.
Maybe we should run,
Sakura suggested, already moving toward the door and the set of stairs behind them, apparently getting good at leaving her party behind to save her own skin.
What's the rush? Am I not good company?
Came the reply as the monster spared a moment to look at the beastkin. He clenched his fist and the door swung shut. He then brought his hands together in a loud clap. Rocky debris from the floor flew at the door, and in a few seconds it was covered by a patchwork stone wall.
Let's enjoy our play date, shall we?
It's hard to want to spend time with you when you take the form of our greatest fears. Why not show us who you really are? Jack urged, moving closer to the demon, Gooch and Dobby at his side.
Very well, man-child. I will grant your wish in repayment for setting me free on your plane. It will be the last thing you ever see, so feast on the true form of Prince Mercadidos, ruler of the 8th plane, collector of souls, seeker, shadow lord!
Joe, still crawling away, looked back to see the tiny Chucky doll become an 11-foot demonic monstrosity of shadow, rising up behind him. 2 giant horns shot out from the top of his head, slightly bending backward into a curl as they ended. Protracted canines jutted out from a mouth full of sharp, discolored teeth. His shadowy arms stretched across most of his body, ending in wicked-looking talons. Instead of legs, his torso ended in a spinning cyclone of shadowy smoke. As Joe watched, the demon flexed, and wings spread out from his back, each one nearly as long as the creature was tall. While all of this was fantastical on another level, Joe's eyes were drawn to the wisps of silvery energy swirling throughout the creature's body. Was he being literal with his Collector of Souls title? I didn't realize we were listing our titles. Wherever are my manners? Jack responded, obviously trying to rein in his fear as he took an involuntary step back. I am Jack, Testicle Bane, purveyor of grandpa sayings, lover of fine pastries, he of no foreskin, and Bard. Lord Mercadito stared at Jack for a long second, as if trying to figure out what he was looking at. Finally, with a shrug of his giant shoulders, he cracked his neck left and then right, before sliding forward on his body of shadow and smoke.
If we are done with foreplay, let's get on with it. My family awaits.
Chapter 21. Jack tried casting Analyze on the prince, but unsurprisingly came up with the now familiar 3 question marks. Seeing the approaching boss, he quickly cast Savage Scorn as Gooch stepped up in a defensive position.
Oh yeah? I bet it's hard to do the nasty, with a whirlwind of smoke and shadow for genitals,
he shouted. There really was no reason to shout, the room was actually deathly quiet. But Jack was uncomfortable with silence. Unsure if the spell had worked, he stepped up next to Gooch, short swords held ready in their typical fighting positions. Topher was in the middle of a cast, while Geoe was using the time to put some more distance between him and the prince. Sakura was sobbing as she beat on the wall of stone in front of the door.
Sakura! Snap out of it!
We're going to need everyone to play their part if we're going to have a chance against this monster, Gooch stated, calmly getting ready to block the first attack from the demon. Apparently Jack's spell was successful, because instead of hitting Gooch, the Shadow Lord's attack missed, slamming into a nearby stalagmite. The creature didn't even flinch as it impaled its own clawed hand on the sharp tip. Instead of being angry, the demon simply smiled at Jack, unconcerned, while he licked at the shadows seeping out of the wound in his palm.
Where is that old fool, Nitrox? After killing his apprentice to show his resolve, I'm surprised he isn't here to greet me personally.
He casually swept aside Gooch's longsword, moving almost faster than Jack's eye could follow.
If he's talking, he's not attacking.
Nitrox did make the journey with us, but he passed away on the 3rd floor. Our shenanigans were more than he could bear. The prince emitted a low chuckle as he easily sidestepped another of Gooch's strikes, toying with him.
I told him I just needed one sacrifice to open the portal permanently. It's surprising he brought an entire group with him. But no matter. I agreed to end the curse if he brought me sacrifices. A bargain's a bargain, even if he is dead. I put the law in lawful evil, so I removed the curse upon the guild as soon as I entered this plane. The pact is now complete.
As he finished, a spray of acid and a dozen small ice spears shot toward him from 2 different directions, hitting him and causing more of the smoke to be released from his body. Frowning, he moved so fast he seemed to teleport next to Geoe, giving him a shove that threw him across the room. Geoe landed hard against the wall, then slid to the floor. Topher used the distraction to jump and skip off nearby rocks and land near Gooch, staff in hand. The shadow demon was suddenly before them, performing a double slice with his claws in an attempt to cleave Topher in 2. Fortunately, Gooch was there, his preternatural protector perk blocking the attack even though Gooch himself could barely register the movement.
Nitrox was planning to betray us the entire time? That son of a biscuit!
Refocusing on the battle, Jack wondered how to stop this creature. Sakura! We need to slow this guy down! He yelled.
On it!
Came a whimper, along with the clink of glass.
You're what? Level 10?
The Lord asked.
It's not really worth my time, but I've always been taught that a job half done is as good as none. Nothing personal, but you're in my way.
Blurring, he slammed Jack in the gut, doubling him over while he slashed at Gooch, his long talons creating sparks as they ran down the stalwart guardian's darkened scale. Gasping on the ground, fairly sure he had a broken rib, Jack was the first to hear a vibration coming from the ceiling. It was different from what he had heard earlier, much deeper, with a tremor that thrummed throughout his entire body.
Oh man, we can't fight this guy, let alone whatever is coming from the ceiling.
Grimacing in pain, he stood up while healing himself as he watched Prince Mercaditos execute 2 more long slashes against Gooch's armor. Pieces of scale fell to the ground as blood welled up on Gooch's chest. Dobby distracted the demon with a spear thrust to his midsection, the magical weapon easily piercing its side, a new stream of shadow emerging from the cut. A second later, Dobby was flying backward, blood seeping from a giant rent in his leather armor. Topher, who had been working on an incantation since moving up next to Gooch, finally let it out, and water sprayed over the creature. As it landed, it formed an icy outer shell, completely containing the giant demon in a 3-inch layer of ice.
Not bad. But you should have said a cool one-liner like, freeze!
Gooch complimented him, using the time to suck in deep breaths of air.
Yeah, or, stay cool, Shadow Man!
Joe cheered.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
Jack added in a thick Austrian accent.
How much time do we have?
Gooch asked, drinking a healing potion that he had retrieved from his belt. As if in answer, cracks began to form along the ice, shadows seeping through them.
Not long,
Topher muttered, already head down into another cast. Not to add another dump to an already full biff, but something's coming from the ceiling! Jack shouted, pointing upward. The vibration now thrummed throughout the room. As they watched, the honeycomb ceiling began to bend, before shattering into pieces as a wyvern-sized hummingbird, outlined in a soft white glow, broke through and began diving toward them.
Just once. Why couldn't it be butterflies or unicorns?
Gooch muttered, raising a shield in an attempt to stand his ground against the giant behemoth. Instead of splatting Gooch into the floor like a bug on a windshield, it dove pointed end first into the shadow demon, shattering what was left of the icy shell, and throwing him back 12 feet. Stinger planted deep into the demon's chest. With a scream of pain, Mercaditos extricated himself and flashed 10 feet away.
Marigold, my old nemesis, have you finally come out to play? Were you really waiting all these past centuries for my inevitable return?
Jack was surprised when the large hummingbird-like creature replied telepathically in a buzzing, sing-song voice.
I know my duty, Mercaditos. You betrayed our masters. You betrayed me because of a hopeless quest to return your family from the dead. Tell me, has becoming a Shadow Lord brought you any closer to your goal? Are the changes to your mind, body, and soul worth the price?
She turned and flew toward him in a whoosh of air and blur of light, missing as he seemed to evaporate in a puff of smoke, only to reappear another 20 feet away.
I see the centuries have not tempered your rage. Our so-called masters used us as tools to further their own ends. You were just a pawn in their games, and I freed you. Why can't you see that? You should be thanking me.
Flying toward him faster than the eye could follow, Marigold pulled her dive up short, her wings flapping furiously, sending Mercaditos spinning until he eventually crashed into a rock wall. Jack and his friends remained deathly quiet, feeling like mice watching cats play.
More like mice watching tigers play.
You sacrificed everyone and everything to bring back the family that was taken away from you before their time. I understand your pain, but your wife would never have wanted the death and destruction you caused. And after you find the bones of your family, then what, Merca? Will that quench your thirst for blood? Will you retire to a monastery and finish your life in peace? We both know the answer to that. There will never be enough killing to sate the emptiness inside you.
She buzzed. The Shadow Prince righted himself, smoke seeping out of his body from several minor gashes, and a large opening in his chest. His eyes changed to the color of dark blood as he responded to Marigold.
Enough talk! I will be together with my family again, and there is nothing you or these puny mortals can do to stop that. What I do after that is my business.
Moving on the offensive, he flashed forward toward Marigold, twisting his body so he narrowly missed impaling himself on the stinger. Reappearing well beyond the hummingbird, Jack thought the demon had missed, until 4 lines of dark red blood emerged on the side of her body.
His power has grown in the past centuries, to a point where I am no longer certain he can be killed on this plane. Help me defeat him and send him back through the portal to his home. It is the only way,
Marigold pleaded.
Quest updated. What a terrible night for a curse. Although Prince Mercaditos has ended the curse,
Marigold has asked you to send the demon back to his plane or otherwise defeat him. Reward, 25,000 experience. Unique gift from Marigold. Accept? Crap on a cracker, she has me doing it.
Alexa chuckled, utilizing Jack's favorite saying. Jack accepted the quest, seeing frantic nods from his friends as he did so. The generous amount of experience the system applied had to correlate to the relative danger they were in, but it couldn't be helped. He healed Marigold as she yet again danced with Mercaditos, scoring a hit with her stinger, but accepting 2 claw strikes in return before he slipped away. In English, Jack called to his friends. Gooch, mark it, then go full turtle mode. You need to buy us time. Gooch nodded as he stepped up, and a moment later the prince was outlined with a soft blue light as he used his sweep the leg perk to designate the demon as the primary target. He then screamed at the prince, using his taunt to grab the demon's attention. Prince Mercaditos looked up from Marigold as if seeing Gooch for the first time, then darted toward him.
His attacks are just so fast.
Jack watched Gooch parry one clawed hand but missed the block on the other, accepting a long gash on his side. Since Geoe was in the middle of a cast, Jack turned his attention to Topher. We need to slow him down if we want to give Gooch a chance. Think of something. Dobby, you and I gotta help the big guy. Dobby nodded in assent and moved with Jack to stand on either side of Gooch. Jack sang an a cappella version of Dust in the Wind while he fought, using his Discourage Foe perk to slow down the attacks of the prince by 15%.
It's not really the same without the 3-minute guitar riff, but it'll have to do.
Whether because of the lingering effect of the taunt or because he was annoyed at him, Mercaditos focused all of his attacks on Gooch. The attack speed debuff gave Gooch a fighting chance, and Jack watched in awe as the demon sent a lightning-fast, decapitating cut at Gooch's neck, only to have it met deftly by his shield. Quick as thought, the shadow demon's claws zipped low, but Gooch hopped backward while using his longsword to parry the attack out wide. Dobby shouted at the demon, magic infusing his voice, slamming into it and pushing it back a few feet, while creating a dozen small cuts all over its body. Jack lunged forward, his attack meeting only air as the demon's body dissipated and reformed a few feet away, right into a charging Marigold. The pointed stinger drove upward into his chest, piercing the heart, if indeed this creature had one. Mercaditos looked visibly smaller and thinner now, the shadow escaping from his body, taking his life essence with it. The attacks from Marigold seemed to especially harm the creature, his skin sizzling whenever the Shadow Prince contacted the glowing creature.
It did not have to come to this, Merca. But the time away on the shadow plane has changed more than just your body. There is no longer any trace of good within you.
Who are you to judge what is good, my old friend? Do you forget that I was with you at the Siege of Tarkanan? How many innocents burned because of your obedience to our masters?
Jack thought the light around the giant hummingbird seemed to dim for a moment, like the lights in the barn when they switched to generator power before returning to a soft glow.
It ends here. I am sorry it had to come to this. I will mourn your passing.
Marigold consoled, diving toward the prince in a blur of motion, the light surrounding her blurred, reminding Jack of the movie Tron. Mercaditos stood his ground, and instead of being impaled by her pointed beak, he held it in his hands, the tip inches away from his chest. With a surge of strength, he snapped the stinger in two and thrust the broken end into Marigold. A torrent of blood gushed from the wound as she flew upward, away from the demon.
I was not idle on the plane of shadow,
he communicated telepathically.
I learned to harness the power of souls to increase my strength and speed, as well as heal my body. I was going to make this quick, but no longer. Feel the true power of a Shadow Lord!
As he finished, he grew back to his original 11 feet, becoming less billowy and more substantial, his skin stretching over thick, sinewy muscle. He snapped his fingers, and a large hammer so dark that it seemed to suck the light from the room appeared in his grasp. Jack had not been inactive while the two creatures traded words. Melding into the shadows, he slunk behind the demon. As Mercaditos finished his transformation, Jack attacked, wanting to target its genitals, but he wasn't sure that was possible, since the bottom half was just a whirlwind of shadow. He jabbed out with his weapons toward its back, utilizing his dual attack perk. The steel shortsword was unable to penetrate the dense layers of skin and muscle. However, his shortsword from the great tree entered easily, sliding all the way through the body until the tip poked out from its chest. Sliding the shortsword back out of the prince's body, he was about to attack again, when the demon inverted his arms and punched backward, sending him airborne. Chapter 22. Joe watched as Jack was tossed like a crumpled piece of paper into the wind, finally stopped by the superior mass of a large boulder. With no way to help him, he turned his attention back to the demon. The large hole Jack's weapon had created was already starting to close, the strange dark blood congealing and repairing the injury. Joe released the spell he had been holding, dropping a stone wall on top of the prince. The spell was meant to create a fortified wall in the ground, but Joe's summoning domain specialization perk gained at level 10 gave him more control of his summoning spells, which included the wall of stone. He let out an uncharacteristic howl of joy when he saw the wall catch the prince completely unaware, the heavy stones smashing into him and driving him to the ground before covering him with stone and rubble. "Well done!" Gooch cheered, walking toward the rubble, the club in his hand beginning to turn into a magical shillelagh. Joe, breathing heavily from the exertion it had taken to hold and move the spell into place, wasn't sure they should be celebrating yet. He began casting again, noticing Dobby sprinting toward Jack with a spell of healing on his thin lips.
You and I both know this won't be enough to stop him. He has grown too strong,
beamed a voice into his mind.
He will kill your friends.
Marigold? Joe questioned tentatively.
Yes, Joe, it's me. Don't worry, I've protected this link. Mirka will be unable to eavesdrop.
Since you're only talking to me, I assume you have a plan that needs my help. I've run countless scenarios in my mind, and can't see a way out of this, Joe stated absent-mindedly, watching the smoke poured through cracks in the rubble and Mercaditos began to reform. Gooch and Topher waited, while Jack seemed to be coming around, Dobby at his side. He noted Sakura still working on some concoction, talking soundlessly to herself as she poured liquids from one beaker to another.
I cannot see a way to kill Mirka, but there is another way. If we were to get him back into the portal, we could close it and trap him in his plane once more.
It sounds like a butt is coming. There was a small pause before Marigold responded.
The portal can only be closed by the caster that opened it.
I am sure I can close it, if we can figure out a way to get him back in there.
From the inside. It can only be closed from the shadow plane,
Marigold responded softly, empathy and regret pouring through the telepathic bond. Joe's heart sunk to the bottom of his chest with the thought, watching the fully reformed prince start to rain blows down on Gooch's shield, laughing wildly. Topher was sending ice projectiles at him, but the creature just shrugged them off, regenerating the minor cuts and gashes they caused. Jack and Dobby slowly walked toward them, Jack healing the entire group with a song. As Joe watched, Gooch fell to one knee under the continued onslaught, placing his shoulder against his shield for added support. I guess deep down, I knew it would come to this. Jack must live. Like Sylvester Stallone, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and Dolph Lundgren. The rest of us are expendable. Maybe this is what I deserve for getting them all into this mess. How could I so easily fall into Nitrox's trap? And I brought my friends into danger. And almost certain death because of my hubris. Hoping the creature didn't understand English, he put on a brave face and yelled to the others, "If we can get this guy back in the portal, I can close it. On it!" He heard Topher reply, beginning another of his kata movements. Joe pulled out one of his wands and tried to reduce the size of the demon. But the magic didn't seem to take hold, almost like Joe didn't really want it to work. It's my fault we are in this mess. I know what must be done. With a tear rolling down his cheek, he doubled down and concentrated again, pouring his will into the wand, finally seeing the demon shrink in size until he was a head shorter than Gooch. Sakura ran up to the group, her hand holding a white gaseous substance in a vial. She threw it at Mercaditos, who summarily ignored it as he continued to hammer down on the large warrior. A moment later, the vial shattered, white gas seeping over and into the demon's body. Pulling a strip of cloth off his robe, Joe tossed it down in front of the portal. The instant it touched the floor, it dissolved into a clear liquid.
Limited usefulness, my ass.
He opted to cast Magnus's grasping tentacles into the portal, with the hope that the tentacles would hold the demon for the precious seconds he would need to close it. As he began the incantation, he watched Topher finalize his spell, thrusting both hands forward and directing them toward the shadow creature. The air buffeted the demon, lifting him up and shoving him toward the portal. The prince's lower half, the whirlwind of shadow and smoke, struggled against the wind tunnel, but wasn't up to the challenge. The demon seemed to concentrate briefly, but nothing happened, except for the remnants of Sakura's gaseous potion glowing brightly for a moment, before dimming.
What did you do to me?
He screamed at Sakura. Like a clock that struck midnight, she was off.
I whipped up something that my uncle and I used to kill a vampire that decided to make its home in the mine near our village. Every time we tried to kill the darn creature, it would just turn to gas and disappear through the cracks in the walls. But my uncle was cleverer than the undead monster and created a tincture that kept its body bonded together, allowing us to bring it out into the sun and kill it. I figured it might work at keeping you from shifting into your shadow form.
She beamed proudly as she finished. The rest of them, including the prince, just stared at her, minds buffering at the flurry of words. Mercaditos reversed tactics, 2 legs sprouting downward from his torso like landing gear, until they were touching the floor. Digging in, he snarled as he pushed back against the wind, beginning to make noticeable progress.
I can't hold him,
Topher gasped, brows knit in concentration.
You don't have to,
Gooch muttered, backing up a few feet before running full speed at the demon. Right before he got to him, Dobby slammed the Shadow Prince with his Call of the Axle ability, disorientating him just enough for Gooch's charge to force him back and off balance. Nearing the portal, the demon scrambled for purchase on the rocky ground, his look of supreme self-confidence faltering as his hands and feet found only an oily mystery substance, courtesy of the robe of limited usefulness, causing him to continue his slide into the portal. Completing his spell, Joe watched as each of his friends worked together to push the demon into the hole, another tear streaking down his cheek. With a final blast of wind and a nicely timed shove from Gooch, Prince Mercaditos tumbled back into the portal, Joe's magical tentacles holding him in place. Joe ran toward the portal and dove in before he could change his mind. Coming to his feet, he looked back at the best friends a guy could have. I got you all into this mess. It's only right that I get you out of it. I hope this helps atone for the pompous jackass I've been lately. He splayed the fingers of his right hand into a V shape, and ever the dork said,
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
In a perfect imitation of Spock, using his other hand to wipe away his tears. With a crooked smile and a final glassy-eyed salute, the portal disappeared. Joe was gone. Chapter 23. Jack fell to his knees, stunned at what he just witnessed. He looked to Gooch, who had the same shocked look on his face.
No!
Jack screamed at the closing portal, standing up and running to where it had been, clawing at the ground. Gooch and Topher ran after him, pulling him to his feet and wrapping him into a hug.
Why? Why did he do that?
He wailed, slumping to the ground, crying unabashedly. Gooch only shrugged, kneeling next to his friend, hand outstretched, trying to reach through the portal that had been there moments before.
The portal could only be closed from the shadow plane. Your friend sacrificed himself to stop Merca from ravaging this world. He died a hero.
Marigold sent, pain and exhaustion clear through the bond.
Open it again, Marigold. Please,
Jack begged, willing Joe to reappear.
And the Shadow Prince would enter our plane and destroy you and everyone in the city above.
Marigold sighed.
Do not cheapen his sacrifice. He knew what this would cost him, and he did it anyway. To save his friends. To save us all.
Bullshit! I can bring him back, and we can figure out another way to stop Mercaditos, Gooch declared. Topher, help me light these candles again. He moved to the pentagram and began lighting the nearest candle.
It will not work. The ley lines that powered the ritual circle need decades to recharge.
Topher ignored Marigold, using flint and steel to light the nearest candle. Jack was already there, using his short sword to create a large cut on his hand, letting blood drip onto each candle. Sakura stayed near the back of the room, large eyes watching the events unfold. After each candle was lit and Jack had dripped blood on them, Gooch kneeled in the center, eyes closed. You remember the words to the ritual Joe cast? Topher whispered incredulously. Yes. Well, I remember most of it. Some of it, anyway. Damn it, Topher, let me do this, he finished, and began muttering arcane words. Jack and Topher could only wait as Gooch continued chanting. After a couple of minutes, it was clear the magic was not working, whether due to Gooch's incomplete knowledge of the ritual, or because Marigold was right, and the magic needed to recharge. Jack wasn't sure. Probably both, he continued to cry softly, thinking about the past day's events. I knew something was wrong with the yarn Nitrox was spinning. I knew it like I know my own name. But I chose to ignore it. And now he's gone. We all recognized there was something off with that old crusty bastard, Gooch whispered, squatting down and placing his hand on Jack's shoulder. Topher and Dobby joined them, with Sakura and Marigold looking on. After what seemed a lifetime of grief, but was probably only a few minutes, Jack blinked the tears away, rising stiffly to his feet. Alexa, Joe no longer appears to be in my party interface. Does that mean...
I'm not sure, Jack. It could mean he is dead, or perhaps the party system has range limitations.
No. I refuse to believe Joe is lost to us. We live in a world of magic with giant telepathic hummingbirds, twisted goat demons, and friendly goblins. He touched Dobby briefly over his heart as he said the last. Going to another plane is probably as easy as us catching the Amtrak to Milwaukee. We'll find a way to rescue Joe. He stared at each of his friends, willing them to believe. And somehow they did. Damn right, Jackie, Gooch said, hugging his friend. He's as good as found, Topher agreed, wiping away a final tear.
Joe, Dobby's friend. Rescue him. Dobby will.
Jack, eyes still watery with tears, nodded at each of them.
I hate to break this up, but I don't have much time. Come to me, heroes from Earth.
They slowly walked over to Marigold, who lay on the ground in a pool of bright red blood, her broken stinger impaling her own body. The iridescent glow that surrounded her was almost too faint for Jack to see, as she heaved in heavy gulps of air. There was an aura of good around her. Jack wasn't sure how else to explain it. He felt safe and content, like on the nights he had spent with his grandpa at his farm playing dominoes and cribbage. Easy there. Let me see if I can help you, Jack soothed, casting an advanced heal. While it seemed to ease her breathing, the blood continued to flow.
There are few things that can kill one of my kind, but Merca knew exactly how to bring my life to an end.
I'm sorry, Jack replied, gently stroking her forehead.
Don't be. I'm so tired, Jack. I've lived 10 lifetimes guarding this temple. No longer can the ritual be activated from here. I can finally rest.
Her eyes fluttered closed, and her breathing slowed to a point where Jack could only barely make out her heartbeat. Is there anything you need from us before you pass? Gooch asked, kneeling next to the large hummingbird, hand resting on her side. Name it, and it's yours. Jack winced a bit as Gooch said those words, but for once he didn't care about the system's repercussions. Maybe it was the loss of Geoe, but Jack only wanted to help ease the passing of this magnificent creature.
Nay, my young warrior, you have done more than enough by helping me imprison Mirka back in the shadow plane. I owe you and your friends a debt, one that fortunately I can repay. Let me pass the last of my gifts to you before I fade away completely.
She breathed softly.
While our time together was brief, my bond with you allowed me to get a sense for who you are, and I believe I have chosen gifts worthy of each of you.
She turned her eyes on Dobby.
You have the heart of a lion, little one. You have a path to greatness in your future, if only you reach for it. To you, I grant my heart blood, freely given while it still beats. May it grant you strength to the end of your days. Come, drink.
Hesitantly, Dobby shuffled toward Marigold and slowly took a drink from the blood leaking from the wound in her side. After a minute, he finished and backed away, eyes downcast. Looking even greener than normal, he sat down next to a large rock, leaning his back against it, eyes closed.
Sakura, my insecure ally. After I am gone, I give you permission to harvest my corpse for alchemy ingredients. I am sure you will not be disappointed. I only ask that you believe in yourself the way Jack and his friends believe in each other. You are stronger than you know.
Sakura, again standing toward the back of the room, let out a soft sob as she looked at Marigold.
Topher, come forward. I have known many monks during my centuries of life, but none quite like you. And I'm not just talking about your tail or your devilishly good looks.
She stated with a gurgling laugh, blood bubbling from her lungs and spilling onto her lips.
Most monks focus on one element, unable or unwilling to try to master others. The fact that you have control over air and water and have shifted your focus to earth says much about your character and curious mind. But despite your obvious talent, you have not opened any of your mana pathways. This I will do for you now.
As Jack watched, Topher laid his hand on Marigold and closed his eyes. With a sudden gasp, they snapped open, and his body began to convulse. Before Jack and the others could intervene, it was over. He took a step back before falling into a meditative pose, knees crisscrossed, tail lying on his lap.
Loyal, faithful, and steadfast Gooch. You subdued your desire of becoming a great mage to protect your friends. I have something special in mind for you, if you choose to accept it. Open your mind and review Arian's gift.
Gooch's eyes took on the vacant stare of someone deep in his system menus.
Jack, you had the mantle of leadership unwillingly thrust upon you, yet have found a way to thrive as you begin to reach your full potential. Have faith in yourself, your judgment, and your friends. In my long centuries, I have never met a group of people so devoted to each other. Your belief in each other is a multiplier of your strength. It is the only thing that will see you through the troubling times ahead. For my final gift, I am freely giving you my stinger. When you are ready, pull it from my side, and I will use the last of my magic to infuse the weapon.
Jack, eyes again full of tears, did as instructed, grasping the stinger and gently sliding it out of the wounded hummingbird. He noticed her shivering slightly as it came free of her body, issuing a slight buzz of pain. As he held the jagged 3-foot-long golden stinger before him, it began to transform, the base becoming a rounded grip with a pair of hummingbird wings forming the crossguard of the hilt. The pointed end widened and flattened, forming the blade of the weapon. A soft glow covered the entire sword, and Jack could feel it thrum with power. Turning his eyes back to Marigold, he looked upon her as she breathed her last, the soft glow about her fading as she found peace. Saying a final goodbye, he cast Analyze on his new short sword, her final gift, for he needed to know what she had given him.
Name: Legendary Radiant Short Sword. Durability: 250 out of 250. Base damage: 20 to 25. Effect: Blade ignores 10 points of defense. Additional effect: damage is doubled against undead and creatures that are vulnerable to sunlight.
Jack was stunned by the quality of the weapon, which was on par with the short sword he'd received from the great tree. Sliding it through his belt, he turned to the motionless form of Marigold and gave her still warm body a hug. "Thank you," he whispered. "I promise to wield this in the spirit it was given, and to uphold the honor you have bestowed upon us this day." After a moment, he looked over to see all of his friends, still lost to whatever changes Marigold had wrought within them. He nodded at Sakura, who inched closer to the still form of the magnificent hummingbird, carefully pulling tools from her bandolier. Chapter 24. Jack had been ignoring the system notifications vying for his attention, and decided he might as well use his time wisely as they recovered. So he sat down and began to scroll through the messages.
You have gained 8 points in Disarm Traps, 4 points in Advanced Heal, 3 points in Mend Bones, Perception, Open Locks, Dual Wield, and Small Blades, 2 points in Stealth and Sense Motive, and 1 point in Analyze and Savage Scorn. You have attained beginner rank in Disarm Traps and may choose one of the following perks. Intact Trap 1. Increase the chance to disarm and reuse the trap by 25%. Spot Traps 1. Increase the chance to spot traps by 25%. Prerequisite: beginner rank in Perception. Disable Faster 1. Increase the speed of disabling traps by 25%.
While Jack loved the idea of being able to more easily reuse traps he disabled, walking into traps was getting old. He quickly selected Spot Traps 1 before moving to his next notification.
You have attained Journeyman rank in Advanced Heal and may choose one of the following perks. Faster Healing 1. Cast time is reduced by 25%. Note: this stacks with Combat Medic to provide an overall reduction of 45%. Enhanced Healing 1. Improve the amount healed by 10%. Healing Aura 2. Improve the amount healed to allies within 10 feet of the target from 50% to 100%.
Jack's 2 other perks for this spell, Ranged Healing and Healing Aura, had proven very useful, so he chose Healing Aura 2, seeing the benefit in having a full-powered group heal. And one that only heals allies instead of everyone.
You have attained Apprentice rank in Open Locks and may choose one of the following perks. Fast Open 1. Reduces the time it takes to open locks by 25%. Improvised Tools 2. Reduces the penalty to opening locks without Thieves' Tools by an additional 50%, for a total of 75%. Ranged Open. Reduces the penalty of opening locks from range by 50%. Prerequisite: must have the ability to open locks at range. Abracadabra. Increases the chance to open magical locks by 10%. Normal. Beginning at Apprentice rank, you have a 5% chance to open magical locks. This chance increases as you progress into higher ranks. Prerequisite: Expert rank in Analyze. Note: your Knows No Shame perk bypasses this requirement.
Jack looked down at his gloves of telekinesis, considering the Ranged Open perk for a moment. It would be nice to be out of harm's way if a lock is trapped. But increasing his chance to open magical locks seemed too practical to pass up, so he selected that option and moved on.
You have attained Journeyman rank in Dual Wield and may choose one of the following perks. 2 Weapon Defense 1. Increase the chance to parry attacks against you by 10% when wielding 2 weapons. 2 Weapon Attack 1. Increase the chance to critical hit with weapons by 10%. Quick Draw. You have an almost preternatural ability to draw your weapons faster than the eye can follow. Prerequisite: perfect ambidexterity, journeyman rank in dual wield. Large weapon: dual wield larger weapons with no penalty. Normal: dual wielding non-finesse weapons reduces chance to hit by 25% in main hand and 50% in offhand. Prerequisite: perfect ambidexterity.
So far, Jack had taken the dual attack 1 and 2 perks, which granted him bonuses to hits and landing critical strikes with his dual attacks, in addition to making them harder to parry or block. It had a 15-second cooldown, but was definitely one of his go-to abilities. He had also taken perfect ambidexterity, allowing him to use either hand equally well. With his 2 legendary quality short swords, he had no desire to wield larger weapons. The increase to his critical hit chance was enticing, but he chose quick draw, seeing the potential for sneak attack damage if he could catch his opponent by surprise. He continued scrolling through his notifications.
You have attained beginner rank in Sense Motive and may choose one of the following perks. Sense Charm. You have a chance to detect if someone is being charmed or otherwise controlled by someone else. Have they been charmed by your amazing hair? Now you can know. Empathy. Understanding someone's motives improves your chances of persuading them to your will. Synergy bonus of +5 to your persuasion skill. Prerequisite: expert rank in persuasion. Note: your Knows No Shame perk bypasses this requirement. Animal intent. You gain the ability to sense motives in animals. Are they hungry? Protecting their homes? Just a little randy? Only you will know the truth.
Jack wondered if the system was rewarding him for failing to detect Nitrox's deception. Grandpa always said you learned more from failures than successes, and the system was proving the old man right again. He chose the empathy perk, always a sucker for synergy bonuses.
As a result of your new synergy bonus, you have attained journeyman rank in persuasion and may choose one of the following perks. Persuasive Talker 1. Your skill rank in persuasion provides a permanent +5 synergy bonus to the diplomacy skill. Persuasive Performer 3. Your skill rank in persuasion provides a permanent +5 synergy bonus to the performance skill. Deceitful 1. Your skill rank in persuasion provides a permanent +5 synergy bonus to the bluff skill.
The last few ranks, Jack had chosen Persuasive Performer 1 and 2, permanently increasing his performance skill by a total of 10 points. He noticed that the higher a skill was, the harder it was to level. He had only gained a few skill points in performance despite playing his guitar at every opportunity. Putting the points into performance would move him into Grandmaster rank, which could unlock some awesome new perks. On the other hand, improving his diplomacy skill could have an immediate impact on his halfling allies, and bringing together other races. Tough decision. It reminded Jack of when he'd turned 18 and received money from his parents' trust. He immediately went to Willie's new and used music shop to look for a new guitar. He couldn't decide between the Fender or the Martin. After struggling for nearly an hour, he'd come to the realization that in this decision, there were no wrong answers. Both were great guitars. Having a similar feeling now, he let go of his anxiety and chose Persuasive Performer 3. Granting an immediate 5-point bonus to his performance skill. Instead of the usual system message, Alexa's voice sounded in his head.
As a result of your new synergy bonus, you have attained Grandmaster rank in performance. Grandmaster rank in the performance skill increases your fame by 1,000, and anyone ranked journeyman or higher in performance will immediately recognize your rank, improving your reputation with them.
Alexa's tone became more masculine, reeking of Will Ferrell as she continued.
I'm not quite sure how to put this last one, but you're kinda going to be a big deal. People will know you. Kings and queens will seek you out to offer their patronage.
Her voice returned to normal as she chided.
Although I can't do much about you having an office that smells of rich mahogany.
Jack sat stunned, reading and rereading the message. All right, he said out loud to himself, channeling his inner Matthew McConaughey. He always dreamed of being a rock star, playing sold-out arenas filled with thousands of adoring fans. While that dream had passed him by on Earth, it seemed like it was becoming a reality on Rigara. shaking with excitement at the thought of telling the guys. His mood dampened as he remembered the one person he wouldn't be able to tell.
We're coming for you, buddy. Stay alive and we'll find you.
In a more somber mood, he moved on to the next notification.
You have attained Grandmaster rank in performance and may choose one of the following perks. Improve Performance 3. You can tailor your performance to that of your audience, giving you an additional 100% bonus, total 175%, on your performance check. Having a good performance results in more affection from the audience, which may lead to tangible gifts such as free drinks or money in addition to increasing your renown. Calm or incite emotion 2. With a successful performance check, you may calm or incite the emotions of nearby creatures, moving the relationship rank an additional step toward either friendly or hostile, depending on your intent. Retrieve instrument. Summon your instrument to your hand with a thought. You can also send it back to where it came from with a thought. Spell cost, 0. Cooldown, none. Captivating performance. You can attempt to hold the entirety of your audience's attention, placing them in an almost hypnotic state until the end of your performance. Prerequisite. Calm or incite emotions 1.
Life was all about choices, and for most of his life, he seemed to always make the wrong ones. He really wanted Improved Performance 3, making him a true rock god. But instead, he chose Captivating Performance. The ability to try and hypnotize a group of enemies while his party got into position was just too good to pass up. He stretched his neck in a wide circle as he moved to his next notification.
You have completed the quest. What a terrible night for a curse. You ended the curse and fulfilled your agreement with Marigold to send Mercaditos back to the Shadow Plane. Reward, 25,000 experience. Unique, gift from Marigold. 1 item from Mage Guild Vault. Journeyman rank in the Mage Guild. Your fame has increased to level 4. Well known. Your current fame status will help grant you an audience with royalty or gain access to secret quests. Of course, having higher renown also makes you an easier target for your enemies. You have achieved Party Leader level 7 and may choose a perk from below.
There were over a dozen perks for Jack to choose from, including extending the range of the mind link, adding another person to the party, and increasing the block and parry bonuses. Jack mentally reviewed the list before selecting a new one that he knew would come in handy.
Defensive Dome. Create a 15-foot wide, 10-foot high, opaque dome centered on you. For 60 seconds, the dome will block anything from traveling in or out of it, including spells. Cooldown, 7 days. Prerequisite, Party Leader 7, Bastion.
He moved on to his final notification.
You have gained 49,821 experience from disarming traps and defeating the bats, gargoyles, shadow wolves, and the shadow prince. Congratulations, you have attained levels 11 and 12 in the Bard class. You gain 12 health, 12 stamina, and 20 spell points. You have 8 attribute points to assign, 8 skill points to assign, and may choose 2 class perks and 1 new spell.
After the fight on the wall, Jack had been right on the edge of level 11, and was excited to see that between the quest and fighting experience, he'd made it all the way to level 12. He was also pleased to note the system had awarded him experience for defeating the Shadow Prince, even though they had only banished it back to his plane. The amount of attribute points and skill points he was able to allocate at each level was slightly higher as well.
At least something positive had come from the loss of my friend, if a very unbalanced trade.
Trying hard not to delve into dark thoughts, he forced his attention back to the present after a few deep breaths. Alexa, why am I getting 4 attribute and skill points to allocate at each level, and 2 bardic perks instead of the usual 1 at every other level?
While not consistent for every class, the system recognizes that it takes longer to level yourself at higher levels and gradually increases the rewards. However, I'm sure I can call in a couple of favors at the next Rigara System Guide convention to get those extra points reduced if you have concerns.
I'm not complaining. That won't be necessary, thanks, Alexa. He was pretty sure she was joking, but he wasn't taking any chances. He reviewed his character sheet and decided to allocate 3 points each into agility and luck and 2 points into charisma. He allocated all 8 skill points into stealth since it was getting harder and harder to level on its own, bringing him to master rank in the skill. He saw a notification but dismissed it as he concentrated on reviewing the bevy of bardic perk options.
Inspire Competence allows you to use your musical talent to assist your target with a skill check, providing a bonus of 2 to 8 plus 3 charisma modifier. Selective Soothing Performance allows you to choose to heal only allies with soothing performance. Normal heals everyone within 30 feet, including enemies. Prerequisite Soothing Performance 2. Call of the Axle allows you to use your musical talent to direct a burst of sonically charged lyrics at a foe, doing 1 to 8 sonic damage per bardic level. Extra Use provides 2 extra daily uses of your bardic perks. Extend Bardic Ability extends the duration of your bardic perks. Inspire Ally and Discourage Foe will last an extra minute, and Song of Respite will last 16 hours. Greater Discourage Foe. Increase the penalty to enemies' attack speed to 25% and damage to -5 when using the Discourage Foe perk. Greater Song of Respite. Triple the regeneration effect of Song of Respite. Counter Charm. Through words and song, dispel any mind-influencing effect on targets. Jack of all trades. Pun intended. You dabble in a little bit of everything. Any skills learned will automatically be ranked up to Apprentice. Linguistics Expert. People you speak to will be able to understand you, regardless of whether or not they know your language. Prerequisite. Linguistics, level 11 Bard.
Jack could have taken any of the options, but went with his gut and chose the Selective Soothing Performance and Extend Bardic Abilities perks. He really hated healing enemies, and doubling the duration of his bardic abilities was long overdue. He was getting tired of going through his notifications, but he soldiered on, reviewing his spell choices.
Enchantment Domain. Bravery. Casting time 2 seconds. Spell cost 8. Cooldown 5 minutes. Tier Simple. Effect. Increase resistance to mental effects for all allies within 30 feet of the caster for 1 minute. Sleep. Casting time 10 seconds. Spell cost 10. Cooldown 5 minutes. Tier Simple. Effect. You attempt to cause opponents to fall asleep for 1 minute, or until their slumber is disturbed. This can be cast at a range of 50 feet and affects all creatures, friend and foe, in a 20-foot diameter circle. Each creature that fails the resistance check will succumb to sleep. Penalties apply if you are already engaging an enemy in battle. Animal Friendship. Casting time 5 seconds. Spell cost 12. Cooldown 1 hour. Tier Simple. Effect. This spell enables you to befriend animals if they fail their mental resistance check. You can train your pet to perform simple tasks. The spell lasts for 12 hours. Stand in the place that you are. Casting time 3 seconds. Spell cost 21. Cooldown 1 minute. Tier Advanced. Effect. Assert your will over another person, robbing them of the ability to move. Target will get a resistance check upon the initial cast and every 20 seconds thereafter. Lasts 1 minute. Charm Creature. Casting time 7 seconds. Spell cost 21. Cooldown 1 hour. Tier Expert. Effect. You attempt to charm a creature you see within 60 feet of you. The creature must be able to understand your language. If it fails its resistance check, it is charmed until the spell ends, or it is harmed by you or your allies. Lasts 1 hour. Restoration Domain. Invigorate. Casting time 5 seconds. Spell cost 7. Cooldown 15 seconds. Tier Simple. Effect. The Invigorate spell removes fatigue from a target, granting them energy similar to a venti latte with extra caramel and a double shot of espresso. The spell lasts for 4 hours. At the end of the 4 hours, the target of the spell will crash, exhausted. Back from the Brink. Casting time instant. Spell cost 28. Cooldown 1 minute. Tier Expert. Effect. Brings a target back to life if they died in the last 30 seconds. Character returns to life with 1 point of health.
Jack reviewed his options, replaying battles in his mind where he could have used these different spells. He was sorely tempted to take Charm Creature, but he couldn't stand to see any of his friends die. He chose Back from the Brink, hoping he would never have to use it, before moving on to his final notification.
You have attained Master rank in Stealth and may choose one of the following perks. Armored Stealth 2. Decreases stealth penalty for wearing armor by an additional 75% for a total of 100%. Normal penalties. Light armor 25%, medium armor 50%, heavy armor 100%. Fast Stealth 1. Increases speed while in stealth by 10%. Normal. Stealth reduces speed by 50%. Quiet Allies. Your allies watch you closely and step where you step, increasing your allies' stealth by 10 skill points. Their movement speed is reduced by 60% instead of the normal 50%. Prerequisite. Journeyman rank in Stealth. Foil Smell 2. You are stealthy against more than just sight and sound. This perk allows you to mask your odors, completely reducing an enemy's ability to detect you by smell. Prerequisite. Expert rank in Stealth. Foil Smell 1. Hide in plain sight. When your stealth status turns red, and you would normally be seen or heard, you have a chance to make an immediate stealth check to blend into your surroundings. Prerequisite. Expert rank in Stealth. At least 3 levels in Rogue, and a total of 7 character levels. Backstab 1. Increases the backstab multiplier from 3 to 4 when attacking from stealth. Prerequisite. Master rank in Stealth. 10 levels in Rogue. Note. Your Knows No Shame perk bypasses this requirement.
Jack's mouth dropped as he read the final perk. Increasing his backstab multiplier from 3 to 4, along with his already increased critical strike modifier of 3 when attacking genitals, would mean a 10-point hit would deal 120 points of damage. King Kong ain't got nothing on me! Finally finished reading through his notifications, he reviewed his character sheet, eager to see the changes.
Name. Jack. Heritage. Sun Elf. Class. Bard. Level. 12. Sex. Male. Height. 5 feet 9 inches. Weight. 221 pounds. Hair. Brown. Eyes. Blue. Fame. Level 4. Well known. Party leader. Level 7. Attributes. Strength. Base. 10. Rank. Average. Agility. 38. Very high. Vitality. 10. Average. Intelligence. 19. Above average. Wisdom. 10. Average. Charisma. 47. Elite. Luck. 37. Very high. Hit points. 83. HP regeneration. 2 per hour. Outside of combat. Stamina. 81. Stamina regeneration. 2 per minute. Spell points. 103. Spell point regeneration. 2 per minute. Skills. Light armor. Base. 11. Rank. Beginner. Perks. Light armor mobility. Dual wield. 32. Journeyman. Perks. Dual attack 1 and 2. Perfect ambidexterity. Quick draw. Small blades. 35. Journeyman. Perks. Hit harder 1 and 2. Increase critical. Stealth. 57. Modified 77. Master. Perks. Armored Stealth 1. Stealth status. Foil Smell 1. Throw Sound. Backstab 1. Open Locks. 22. Apprentice. Perks. Improvised Tools 1. Abracadabra. Tracking. 9. Untrained. First Aid. 13. Beginner. Perks. Combat Medic 1. Gathering Creatures. 20. Apprentice. Perks. Improved Quality 1 and 2. Survival. 31. Journeyman. Perks. Direction Sense. Never lost. Find the fastest path 1. Cooking. 8. Untrained. Gathering Plants. 23. Apprentice. Perks. Seek and you shall find 1 and 2. Meditation. 13. Beginner. Perks. Mental resistance 1. Climbing 1. Untrained. Hiking 32. Journeyman. Perks. Difficult terrain 1, 2, 3. Perception 39. Journeyman. Perks. See what is hidden 1 and 2. Improve senses. Hearing. Unarmed combat 17. Beginner. Perks. Fist of Stone 1. Rope use 12. Beginner. Perks. Inescapable knots 1. Blunt weapons 9. Untrained. Acrobatics 15. Beginner. Perks. Parkour 1. Performance. Lute. Singing 60. Modified 70. Grand Master. Perks. Improvised instrument. Improve performance 1 and 2. Calm or incite emotions 1. Sonic dissonance. Captivating performance. Parry 15. Beginner. Perks. 2 weapon riposte. Bluff 18. Beginner. Perks. Feign injury 1. Dodge 12. Beginner. Perks. Uncanny dodge. Persuasion 30. Journeyman. Perks. Persuasive performer 1, 2, and 3. Diplomacy 24. Apprentice. Perks. Court etiquette 1. Remove racial barriers 1. Trap-making 19. Beginner. Perks. Improvised trap-making 1. Sense motive 11. Beginner. Perks. Empathy. Intimidate 2. Untrained. Crossbow 3. Untrained. Disable traps 11. Beginner. Perks. Spot traps. Tactics 12. Beginner. Perks. Redirect. Jump 9. Untrained. Swimming 15. Beginner. Perks. Hold your breath 1. Non-skill perks. Background. Easygoing, knows no shame 1 and 2. Sun Elf. Dark Vision. Plus 10 Diplomacy. Plus 10 Negotiation. Plus 10 Light Magic. Rogue. Sense Danger. Rogue. Linguistics. Party Leader. Bastion. Party Leader. Bastion. Mind Meld 1. Party Leader. Bastion. Assign Tank 1. Party Leader. Bastion. Toughness. Party Leader. Bastion. Spell Defense. Party Leader. Bastion. Increased Party Size 1. Party Leader. Bastion. Defensive Dome. Bard. Greater Inspire Ally. Bard. Discourage Foe. Bard. Song of Respite. Bard. Soothing Performance 1 and 2. Bard. Selective Soothing Performance. Bard. Extend Bardic Abilities. Magic. Analyze. Base. 24. Rank. Apprentice. Perks. Creature Scan 1. Status Indicator 1. Savage Scorn. 5. Untrained. Advanced Heal. 33. Journeyman. Perks. Ranged Heal 1. Healing Aura 1 and 2. Cure Poison. 6. Untrained. Mend Bones. 10. Beginner. Perks. Healing 1. Cure Disease. 3. Untrained. Back from the Brink. 1. Untrained. Titles. Defender of the Weak. Monster Hunter. Nasal Fortitude. Languages. English. Common. Undercommon. Ravanan. Ancient Ilorian. Dwarvish.